All right. So, we're going to get back into some Kerbal Space Program today, picking up where we left off. So, yesterday we did manage to, yeah, we stopped for the lithosphere. Yesterday we did manage to orbit the moon. We did up some, like, moon tourism. Did lots of upgrades. We got our more advanced research and all that. Right, and where we had left off is I got 226 research. So I can get one of these higher researches or two of these lower researches. And I was struggling to make that decision. Because I don't feel like the aeronautics here, I don't feel like that's going to be... So, like, this could potentially get us to our higher flights, but we haven't been getting as many of the survey contracts. Let's also check. Okay. Test landing gear. In flight over Kerbal. While just flying. Okay, that's fine. Alright. So, with that said, we definitely want to get research. It's just a matter of what. So the paths I could take is I could start pushing towards the heavier rocketry to go for farther targets, and there's definitely a justification in that. I mean, because that's the end of rocketry over there. We've got the precision propulsion, so that's like for in space doing minor maneuvers as well as getting off like the surface of planets. There's a lot of, argument to be made for that for a lander. The advanced fuel systems. This is for monopropellant primarily. And a couple of fuel tanks. That one I'm less leaning towards. The construction stuff. The docking ports can actually be very useful for once you go to do later missions. Because one of the strategies you can use in Kerbal Space Program for when you're trying to do your like way off missions and all that is to make a space station that's basically a fuel depot. So that way you can, work to get your rocket up to the fuel depot, top it off, and have this giant rocket that's able to then go on to the next spot. So you've just got all the Delta V you could possibly need. And that's going to require your docking clamps to do that. But it is one of those things that I don't think that's an immediate need. The actuators, I'm probably not going to worry about at all right now. And like I said, I feel like for the stuff here, like the supersonic flight stuff, there's definitely good things. And it's worth considering. But let's look at our contracts in a minute. The advanced flight stuff, this to me is way more about being able to slow down, like maneuver, all that. There's lots of good stuff here, but I don't think that's as necessary. The lander is definitely a very strong consideration because we are probably going to be landing on the moon as our next big objective. And that will make our lives way easier because the little landing struts you get right towards the beginning are really crap. Like, they'll let you land on it, but that's kind of all they do. We'll get our better heat shields. I probably don't need that as much. The advanced maneuvering. So this is actually a very good one because it gives us access to monopropellant for like properly being able to maneuver and all that stuff, which is really useful for not burning lots of really heavy and expensive fuel and just using a little monopropellant. Gives the better command module and all that. Yeah, so landing advanced flight. But then we also have, for when we land, the experimental control station. And the problem we run into this is these three kind of go together. But this is the control station. It requires power. And the power is a separate thing. But we have been running into power problems, so that photovoltaic panel would be a really big win. So the three I'm juggling, I think, are the lander, the space exploration, and the electronics. But I feel like these two I'd want to go together with. So it'd probably be either I grab these two or I grab those two. And I feel like this would be more leaning towards just successfully landing. This is leaning towards being at all functional. Yeah, we don't use power outside running the engine yet. Then get the power. Yeah. That's, yeah, I think I'll take my chances trying to land with what we got, because I know you can do it. But we will grab the space exploration stuff so we can land. Alright, so things we got here. This repair kit has tape, tools, widgets, and knickknacks that allow intrepid Kerbals to effect repairs on broken parts that may have suffered unplanned disassembly. We got a storage unit. We got a storage unit. We got a storage unit. We got the ladder to get out. Some work lights. The rover module. And then the experimental control unit. Yeah, and then this would be the EVA experiments, which we definitely wanted that as well. Okay. Alright, I think that's what we're going with, because we already bought it. Alright, so we grab what contracts we have. So let's take a look at our contracts and see what we're working on. Have an ear on an active vessel. Attach a new part. Attach a communicatron 16 on an aging Kerbal satellite. Can I look at the value of these? Let's see. Expires never. Expires in 9 years, 300 days, 9 years, 4 years. Maybe we'll start prioritizing based on expiration date. Okay. So it was one of these. Yeah, that's a test the skipper. I'm not going to do the test the skipper right now. I don't care enough. Alright, well, we have plant the flag on the moon, conduct a temperature survey on the moon, and explore the moon. All of which this is going to be around the moon. So we can try and do that. Yes, those are all on Kerbal. Yeah, so it looks like we're gonna go do the moon stuff. So the important thing is I'll want my science stuff because the science stuff will be big. Now I gotta figure out how we move these like power things and all that. So this one's gonna be a bit of a weird one in that I am going to be building a vehicle to get us. Actually, this might end up being a pain point, but we're gonna go with you. People mentioned being able to disable the staging on this, which I would like to do. I would like to remove that stage from this thing entirely. Because I had people talk about that, and it doesn't look like it's an option. Because I just don't want to accidentally stage it. It's actually one of my only hesitations with using this particular one. Okay. So, we have the Science Junior. That's coming along with us. We have cargo. And I'll pair those up. So we've got we got both of our modules in this side for running our experiments there. We can go to this side. We'll put our EVA repair kit in there. That's not what I wanted. I'll put a work light in there. It's a little annoying that I keep accidentally getting that selected. Okay, I don't think that'll matter. But yeah, so we basically got our stuff for doing a bunch of science. I got on this side, I got a light and the EVA repair kits, and on that side I got my actual sciencey stuff. So I want to do that. I will need our scientific stuff. So let's go ahead and put you here. Barometer here. Thermometer here. Okay, so we've got the experimental storage. So what I don't know is how much science you can do that. Yeah, so it's supposed to be experimental storage. But it doesn't really give me a whole lot of information. There was also... service bay. Yeah, so you got the service bay down here, which is something you can open up and shove stuff in. So I can close that. Alright, and let's plan for battery needs and all that. The tiny little rechargeable battery. So we got spare batteries in the service bay. So I can close that up. Okay. So I'm already making our lander a bit too big. Now we got solar panels on all sides to try and alleviate those problems. Because ultimately what I'm going to need is to have a way for our people to climb in and out. So we're going to need a heat shield for returning this. And we're going to need parachutes for when we're landing back at Kerbal. There's the main chute. The drag chutes. The proper chutes. Which is going to be way overkill. Okay. I really wish I could tell it to not have the staging thing here. Alright, so we've got our source of power, we got our rechargeable batteries, we've got all this stuff. We got a heat shield. We are going to need a way for our people to get up and down on here. Which I can't really tell which door is the door we actually climb out of, though. I'm guessing this one? Alright, let's do a quick experiment. Okay, so let's launch this, and I just want to see when I have my person exit the pod, what side they get out of, so I can put a ladder to get back into the pod from that side. So I've got this thing. So if we have Jebediah EVA, it is the door, the one with the little window in the middle. Okay, let's revert our flight. So the one with the little window in the middle, this side, that's actually perfect with what we got here. So we want to set up a ladder to get back in here. Where was... oh, it's utility. Okay, so hopefully that'll be enough to climb into the pod. Alright, but where that looks like that's correct, that's the returning home part of the whole process. I'm gonna need to be able to get it onto the moon, land, and get back up. So that means we're going to need a decoupler. We're gonna go ahead and put some fuel down here. So you have just a tiny bit of fuel in there. That's monopropellant and all that. Let's get one of these. That's probably overkill for what I need. And then for our engines, so we've got the spark fuel. So you burn half a liquid fuel per second. You burn even less. So we have 2 newtons of thrust. You have 20 newtons of thrust. You have considerably more. So I think, genuinely, so if I were to get 10 of these, it'd be half. So they actually have about the same ratio. So I'm going to try to get away with that one little engine there as our means of getting up and down. Can you vector? That's going to be very important. You can gimbal. Okay. And with this, I'm going to be adding a second set of landing gear. Okay, so the hope is that we can land this. This whole section lands on the moon. I need more stairs. Yeah, so that's the plan, is this is the moon lander. It should have enough to get ourselves back off the ground and hopefully to wherever we need to go. And that should be all sorted. Now the next stage, we got to get the whole thing over to the moon. And as you can see, we are just kind of adding one... Well, I hate that. Can I make that not... I know it doesn't matter, the aesthetics of it. But can I make that less cursed? Yeah, none of that's gonna make it better. Yeah, because I really don't like this design there. Let's see real fast if we go to structure. Aerodynamics, maybe? That's the actual intake. Yeah, trying to see if there's a shroud or something. I guess we're just living with that. So I don't love this aesthetic here. We got that tiny little engine, and we got the coupler with the big gap in it. It's fine. Maybe this coupler will be better. Get like a coupler that's far more rounded. Okay, separator force 100, separator force 125. I guess we're just doing with that. Because the alternative is instead of this... Do you have fairings yet? That's how you used to cover those things? Not looking like it. It's fine. The workaround I could do with this, that honestly might be the better choice for what we're doing right now, would be to go to our thrusters again. Because we got the engine here, the Spark. It's pretty fuel efficient, not a whole lot of thrust. It's only 20 kilonewtons. I could also go with the Ant. That'd only give me 8. I'm a little worried that won't be enough. Because once you get down to these, they're just getting to too big. It's fine. What I could do for this is we could just use struts to do that. Yeah, so point is that's our big upper stage. So the next thing I'm gonna need is to get ourselves to where we can confidently get to confidently get ourselves into moon orbit for the lander to get into position and all that. Because my expectation is that I'll be able to get this whole thing back home by itself, which is starting to feel less like something I should be confident about. Because I don't really want to redock it on its way back up. That certainly works. Yeah, you only have 300. That's probably not enough. Do I have room to add you? We can go here. Yeah, that'll basically double the burn time we've got in there. And then when we jettison the whole thing, we could jettison this ring on the back with the fuel tanks. Because 650 is probably quite a bit more reasonable. Yeah, and those should land with enough that this doesn't smash to the ground. Alright. So we're good with all that. And let's go ahead before I forget and go to structure. Oh, was it utility? There we go. Like I said, what we'll do here... put some struts just to try and give that a little bit more durability there. Okay, so that's to pick ourselves back up. This is to get us to the actual location. I think the one tank for this stage is probably the best. Keep it light. So what we can do here is go to engines, grab the Terrier. That's probably plenty for this stage. So yeah, so you're good there. Now we need another decoupler. Alright, so going and kind of cataloging our setup. This is the return from home section of the ship, this top part. This is the lander part, so like down to here, because we need the engines to be able to actually get this thing down in the ground. This is to get us to, to the point where we can land it on the moon. Because I'm going to have to use this to both land and take off, because there's no atmosphere for parachutes. So we'll see how that goes. This gets us to the moon, all the way down to that final approach. Now we have the thing to get us, like, from where we're orbiting Kerbal to the moon itself. So we're going to slam down. Honestly, we're going to go greedy on this one. I'm going to regret it, because this rocket's going to be unreasonably heavy. And I'm going to regret that in a lot of ways. So you're going to need to be the swivel. Actually, yeah, we'll make it the swivel. Alright, and what I might try doing, and I haven't done yet this run, and I'm probably really going to regret a lot. Do we just... No, let's not go for the moon. Like height-wise. I was going to be like, let's go down here and do the try setup. And it's just like, no, because we got to haul that whole thing into space. That'd be my last, like, my first stage or whatever. I'd want to do that. Okay, this will go smoothly. I think it'll go smoothly. It's just going to be horrifically inefficient. Okay. So go up here. Gonna be a wiggler? Yeah, no, we're gonna need some structure on here. No doubt about that. So we've got you. We're gonna need more fuel tanks. It's not gonna be a cost-effective rocket. Okay, so that should be enough that these settle a little bit lower. We can go to our engines. We'll put swivels on there as well. And then we can go up to our aerodynamics. Put our nose cones on it. Before we get too far, we're going to go ahead and bolt you on up here. That was nowhere near as smooth as I want it to be. Switch. What? Okay. So we've got those to keep that from being utterly cursed. And we got those to keep that from being utterly cursed. So we've got these ones. So we are going to stage that all these rockets kick on at the same time. Then we can pop the bolts on that one. When these tanks are empty, they'll empty out first. Because we are going to add gas lines. From them to the main tank. And then, just because I do feel like we're going to overkill this to the moon. But tish. We are going to go and add one more layer onto this thing of some solid rocket boosters. They're almost certainly not necessary, but after we had the really rough return at the end of yesterday's stream, where we kind of limped home with the last little bit of power, I do feel like I want to have a certain level of confidence that we are going to have enough power to get this going. So with this, we can go to aerodynamics, grab you, pop those on. Alright, so we're not done yet, because I am going to need fins. Because this thing is going to want to go places, and many of them not the place I want it to go. Alright. So, needless to say, if we were to name this rocket anything, it'd be something like the Compensator. Okay, so that's all the external ones. Okay, so I'm gonna move you up here. All of you are gonna fire off at the same time. And we don't get a lot of Delta V out of that because it is a big old chunker. I'm gonna give it a name. To the moon. Maybe back. Save you. Alright, so the chances of this going smoothly on its very first attempt are basically pretty close to 0. We'll also probably want to do that whole bit. Pretty close to a step below 0. What is your TWR? I have no idea what you're talking about. Keep in mind, I'm not a Kerbal Space Program expert and all that. Okay, so let's go to launch. Thrust to weight ratio. Oh, not good. We have a very high amount of weight for what we're trying to put on the pad. Alright, so we've got our various people on board. How do you have 3 of you in there? Isn't that a capsule for 2? Oh, it just showed. Okay. Alright, well, so let's go ahead. I'm gonna tone down the liquid rockets. Alright. So we'll definitely want to curve it to the right. I'm going to do that after the solid rocket boosters, because I am genuinely concerned that this thing is not going to want to maneuver well. Okay, so let's bring it over just a little bit. They're still pretty low. Okay. So we got a little bit of a pivot here going. Is the base game needing oxygen food Kerbals now? Or can Immortal Scientists Space Station? It's Immortal Scientists. I honestly wouldn't want to put up with survival mechanics in this game. I don't think it would add to the game in any meaningful capacity. I have a feeling it'd just be more on the idea of like being a bit on the obnoxious side. I had my staging a little wrong there, but that's not the end of the world. Okay, how's the upper... Alright. So we're still doing a gradual burn up here. We got lots of Delta V to work with. Get pretty close to the point where it'll be time to throttle down and adjust our angle. Actually, probably just swing it solidly this way. Keep vectoring, keep vectoring, keep vectoring, keep vectoring. Alright. Okay, we're down to our final main engine. Which should give me plenty to give us into orbit. For that matter, I'm actually burning hotter than I should because... Should probably wait till we're closer to at the apoapsis. I could start burning a bit more. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to go around at least once to intercept the moon. But we will set the moon as our target. Start throttling up again. That way a lot more of that force is actually getting us into orbit, not just being lost to other stuff. Okay, so we're looking pretty good. Kerbal's surviving photosynthesis? Exactly. Alright. So I'm trying to throttle down to keep it so that the apoapsis isn't getting far away from us. So we're not wasting fuel on just pushing that up. And it said most of that fuel is going towards pushing the periapsis up. Okay. We're bringing the periapsis up. And then realistically, we're going to have to get ourselves on an intercept course. So probably want to make this side kind of the inside sweep, and then try to angle ourselves to catch the moon. We actually are going to be trying to land on the moon. I'm going to do our best to accomplish that. Yeah, you're needing, like, nearly no power to keep that, apoapsis where we need it. Now, I will want to try to arrive for the moon from behind. So we sweep in up and under. That way the gravity pulls us in towards the moon, because then you can just kind of de-throttle and you'll get pulled into orbit. If you try and go the other way around, you and the moon are coming at each other kind of thing, and you have more of a tendency to just slingshot off the other side. Which can be useful for when you're trying to do like really complicated maneuvers and all that. But not helpful when you're trying to land on the thing. Because you also can't use any type of the, there's no atmosphere for wind resistance or parachutes or anything like that. So it will be a thing of just very, very slowly kind of burning our way down. Okay, so the periapsis is now officially getting to a higher altitude. We still got quite a bit of fuel. Not a whole lot of delta V on that stage, but that's okay. I also don't mind that the periapsis is slowly working its way down here, because that'll probably be a better angle for me to slingshot myself out to the moon. I mean, it's not really a slingshot, we're just going to be expanding our orbit out to the moon. Whereas we'll probably slingshot ourselves back from the moon. Use the moon to, steal our momentum from us. Okay. We want to get to at least 70 kilometers so we don't have to worry about scraping atmosphere and losing speed. Alright, considering our stages, this is the stage to get to the moon, this is the stage to get us in position to land on the moon, this is the stage to get us home. Is effectively what we got going. So, I'm gonna guess that we'll add a maneuver around here. Okay, we can switch over to... That's the orbit I want to go. Yeah, that'd be a heavy slingshotting effect. Can I lead it just a little bit? Yeah, that'll be too far back. Probably around there. Okay. So I think with that it'd be too late. Yeah, I think somewhere around there might be best. We'll be behind it, but with the gravity pulling us in, we should be able to make that work, I think. Because that would be... Yeah, because what we would probably do is we get up here, and once we start getting into the gravity well, we would adjust to pull ourselves into the moon's gravity. I'm just worried about arriving too late in the gravity of the moon not being enough to pull us forward. Yeah, that actually might... Let's aim for here, I think. I think that'll be enough. Normally come out and around a bit farther. But I'm thinking we can kill the momentum as we get into this area to pull ourselves into orbit. But that'll be a second maneuver. So the first maneuver is going to take a pretty good amount of energy to get there. Just switch you from prograde and all that to that. Gonna kill that for a moment. Bring ourselves around. It's all good, Iliaspid. I understand. Schedules can really kind of limit what we do get to catch. Why can I not maneuver? Can't be out of batteries, right? Why can I not maneuver? Okay, well that's not great. I think I just have too much mass, and I need more like monopropellant, so we're going to throw ourselves a little off by using a tiny little boost here. Okay, it's prograde. Yeah, this is going to be a sloppy one, so our entire math is going to be off on it. We'll just have to see how it turns out. It's just too much mass to all that. No, I forgot the reaction wheel. That was a mistake. Okay. I think we could salvage it. The good news is you can fudge the numbers quite a bit. Why are you not staging? Alright, that's still gonna do well enough. Okay. Yeah, so we've got this area here. That's not gonna be our favorite. It does look like the math is getting pretty angry at me here. It's not as clean of an arc as I wanted. Yeah, so you'll start the moon encounter here. So let's grab where we have the moon encounter there, add a maneuver. My hope is if we go retrograde here, that not gonna be enough. Alright, let's try moving it farther up. So ultimately what we want to do try this the other way maybe. Because it should be slowing down that matters. Yeah, because that's going to make a slingshot on him more. We don't really want a slingshot. So, then take us a bit wider, and then potentially go over here and add a maneuver to slow down. It'd be so hard to get these maneuvers to work the way you want them to. Like, it's got some fudgery it's doing with the math that it keeps not being sure which point is the faster approach. Let's get closer. There's the moon. So, try adding a maneuver right here. Yeah, so that does nothing but makes it worse. And that's way too much. I gotta find that sweet spot. Okay, so target. Right, so we could do for this is we can get ourselves closer and start going for the retrograde of the moon and try and make that work. We could find out if we get ourselves in a huge amount of trouble with that. I think just a little early to the punch. We are going to have a decent interaction here. Yeah, it's making the periapsis worse. Let's get towards the periapsis and just see what we can recover. I may have botched this whole thing with just how I approached it. Okay. So we're officially going to be pulled with the gravity here. Yep, so periapsis is coming down. Okay. So we are burning a bit of fuel, but I think this will work. We're bringing this around. Eventually it'll pull into an orbit. It would be nice if we could scan that spot. I'm not going to make it a huge goal to make that happen. We're already going to be pushing our luck landing on the moon, seeing how all of this goes. Obviously, if I can bring it on that exact spot, I will. Because this stage is just for landing on the moon. Okay. Yeah, and what we're seeing is we're slowly seeing this, the moon's exit escape vector coming around. And what those paths, you keep seeing those purple lines, that's where my escape vector takes me back onto the path to the moon. That then, the moon catches up to me a second time. So, like, that last one, we would have caught the moon, it would have slowed us around, we would have come around and just lined up again perfectly. We're almost to the point of getting ourselves into orbit, and I've got lots of fuel to work with. So we've got all the time in the world to get that sorted, because this isn't our actual lander, right? Yeah, no, this is our little engine for ferrying us to the moon. So we're going to try to bring it in nice and close, nice and tight, get ourselves positioned, do our scan of the thing it wanted over that one spot that we were missing out on. Yeah, so the temperature scan. We're almost there. I probably, honestly, as far as that's getting away, I probably should be backing off on the throttle a little bit. Letting ourselves get closer to the periapsis so we don't slingshot off this thing and come back around. Let's actually do that. So fast forward a little bit. We want to get closer to the periapsis before we, we do more. Okay. Let's get back to position. I'm a little worried if I wait too much, I'll have already been, like, in the slingshot maneuver. Because, like I said, this should come around to the point it makes a circle. As we continue to slow it down.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Yeah, so literally that slingshot's us so hard, that put us in solar orbit. Not even in Kerbal orbit. I'm doing good. Yeah, any second now we're gonna see it snap around. As it just has enough angle that it stays in the gravity well. And we're officially in lunar orbit. So now all we want to do is get to the periapsis. That's the week to the Rimworld DLC? I know, right? 5 days even. It's very specifically 5 days. Lunar orbit? Yeah, I mean, sure. Alright. Okay, so we're about to get oriented. So we do want to bring this in. And all that. Decrease cost of winning Twitch. Bring the cost of winning Twitch down so everyone could potentially be part of it. How considerate of you. Okay. Might as well go with the cooperative option. Yep, that is the... It is a generous and kind thing to do. Okay, so let's bring you down to about 50,000. There's no atmospheric friction or anything. Alright. Can I get myself a maneuver to get over that spot? Let's try adding it up here. Alright. Let's get to that spot. Keep shifting, keep shifting, keep shifting. Go faster. I definitely needed to have the bigger wheel here. It's fine, because once we ditch all this weight, it should be a lot nicer. But in the meantime, it is making a lot of these maneuvers more of a hassle. Okay, so that's about right there. So to bring this path up to there. So we can hopefully take that temperature reading on this path. This pass. And then once we do that, we can just deorbit ourselves. Okay. So I think that'll be close enough. So let's bring it around. See if we can't get that temperature reading. Okay. And this one is for our thermometer, which I can't see very well right now. There you are. All right. So you can go here. Activate that. So hopefully we get close enough to this to count this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to orbit around, and I'm going to try and get to right when we start seeing the sunny side of the moon. I'm going to just dethrottle, and we're going to try and slowly bring it down. We will be ditching this container off the bottom as we get there. Okay, let's hope that's going to be close enough. Yep. And we got it. Okay. So we got that. So now the thing we need to do is I'm going to get to around here. We start deorbiting once we get there. Because we're going to try to not only land, but we want to land so, like, rocket down. And like I said, I got to ditch the... Like, we're one stage before my state that's actually supposed to get me out of here. So I do need to try and get it so that we have that stage pop down. Because I got tons of Delta V, and I have to ditch this when I land. I can't... The rocket, I don't have landing gear to land on this side. So yeah, so we'll get right around here. Then we're going to retrograde, and we're going to do a slow burn. We're going to slowly ramp it up as we get down until we can smoothly land. Okay, so at least here, I know we should be able to hopefully safely land on the surface. So I got a retrograde burn going. And for the moment, you slowly bleed off that speed. The periapsis is coming down. I've got tons of fuel. I can keep this burn going the entire way down and still have fuel to spare. At this stage, we won't have atmosphere to deal with. So let's go ahead and extend those. There's no wind resistance to care about. I'm a little concerned that this is going to be potentially a very messy landing. But we'll see. The good news is the moon doesn't have a whole lot of gravity. But then the idea is straightforward. We land, and assuming that goes successfully, we do all our science and stuff on the ground. Everyone puts down a little flag. You get the idea. And then we want to wait until Kerbin and the moon, like I'm facing Kerbin. That way, when I launch off to go with it, I have the gravity of Kerbin, you know, opposing the gravity of the moon. The moon will still be my primary gravity force, but basically the first, like as fast as I pull out into that gravity well, it's going to kind of assist me. We'll get ourselves into moon orbit that way, and then from moon orbit, we just got to nudge ourselves, and honestly, the rest should kind of go smoothly after that. Assuming this thing can survive the trip. Yeah, because this stage... Yeah, so we should be landing like right in the middle of the lit side. I'll actually probably land closer to there as we slow down. Because this will gradually go from being up and over and an angle down to just slowly turning to straight down. But I do have to be ready to stage this thing out. And then using just our little thruster to finish the landing. And now we learn if I goofed and I didn't put enough thrust to get me back off the moon. Because that would be sad. Okay. Give it a little bit more so we start turning this vector more downward. Because again, with no atmospheric resistance, I can't just wait till we're about to hit and then thrust. I gotta slow our our horizontal momentum down first. It's not gonna go away on its own. Cool. And then we're gonna do all of our research once we land on the ground. And then hopefully this big weird column of ladder to going the whole way should work and all that kind of stuff. Alright. And my assumption is we'll be able to grab samples off the planet, all sorts of goodies. Alright, we're getting pretty close to the point that where we're at will become the apoapsis. When that happens... Let's see, what is your least favorite RimWorld? Yours is Shambler Assault? Oh, I mean... I don't have ones I particularly hate in RimWorld. I would definitely say the ones that cause me the most grief is Impid Breacher raids. Those ones have claimed my colony more than anyone else. Like, Neanderthals can be rough because they could just take a lot of abuse, but a lot of times that's manageable. But it's the moment the Impids start getting in close and breathing fire, it's really hard to keep that in control if you don't have the fire foam poppers ready. I've gone to the point that the moment I see an enemy with a fire foam popper backpack, I will have one of my colonists always carry one. Just because the number of times that saved me from the Impids where they manage to get one person close enough that they get fire into my range. Pop the pack immediately, just to keep my ranged in there. Hey, Arif, how's it going? Alright. Honestly, don't mind losing the colony, but Shambler Assault destroy all the walls left with 100 corpses of the colony. It's a pain to fix everything. Yeah, no, the Shambler Assault... So, like, once you learn how to deal with the Shambler Assault itself... Are you burning on purpose? Yes. We are robbing ourselves as momentum. We are landing. So we're doing a very slow burn to bring ourselves down. I've got about 900 Delta V on the stage that isn't even my lander stage. It's just, it was my get to the moon stage that I can't land on. So we're deorbiting right now. So pretty soon we should start nosing down pretty abruptly. But yeah, so I've got my lander stage with its own thruster down here. And then this is my get to the moon stage. So I'm gonna have to ditch this before I land. So this to me is spare fuel. If I can use this to make the landing phase a lot better, we should be good. Because we gotta land on the moon, plant a flag, and get home. But so you can use pawns to kite them. They live for a max of like 10 hours, and you can use melee pawns, the marine armor, and the rest of your pawn shot. All in all, it's not fun for you. Yeah, no, it's totally fair. It is the Shambler Assault in RimWorld. It is definitely the one where they do trash the crap out of your base, even if you handle it smoothly. Because they all just kind of rush the walls and start hitting everything. Yeah, and the best thing is planting the flag on the moon counts for 2 separate objectives. Alright. So how goes this turn? Yep. So we are directly coming down now. I still got tons of fuel left in there. So the plan is going to be basically once we start getting close to the ground, we start throttling up to counter the rate we go towards the surface. And then I have to stage this out of the way, or we'll just hit the ground and fall over. Now I have to figure out what to name the uneven crater you almost tumble into and land by. That's always been a thing for me. No matter, like, I've tried in the past to be like, you know, maneuver, get there, but with the interaction with gravity, it's just so impossible to get exactly where that thing is. It's just too fine-tuning. So it's almost always, you get down to really close to the ground, if you realize you're going to land and run really uneven ground, just kind of keep spritzing the little engine to just kind of coast along till you can drop it the rest of the way. I remember that always being a thing. Yeah, so we know we've seized all of our orbital momentum when this is basically on the same as that, and then it should be almost a straight down drop from there. I don't honestly remember the situation with rocks. I don't recall having a problem with them, but it's been a long time in a number of versions, so... Like, I don't believe you used to be able to take the mineral samples, and they've already mentioned a couple of times that that's a thing. Because we unlocked the ability, I think we unlocked the ability to get mineral samples, which assumes you gotta be able to get them. My assumption is we'd need some kind of piece of equipment I don't have to do that. But this is our first landing on the moon, the first attempt to do so, so I mean, the hope is that 1, we get a whole bunch of these contracts done, and then 2, I get a whole bunch of science to unlock more things to make future journeys smoother, easier, and more lucrative. Okay, we are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum towards the surface speed. So we gotta feather that engine up a little bit more. It's a little bit of a balancing act here. where we don't want to get ourselves down to zero, like get going too slow to the surface, or we'll run ourselves out of fuel long before we get there. But obviously we want to take enough speed off before we hit the surface so we don't smash ourselves into a gooey paste on it. Okay. Getting a little nervous about the speed we're going. I'm hoping it didn't start that too late. I think we'll be okay, though. Okay. Stage fast? Oh no, we're good. We're good for right now. I want to save as much of that fuel as I can. I'm planning to dump this so that explodes on the surface. I just need to get rid of a little bit more momentum than I had. But we're in really good shape now. 5k away? Yep. But that's 5k away, and I still have quite a while before we actually get there. Because we aren't moving very fast. I actually started tapering off the main thruster here just because I was slowing down too much. Start bleeding off more speed. Start bleeding off more speed. All right. The hardest part is when I stage, we're gonna have a different rocket that's got different thrust to it. And we're gonna have to adjust for that. It's gonna be a little tricky on the fine-tuning. Yeah, I might not have enough Haven, but we're gonna figure out. Thrust a bit. Too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. Oh, you didn't switch back to retrograde. That's not what you want. That's gonna be a real tricky one to pick back up off the ground. Alright, well first, the big problem is I can't get my Kerbals out because they're door side down. Alright, I'm gonna see if it works anyways. Okay, so. Barometer. Thank you. Goo. Thank you. Thermometer. Thank you. Crew report. Thank you. No reaction wheels? No, I forgot until we already got out here. Material survey. Thank you. Turn off the SCS for a minute. Oh, you know what might actually work? That's fine. Okay, well, I'm going to take a chance. Obstructed can't get out. That's fair. And I basically have no control here. I knew it was coming. So it was F7. What was the load save? Quick save 1. Was just a minute ago, I think. Was that? Let me check. No. I did a quick save. Oh, there it is. Quick save there. Yes. Because I had just scanned it. Yeah, so we had just scanned the moon and we hadn't begun our descent. So let's try this again. Because what happened was we basically botched the landing. So what I'm going to do here is just like before, we're going to orbit around here. Quick save was a good one. Yeah, no, after I scanned, I'm like, you know what? I could see this being a huge pain and taking multiple attempts. Because I do remember landing, like, the planets have atmosphere. It's more about the heat shield and all that. That's the thing that keeps you alive. But when it came to, like, the moon and the ones that have no atmosphere, it's almost always just, like, getting that precision landing down. Okay. So this time, instead of, like, doing the slow burn, I'm gonna just try and... do a quick burn to start dropping us down real fast. I'm gonna try and rob all this momentum as quick as we can. Till it switches to surface. And basically the problem there is I had too much sideways momentum, so we landed, we just tipped over. Like I was struggling to get the switch between the big rocket and the little one and find that that sweet spot to actually maintaining it. Honestly, if I would have grabbed the RCS maneuvering stuff and put a couple RCS jets up here, that would have been enough too. Okay, so let's start slowing down the burn here. Alright, this problem. So we'll wait till we get fully flipped over. Then we can tap the engine on to use the vectoring to get ourselves back lined up. Yeah, so the big problem here is I didn't put the reaction wheel in it, so I don't have a lot of ability to control things on this regard. It's only going to matter for this landing part. Okay. Yeah, quick save again, with us just basically coming in for the last approach. We should have more than enough fuel. It's going to be a matter of just trying to get to land straight down and not drifting sideways across the planet. Okay. Let's actually taper that off and let it pick up speed. Yeah, because the real challenge is going to come in right by the end when I'm trying to get that last little landing with the tiny little thruster. Okay. Start bleeding that speed back down. And I'll need to get ready to throttle up again to trying to get a lot of that speed out as we start getting down here. But again, I want to get kind of closer till we start really throttling up. Because we want to save as much of our fuel from the final stage, because it is how we get back home. Because I'm not doing the whole Apollo meet with the command ship back up top and do all that, have the docking stuff and yada yada. Alright, so we got about 200 seconds till we either slow this thing down or not. Okay, it looks like we're gonna miss this crater. So we can manage to get straight down. We should be on fairly level terrain from what I'm seeing. We'll see if we actually pull it off or not. One thing I'll try to do is stage it a bit higher this time. Just again, that way I have a chance to get control of the ship so I'm not zigzagging all over the place trying to get the last moment. And probably have a little bit of surface area speed still going when we get there. The reason I want just a little bit of surface area speed is that way, as it's trying to, you know, balance itself out, down is still the direction I'm trying to fight, not like, because if I have this set to fight the retrograde, once it flips over and we're going up, like weird things happen because it's trying to reorient itself and all that. So we're looking good, I think. Okay, let's tone that down a bit more. All right. Tone it down, tone it down. Okay. Good. Try and keep it around 50 ms or so until we start getting to that last kilometer or two. And then we, throttle up for the final drop. Okay, main thruster's about to juice out. Okay. Nice. Smooth landing that I hopefully didn't do way too much advance. We actually dropped enough that we didn't even blow up that tank. We are using way too much fuel for this, though. No, no, no. Okay, okay. Settle. Settle. Alright, we are successfully touched down on the planet. Okay. So let's go in here. We've got our crew report. Thank you. We got a barometer. There we go. Observer goo. Cool. Got our temperature. Love to see it. Okay. And that's all of our repair lights and all that. And then we got these. Okay, and we can go ahead and grab you. So, okay, you can carry that. Alright, so we got our extra stuff. So EVA on you. Close enough. Alright. So I've got you, EVA report, grab that. Take surface sample, grab that. Plant a flag. There we go. Site name. We didn't die this time. Okay. Alright. So you have the experiment needs low voltage. That's fine. So our little buddy here gets to go back in. I'm really hoping this works the whole way up. Oh, you can... Okay, hang on. Stop falling down, buddy. Need to jump up high enough. It's kind of annoying that doesn't work smoother. Just RCS there? I had to take off the RCS pack to have room for that. Okay. So there's Jebediah. Now it's Bill's turn. So take surface sample, okay. EV8 report, okay. Plant flag. That's fine. Grab you. Alright, so power available. Yeah, alright, so that doesn't do anything right now. I need to bring experiments there. So I'm just gonna leave my crap on the planet. It seems like the right thing to do in Kerbal Space Program is just not care about the, Ah. I see. So we couldn't bring the other ones there. So we've got in here... Container collect all. Okay. So with that, I believe we've done the things we need to do right here on the surface. So, now is the thing that we get to figure out the moment of truth here. Because I need to get off the surface of the planet, or the moon, or whatever. Okay. I'm starting to think that we do not have nearly enough Delta V to get out of here. Not even close to enough. Are you not full throttle? I'm trying to maintain that we keep expanding this out because we're not at the point of going quite horizontal. That's the reason I'm watching this. Because if I can keep close to the shore, there's no atmospheric resistance. So we keep really close and we can slingshot out. That'll be better than if I try and just expand my orbit really big. I'm trying to keep this at like under a minute from the apoapsis. So we keep pretty close to horizontal the whole way. But yeah, I don't think we have remotely enough. Granted, you know what might be the better thing? Is it might even be a thing... Well, one is I'm taking off at the wrong time. Yeah. Let's revert back to where we were. So the quick save. Do our science real fast. Okay. So let's quickly do this stuff again. So open our container. Do our science. Alright, you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the lurk and all that. So we got all that sorted out. Meanwhile, it doesn't really matter for this stuff. So we're probably going to go ahead and do... Because all this does weigh a little bit. Alright, well let's just EVA you. Can I transfer that to me? 1 second. Alright. Let's grab you. And transfer you. Put you here. Okay, we can do that. EVAU. Hop on out. Okay, so take surface sample. Plant flag. We didn't die this time. Excellent. Go and plunk that down here for future stuff. And EVA report. And that's what you got. And go hop right on over here. Try that again. It is kind of sad that it seems to be very finicky about the ladders. I was really hoping that the ladder, I had positioned it well so I could just climb up and board, but I guess not. Okay. So that's you. So meanwhile, we can go over here to this again. Wait. Jebediah doesn't have that on them. What? It's down there. What are you talking about? I'm so confused what's happening with that. Because it's acting like Bill isn't here, that I can't access their inventory. It's fine. I'm not gonna fuss with it. If that's the way it wants to roll, I am down to just have Jebediah drop both off. Okay, have a good time. Control thing. Okay, EVA on you. Bill just wanted to place a flag too. Excellent. And it told me I couldn't take multiple of the EVA report things. Alright. I want to place this on the ground. Oh, okay. Come on. There you go. Alright. So with that, we've got all the sciencey stuff done there. So now we'll quick save so I don't have to do all that again. We will collect all our science. And close this. And close that. Alright, so this time, we want to wait till that is facing towards Kerbin. Oh, right. The moon is tidally locked, so it never will face towards Kerbin. That was something I did not think through. Alright, well, let's get back to daylight. Let's go. Where's the moon's? That's the moon's apoapsis. So we want to probably come at the periapsis. Oh, that's just my apoapsis relative now. Okay, that's gonna need to be what it is. Yeah, quick save, full throttle, and pray. Yup, that's I think we're at. Yes, the reality is I might need a rescue mission for our lander. The alternative being is... we get ourselves something else. I don't imagine we're breaking the moon's gravity, though. I basically, and this is the thing I had actually mentioned yesterday, was... can't reattach the engine next to you? I wouldn't imagine how I could do that. I think it's also out of fuel. I basically did deplete it as best we could. No, because I gotta get this into orbit, not just launch it off to the side. Because you can get to, like, millions of kilometers, and then even once I get it out into space, I still would have to get it back to Kerbal. Yep. And staging did not give me enough. Alright, so unfortunately, it's looking like we're gonna have to revert this. Oh, I can't revert it right now because it's not, like, settled. Oh, yeah, I can. What am I doing? Oh, I can't revert it. Why can't I revert you? Okay, so we can't revert it. Because I quick saved and load, so I can't actually revert it. So we did do our science, but they are stranded here. Yeah, now my goal wasn't to hit the apoapsis and all that. My goal was to get it into an orbit, because once you get into an orbit, we'll be good there. Yeah, no, I definitely made a mistake on which side of which side of the moon I landed on. Definitely paying for that. So this time, instead of trying to hold with the momentum, we're just going to try and point straight up. But then the other thing we can try to do here... You're not wrong.
Yay.
Hey, Mariana Menace, how's it going? That's what we're gonna hope for, is right there. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, that is what it is. Because the alternative is I would need to get a different rocket to launch to save everyone. Because I don't imagine we have a way we could pick up their landing stuff. Now, if I can at least get into orbit, we got a lot more opportunities to deal with it, because then I at least don't have to worry about landing and taking off and all that stuff. How close are we to orbiting this thing? Not as close as I'd like. I think we're going to be just barely short. Yep. Alright, so we've got them stranded. You can technically dump their parachutes for a little bit less mats. It's not much. What that was us trying to figure out here is I've got these. Bill, you're the engineer, right? I was trying to remember. People mentioned being able to make some changes to the ship while we're here. I could see ripping a whole lot of parts off. But I think I have to have tools. Can you drop the cargo? Well, that's the kind of stuff I was hoping to do. Is I could see ripping these off. Yeah, I think we do. What I'm trying to figure out is, so like, we already took this off. What I want to do is I want to drop stuff, but I don't know how to do it. I don't have any monopropellant jets, though. That's the issue. I've got monopropellant, I just don't have the monopropellant jets. Yeah, because I want to get this inventory out of here is what I want to do. But I can't seem to do that. Because I've got this. It doesn't weigh a lot. I did try that. But doesn't seem to like it. Because that's what I'd like to do, is chuck this on the ground. Because this is a bit of weight. We don't have that much weight on here. So if I could get rid of that, that would be nice. But it doesn't look like that is an option. I don't think I could peel off stuff. Put the jetpack in storage on the craft, then science into the Kerbal. Pin the windows if need be. Okay, so you're saying go to our Kerbal, go to our containers, and grab you out, and also and grab you. Drop you off. Okay. Oh, drop it far away. Oh no, we won't leave people behind. I'll just have to do a separate mission kind of thing. Yeah, and I don't seem to get the option to drop it or anything like that. Oh, here we go. I see. I was like, what's the anchor thing over there? Okay, cool. So with that, we can grab all the extra junk out of our ship and drop it on the ground. Oh, I actually seem to have a tool. So what we could do is get rid of the extra landing gear. And we can get rid of a bunch of the science modules since I took the science out of them. Yeah, weirdly it duped all those things. Okay, so it looks like you need to go into build mode, you said? Alright. If it isn't necessary... Alright. Hopefully whatever exploded wasn't important. So here's a question. Okay, I was gonna see if I could remove that and get rid of the Science Junior. It doesn't look like that's an option, though. Okay, I think I can get away with that. I think that's as much as I could peel off this thing. I think anything else we peel off this thing and we are not landing. So... Buddy? Let's pray that was enough. I only removed some of the parachutes. Because I had a ton of extra parachutes. Alright. So F5 again. And bear with me, chat. My wife just got home, so I'm gonna quickly run downstairs, welcome my wife home, and I'll be right back up. This is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes, where we run down, figure out food, all that stuff. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Keep the threat on one side of me. This is not good. Alright. Sweaty time. This is really bad. That's that. Yeah, no, that was definitely when they're all like, that's the whole scary thing. Like, a whole bunch of people when I first did the rally point like that, they're like, but wouldn't rallying make it, like, when having no rally, wouldn't that make it way easier? In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. He barely did anything to the whole situation. So, alright. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? Then if I could have someone clip us collecting the last collectible, that'll be for our first dare drop. So I have the one dare drop that's just running around. Okay. And I got an achievement for that. The museum needs our help. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? I'm pretty sure I just got Brildain killed. Bad place. Okay, so this is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Don't screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time. Okay, and we are back to see if we are able to potentially get out here. Yeah, no, I run basically no mods and all that. Alright. So. We appealed everything we can off of this. And the plan is straightforward. Do the exact same thing we did last time. Only now we've ditched a bunch of weight. So we're going to get just a little off the surface. And then immediately start diverting as hard as we can into orbit. Now the hope is, I may not have gone up and up, we're catching up to our apoapsis too fast. I needed more upward momentum. Because if we get past the apoapsis, we're going to actually be fighting gravity the whole way. We're definitely getting more speed out of that. I don't know how much weight we kicked off. Keeping it at bay. Until we overtake the apoapsis, we're okay. Once we overtake the apoapsis, then it's bad news from there. At least 100 kilogram. Alright, so it looks like we're actually going to be able to just tell it to maintain that course. We might make it to orbit. A very sad, sad orbit. We're orbiting. We are orbiting. We have achieved orbit. Now, the question is, can I get us back towards Kerbal? So we are going to quick save here. Because worst case, I can recover this. Meanwhile, crew report. Now we ripped everything else off, which is fair. Yeah, that's not stressful as all get out. Okay, so what we would like to do is, if we go this way, because the orbit's going around this way, I believe there's those mounds people talked about. In case no one is keeping track, those are the mounds they're keeping about. Yeah, so we could do just a little bit of throttle on both sides to keep our altitude up. I'm hoping we're not in a situation where we've kind of doomed ourselves on this path already. That is not looking promising. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a smash. Too late to do anything about it. Okay. So we are going to have to fight to increase our orbit immediately on our reload. Which is bad. Because it does mean wasting fuel on something that's not... getting stuff sorted. That literally made my periapsis worse. Let's just load that. So what I need to do is I need to get her speed up forward more. Okay, it's lowering us again. Is that high enough? Because I think that's where we smashed down a minute ago. Okay, so it looks like that's... we only had to get a hair higher. So we have 96 available. $96 isn't enough. Oh, get rid of that maneuver. So we got the apoapsis. 96 won't be enough there either. Yeah, so it should be... the best chance of escaping should be here. I don't think we have enough to escape, unfortunately. I think that's just the reality we live in. Alright, so what we're going to do is we can wait till we get to the apoapsis, and we are just going to burn as much as we can to get as high as we can in the orbit here. That way the rescue ship... EVA and toss your landing gear? I don't think that's going to matter. We don't have enough fuel to do anything. Alright, so I need you to turn. And sadly, I'm having to use my throttle to turn. Which is not ideal, because that's going to effectively deorbit us. And then full burn. Okay. Yep, so that's as much as we're going to be able to do here. We're going to have to send a rescue ship. And honestly, it may have been a mistake to fire that off. Oh no, because I probably wouldn't have a way to refill it. Actually, let's revert. Let's leave the engines on. Because we do have our engineer. I might be able to get another ship here. Okay, so we're doing this again. So I just need to get you up a little higher. I don't know if I help or hurt my cause. No, I wasn't in stable orbit on the last quick save. So what we're going to do is I'm going to get ourselves off the ground, because it's in stable orbit, but it wasn't in stable orbit high enough off the ground is basically the issue. Okay, that's as high up as we can get going. And then we should be able to eke over the top there. And what I want to do is I want to burn the fuel. To get ourselves up and over. Because what I might be able to do is I might be able to have the other ship show up and top off our fuel. Oh, are we going to make it? Oh, not here. We're screwed. Okay. Yeah, so we got this. So we're not at a safe height yet, but I think we'll be high enough here to get over this mountain range, and then we get to the apoapsis, bring it up a little bit. Because then what I think we'll be able to do is have the engineer come in, rip off these side tanks, bring more side tanks, and then use the engineer to put the new fuel-filled side tanks on the ship. And then once we've got that, we should be good. But that's going to be a whole big process now. But I got an engineer here. We've got Jebediah here. So I literally just got to bring a ship that we're going to bring a couple of these. Maybe 4 of them. I don't carry that much fuel, though. That's the only downside. At least I'm hoping we can engineer those off and on. Okay, let's get you to the far out part of your orbit. That's another possibility, is have everyone load up the research and bring it over. That's honestly probably the easier one. Because I already have a ship that can make the journey. Okay. Okay, so throttle it down, turn off that. How many people do you need to rescue in all? Just the 2. There's just 2 people on this ship. And for reaching the ship in a minute, we could go ahead and do that. Alright, so how do we check that orbit? Yeah, so it's a pretty gnarly orbit, which will be a bummer, but I think we can make that work. So the point is, we now have a rescue mission of our own. So where we've managed this entire time to not strand anyone, we've stranded someone. It's happened. So, is there any of these? Oh, right, we can abandon different things. Yeah, we'll want to abandon all this stuff later. Alright, but with all that said, that's the aging satellite. That's fine. So what we want to do is leave the facility, and we need to send a rescue mission. So, let's go grab our good friend, Big Uppies with Friends, which is designed for this exact type of mission. I don't remember if we had this one set up to be able to reach the moon or not, let alone where we're planning on going on the moon, so we are going to give it a bit more oomph than it had before. Because the good news, I don't need to land on the moon. The bad news is I basically need to get just short of landing on the moon. So I can go here, aerodynamics, slap the cones on. You'll have your own stage before the rockets. You'll fire out at the same time as all those. We've already got the fuel lines here. So that's all good and well. Is there anything else you want to bring for this trip? I think that's fine. Because this should be able to get to our destination and back, I hope. And I don't see a big set of things. I'm like, yeah, that's what, oh, right. I'm going to need to be able to hold the experiments. So in this regard, let's make a big change with this ship, which is, well, let's go down here, snag you off, snag you off, snag you off, get rid of that. We will want to go to the payload, the service hangar, open it up, and go to our science, get the science experiment cabinet thing, and then close you up, put this back in place, put these back in place. Weirdly, I don't seem to be able to attach it to that. If I extend those, will that still work? Not, That'll probably be okay. So, start retracted. Grab the rest of the ship here. Shove back in place. Okay, double checker staging. All engines come online. We pop off the solid rocket boosters. We pop off the external boosters there. We've got the connection for the small booster there for the rescue. That is our return vessel. This might be a mistake here, but I am going to add a second fuel tank onto this stage. That is going to be... Oh, I forgot we got bigger fuel tanks than when I built this. So what's your size? Yeah, so it's literally the equivalent of 2 of them. So that's probably good. Yeah, I remember I was going to reconfigure this as like, oh wait, it doesn't actually change anything. Alright, so we made the fuel tank here a bit bigger for our final stage. That should give me a little bit more wiggle room so far as meeting up with the craft and then getting escape velocity. I'm still wondering if I... This is a mistake. Because that's a lot of weight to lift. So let's grab all of you. But I would hate to get there and then not quite be able to reach it. Because of that. Alright, so we should be good. Meanwhile, we need a new pilot. So we got a pilot and a scientist going with it, and luckily, we can't actually use Valentina to do any of our meaningful maneuvers, so we're gonna have to do it ourselves. That's fine. That's what I get for putting all my eggs in the Jebediah basket. Alright, throttle up, do this, RCS on, doesn't matter, we don't have RCS. Just fire the thing off. As we start getting closer to 300 meters a second, we'll start tapering off our throttle a little bit until the solid rocket boosters finish their duty. Because they're building up lots of wind resistance. Hey, wifey. Thank you. You enjoy. Love. Okay. Taper off that a little bit more. Been building up lots of wind resistance. And fighting our way through that isn't going to be as fuel efficient. So throttle us back up for... that solid rocket booster hit us and threw us. Alright, let's try that again. For those who didn't see what happened there, the solid rocket booster caught the back of one of my engines and tilted us, and then that's when we started to spiral. So, boom, boom. Honestly, we'll just keep those things on so we have the swivels. It might be I need to move those farther back. In around 10,000 feet, I'll start tilting, assuming everything's going smoothly. Spin it, immediately loses control. I just gave it a little spin, it just goes... yeah. Kerbal physics. I'm assuming when we spun it, it made stuff wiggle. And the moment stuff wiggled, bad things happen. Yeah, no, I probably needed to do is where these are attached, I just need to move them down so as they scoop in, you know, from detaching, they can't snag the back. If we have the same mistake happen again, we'll just move them back and that should solve the problem. I'm trying to just rush this so we could just get her mood thing. You almost always spun them from the get-go. Always a ton of stability. You can't angle down range. Just can't angle down range. Yeah. Okay, let's just fix it. I'm gonna take a bunch of launches otherwise. All I need to do is these here. There we go. Yep, so that lowers it quite a bit. And that should solve that problem. Because then by the time they full in, they'll be so far back it won't matter. Alright, so we are officially trying to rescue our friends. That's what we're choosing to call them. Alright. I remember way back doing the thing. We just had engines and fuel tanks with the fuel hoses that just kick off the outside and kick off the outside as they kept draining. And it was just... you'd have your initial rocket would just barely crawl off the pad and just get faster and faster. Without money, it was fine because you could just ignore the infinite growth problem of rockets because that just wasn't an issue. Okay, so we want to wiggle you over. Wiggle you over. Too much, too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, and bring it back, bring it back. Come on, you can do it. Come on, we're fighting. We're okay. This is actually not bad. It was almost catastrophic, but not the worst. So I can get you up to around 80k or so. So I'll back that off, put this in the orbital pattern, start scooching you way down here. Now I got our one big rocket engine here. Okay. So now I just need to get ourselves into orbit. Long Dong Silver? I'd rather not. It's a good name, though. The TWR is way too high. Yup. Yep, we're just kind of shoving it through the atmosphere. Hey, Lardine, how's it going? Okay, we've almost got ourselves to orbit. Start tapering off this, because getting too far from the apoapsis. Okay, so we're almost in orbit. Burned more fuel than I wanted, because this is my fuel for meeting up, getting them, and bringing them back. It's a lot of Delta V. But for getting to the moon and back, not as much as I would really like. Okay. So we're about to get that stabilized. Then we need to intercept the moon, get ourselves on course to this thing. And all that. Can't seem to stage. All right. Just get me into orbit already. Okay. And that should do. Alright, so now I need to intercept the moon. So go around here maybe, add maneuver. It's apparently going to be a full-on miss. Alright, so we can go to this thing. Alright. So we're going to get a similar orbit to what we had before. I don't think we can cut the throttle too much more than that and get our goal, which does make me concerned about it. Okay, we'll see how that goes. It should have us ferry along with the moon. Alright. Let's turn that off to ready to be in position. Flyby. We're trying to do a rescue mission. We got a team stuck on site. So very slowly get ourselves oriented. Okay, so we're burning as hard as we can, but we do have a low thrust engine. This is burning a lot of our fuel to get this, so I am a bit worried that we're just going into this whole thing with nowhere near enough fuel, so we're not going to do quick saves along the way, because then I'll have multiple stranded ships out here, because apparently I wasn't allowed to revert the other one. I actually don't know what does dictate when you can and cannot do the revert. Yeah, rescue and Mooner orbit. Because we did get the other group landed, they collected a bunch of science, they did all the things, but they didn't have enough Delta V to really get back from the moon. It is one of those things that I make the comment that a lot of times when it comes to historically when I played the game, this is going way back, the thing I tended to do is underestimate how much I needed to get off whatever celestial object I landed on. Yeah, no, it was Bill. It was Jeb and Bill are on that one. I'm pretty sure, because Bill was the engineer, if I remember correctly. And we definitely had to strip off parts to get ourselves back into orbit. Okay. So yes, we're gonna get this rescue mission going, and it should be fun. We are burning way too much Delta V for this. They don't have another stage. So we're right on that cusp. Alright, well not as cleanly as I wanted, but that's okay. So then the plan is to get over here, and then we'll probably have to slow our roll to try and get around here where we're not slingshotting. That's not a great angle for me to be coming into. Regardless, there's no maneuver I'm going to be doing until we're closer. Okay, so first, set our target to the moon. If I set our target to you, what happens? I don't have confidence that's going to work well. We'll start with our, setting our target to the moon. Oh, I think it starts on the moon. Gotcha. So it's going to start with my target on the moon, and then I'll need to correct from there. So add maneuver. Okay, so I could eventually get that into an orbit. It'll be a really messy orbit. It's going to cost me 200 something delta V. So let's add our maneuver here. So if I slowly rotate that, we can get ourselves on the same plane. So what we got going here. Yeah, that'd be using one pass to slingshot us to do another pass. Alright, so we're slowly adjusting our path. We could definitely burn a lot of fuel on this. Sadly, that'll just be a slingshot maneuver. I don't think we'll be able to make that work. Ah, I see. So we won't worry about this angle here. What we need to do is the moment we get to the moon encounter range, it'll honestly be just retrograde until we're good. Like it's not going to be a precise maneuver in that regard. So let's just go here until we hit where we are technically in the moon's gravity, and we're just going to slowly retrograde until we can get ourselves pulled into orbit. Because ultimately that's what I just got to do is slow down once we're in the influence of the moon. And we are in... Yeah, so here we go. So that's for a retro... Okay, so that's where we want to put a retrograde on here. Okay, so that's not that bad of a maneuver. All things considered. So let's get to that stage first. And then we're going to go and start worrying about our angles and all that kind of stuff. But let's get over there first. I'm going to need a boost of 33 seconds. That's going to rob me of another 200-ish delta V. Come on, come on, come on. Stop. There we go. It's about where we want it. And that should take us into orbit. And then we got to match the orbit we've got going here, which is going to be really spicy, because that's a very close orbit and a very oblong orbit, which means it's going to be a harder orbit for us to line up. And... we're good. So stop that maneuver. Okay, so we've got our target set. So there's their apoapsis and their periapsis. We are very off of their angle, so that'll be our next thing, is to get ourselves on the same angle as them. (7.3), 1.5, 0.5, 0.1. Okay. Hey, thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream. Can I get a shout out for Joe's Mel? Another content creator on the platform. What were you playing? How did it go? All that good stuff. Playing some cache cleaning simulator. So if you're looking for that, you can find it over there. But hey, how's it going? It's good to have you, and welcome in, raiders. But remember, you can right-click on the orbital tags to see the numbers needed. Rual makes planning maneuvers. You can right-click on the orbital tags. I don't know what you mean. Right-click on the orbital tags. Okay, so it should put us in line with that. Yeah, I'm right-clicking on these and it's not doing anything. That might be a later unlock. But yeah, right-clicking on these just makes them blink. Alright, so small burn here to get us onto the same basic plane. It pins the numbers onto the display. Okay, I could do that here in just a second. Alright, let's get ourselves into position. See how the AP is still on the screen. Ah, I see what you're talking about. I understand. Alright, so we got a fairly short burn to do here. So I'm going to wait till about 15 seconds out from when I need to do the burn. I don't know why you wiggle so past that. I remember having to do that where I'd have to like reset it on the spot I wanted it. Okay, so we got the heading. We're just going to wait till that's down to like 15 seconds. I'll start my burn. And that should get us onto the same plane. Because we need to try and be a bit fuel... I'm not paying attention. We need to be a bit fuel efficient on this. Okay. So how did we do? We're at 0.2 variance. Which is honestly probably okay. So from here, I need to try and actually intercept this target. So let's not worry about that, not worry about this. Okay. So I guess we're going to add the maneuver here. To bring that down here. And that's 24 we need to do on that maneuver. We can also go here. Alright, cool. So I'll turn this off, because I don't think we have solar panels on this setup. I didn't think about that. That's okay, we're already here. Let's get over there. And get our next maneuver here. And another really tiny burn. So again, wait till about 15 seconds. We'll do this little burn. That should bring us way in close. So that's good news. Okay. I waited longer than I should have for that. How do we do? We're at 0.1, that's probably fine. Okay, so we brought ourselves in pretty close to on target. So next thing we're going to do is add a maneuver. I'm going to bring this side in a whole lot. To get ourselves just about even with it. It won't be quite perfect, but that should be enough to make it so I can start figuring things out. Yeah, it'll be a tricky one. Alright. This is a little bit longer of a burn than the last two, but still relatively small burn. That'd be our battery dying. I think I'd learn my lesson. Now granted, before I didn't have solar panels, but now I do, so I really don't have an excuse anymore. Okay, so we got our heading. Throttle it up. Cool. Alright, so we need to save a lot of that, what we can. So now we have where we're at, so we can get within 215 kilometers at our intercept. So let's see if we just let that run, will we get closer? So that's 114 kilometers. We basically want to wait till we start dropping down close. Yeah, so 145 kilometers, 336. And once it starts getting close, we need to start making lots of adjustments so that we get ourselves in line with it perfectly. Okay, so 336, 145. Because I need to save enough fuel for the return trip. There definitely shouldn't be even with each other. Because I'm on the outside loop almost the whole time, so you should be overtaking me pretty easily. Yeah, 145. So it should update when we get closer. I'm guessing we're going to need to bleed off a bunch of where we got this out here relatively soon. 74. 200. Okay, so we'll do another pass. It actually looks like that's going to put us in pretty good range of each other. That'd be amazing if it dropped down to like below 10 on that one and just happened to work out. I can't count on that. But with those almost being even right here, there could be a chance that literally I could burn and get this corrected at this spot if I can get the heading sorted out. It's going to really depend on how good this ends up. Because then what I could do is I can set this whole thing to retrograde relative to the target and just keep trying to retrograde the target until we get around. Okay. 1.4 kilometers is the next pass. Interestingly enough, it just changed the next pass to be 74 the other way. What we're going to do here, try and get our heading on you. Not having battery here, it's making this real sloppy. That's continuing to come down. That's going up. Alright, so I should have been fixing this on the last pass. We can work with it though. So each time we come around, I'll try and correct it again. Let's see, you burn next pass to cancel out all the target speed, then burn directly towards the target at 10 and you burn next pass to cancel out all target speed, then burn... Okay, I see what you're saying. So get around to this area, and like somewhere around here, just start burning till target hits 0. Next pass will be around 1.2 kilometers away. Okay. Because the good news is we're not using much Delta V here. Like, it's a very low amount of Delta V we're using right now. I'm just having a little bit of difficulty maneuvering because I didn't put solar panels on this, because I was more like, I gotta get out there and do the rescue, when really there was no meaningful time pressure. Okay, so we're coming up on the spot. So it's trying to decide what it wants. Let's get to the gap in between here. That's where I'll adjust it. Okay. Let that fast forward. Hey, Alistair! Thank you for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Please get that maneuver out of here. Hope you had a good stream and all that. Playing some Timberborn. Excellent game. Highly, highly, highly recommend. That's making the gap worse, but we are getting relative to the target. Yeah, no, Timberborn's a great time. So if you're looking for Timberborn, you can find it over there. So definitely go check that out. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We are actually rescuing our friends in lunar orbit after we had them land. Oh, I should have caught that there was another spot over here. That's fine. We'll go to this intersection over here. We'll adjust our speed down and all that kind of stuff. And we'll keep trying to get these ping-ponging to be narrower and narrower. The downside is I'm having to use my thruster for power, and I'm really trying to avoid having to revert and just slap a solar panel on it, because I should have done that to begin with. But yeah. Yeah, because that's exactly what's going to happen here. Is extra confusing because time warp screws up intersection indicators? Yeah. Well, even sometimes when the time's not moving, you'll watch like two of the indicators trade back and forth, which I've been told is just floating number issues, which makes sense, but still. So yeah, so sadly I have to turn on my booster the wrong direction, which makes things worse, to then go over here. So I might end up having to revert this just to put solar power on here to get ourselves sorted out where I can actually maneuver this thing. Because this is no good dealing with it on this end. Yeah, Blueprints is fun too? Yeah. Yeah, that's not right at all. Because, like, we're getting closer to that one, but we're completely changing our orbit in a tremendous way. And making that one way worse. Alright, let's fix this, because I'm just going to end up having a whole problem. And I know that sucks that we're doing that now, but we're just going to run into this problem the whole time, where I just don't have power. So let's put our solar panels on, so I can get my recharge there. Was there anything else we wanted to adjust? Because we got all of this junk, and we definitely could have done way better with some of this. Yeah, so all those kick on at the same time. We could certainly make this all better, but it's fine. Make sure we still have our people inside. Cool. We got seats available. Technically send the other person, but we're not going to. Alright, so it does suck that I ended up... Before we do that, do I have the actual wheel thing on here? Do I have the maneuvering wheel thing on here? I'm pretty sure I do on this one. Let's make sure we actually have, like, the little wheel so I can actually steer well. Yeah, there it is, like, right there. Do I have a better one by now? No. Yeah, so we do have that to at least maneuver us a little bit. So it should work better. Okay. Yep, so we got our solar set up, so at least... You actually did a galaxy escape, but in Kerbal Space Program 2. Oh yeah, where you just kind of get to the point where you can't really recover stuff. Okay. So I'm gonna tone these. Yeah, the only reason I'm not using just the solid Luxray is they don't vector. So I'm using my other swivel engines to help with the vectoring. That's actually the reason you saw I dropped the throttle on my liquid a lot. So we're burning a lot less fuel. Okay, now we kick those into full. They've got way too much weight for what we're doing, but that's fine. Let's try to get to the moon again with a little bit more fuel this time. Let's check. You should be more than high enough now. No, you're not. There we go. Is it even possible to escape from the star's gravity? Whatever it's called in case we want? I have no idea. Okay, so let's wiggle, 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 yeah. Tone that way down. Scooch you over. No, right, since sphere is the whole map. Yeah. We're just doing a slow burn here for right now. I'm gonna wait till it gets down to about 1 minute from the AP. Then we're gonna go full throttle, or at least throttle up to try and keep it at about 1 minute. So I'm hopefully not just wasting my time with a lot of this. Why are you not staging on the screen? Stage. Yes, that may have messed us up a lot. We'll see if I can recover in time or not. It's not looking good, because if we go after the apoapsis, then that's a real bad sign. It's gonna be way less fuel efficient trying to achieve orbit if we can. Now, the closer we get to it without overtaking it, the better. But we are still just handily getting close to it. Yeah, so I think the bad staging there hurt me, and I basically waited too long. I forgot how much thrust I lose when I switch down to this stage. Yep, we're overtaking it now. Yeah, so now our apoapsis is coming down. As opposed to going up. We might still be okay, but it's not ideal. The speed of the gravity is supposed to go down linearly once you get below the surface. But in the game, it doesn't model it, so a gravity assist at the center ends up giving you infinite speed. Gotcha. Oh, come on. The whole needing to, you know, to switch screens to stage. All right. Okay, so the good news is our apoapsis is going back up. But we're definitely not... This is definitely not the fuel-efficient solution we were hoping for, so we're going to burn a lot more fuel than we really wanted to. But fuel we're actually looking pretty okay. Alright, Alistair, you grab your bite and get your sleep. Thank you again for that raid. I really do appreciate it. For both those raids that popped in, I should probably introduce myself. For those who don't know who I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits at Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest skill count run ever streamed. 135,121 zombies killed on one character with one life with no mods to change items, itemization, or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. Yeah, no, we're gonna reset this. Like, the ship was fine, but the problem is that timing. I'm just fighting to try and keep ourselves from dropping out of orbit. We're just losing way too much of our fuel just fighting gravity and not actually getting our what we're trying to accomplish done. But being beaten is what records for? Exactly. Like, people have asked me a number of times, like, are you gonna go back and reclaim your records? Like, nah, man. I'm glad I had it, but nah. The person who got it, they earned it, they can have it. But yeah. But with all that said, I'm a variety streamer, so I play a lot of games like RimWorld and a lot of simulation, settlement builders, city builders, all that kind of stuff. So with all that, you know, being mentioned and whatnot, I do play a range of games. We've been playing Kerbal Space Program the last couple of days. It's not normally like a go-to or anything for me. We actually haven't played it. Ooh, okay, that's fine. I haven't played in a long time, so I am learning a bunch of stuff that previously I didn't. Like, it just, a lot of things have changed, is the way I'll phrase it. Just a lot has changed. Okay. So we're gonna wait till our apoapsis is getting close to like 70 kilometers or whatever. And then this time I'm just not gonna wait till that last moment, because I just forgot that I was gonna have all the other engines kick off. And it was down to the one engine for just kind of pushing the rest around in space. It just wasn't... That wasn't enough. Ah, the wiggle. Okay. Alright. So we got that going. Yeah, so we're 2 minutes out from the AP. We are just kind of continuing to burn the whole time. That's fine. Because I'd like to use a good chunk of this phase to get ourselves up in orbit. Yeah, so it's still counting down, so we don't want to let off the throttle. If we see it start counting up, then it'll be time for me to back off the throttle to try and get ourselves sorted. Okay, it's hovering at 134. Okay. Gonna start backing off the throttle. Because our apoapsis is getting farther ahead of us. And we can just... I hate that's not letting me stage on the screen. Alright, let's get that set up. Because they're far more efficient Terrier. Alright, Kravik, you have yourself a good lunch and all that. Alright. We'll get into orbit just fine this thing. Let's see, crashing or removing the object are the two reaction I would expect. But at least you expect one of them consistently. Yeah, just different implementations for the mechanics and whatever. Alright, meanwhile, where is... Okay, so there's the moon. Okay, so right about to achieve orbit. Yeah, so I definitely don't have a good setup on the bottom section of this rocket. Because we're burning way, way, way too much Delta V just orbiting it. And that's not going to be helpful for our recovery, because we'll need time to do our maneuvers. We should be okay. But it would be nicer if it would have gone at a much lower cost of Delta V. Okay, our periapsis. It's getting to where it's usable kind of thing. Let's just get over 70. Okay, so cut that. Alright, so now we need to get to the moon. So let's set our maneuver back here. The good news is most of that was a little bit close to on target. We can go ahead and get you. Yeah, and that double up should mean we got a pretty good angle on it. So that's going to be an 813 Delta V. Can I make it less Delta V, though? Probably not much. Yeah, because then if I put myself slowing down there, that should be good. Alright, well, let's get ourselves in position for that maneuver. And that should give me a pretty good position to get ourselves in orbit around the moon. Okay, and we've got a 2-minute burn to do. Okay. So we're going to be a little bit behind, so it's going to be off by a couple of seconds, but that shouldn't be too big a deal. Let's also set you as our target for right now. Actually, it's fine. We'll deal with it. We keep that burn going. That's going to eat a lot of our fuel. But this is the main fuel expense we've got left, is just getting to the moon. Once we're at the moon, it's mostly just pushing ourselves off the back of the moon, and then getting close enough to the planet that we hit its atmosphere. And then once we do that, we can just put everything in our power to just try and slow down. That's actually implying my new course here could potentially literally run into the moon, which is certainly not what we're aiming for, but that should be an easiest enough one to correct, whether I have to speed up or slow down just a little once we get down into the gravity influence. Once I'm near the moon, usually most of my maneuvering is like 10 ms this way, 20 ms that way. Little fine-tuned things. But fighting all the way out, you know, to get our orbit all the way out there is a whole thing. Alright. And I need to remember to abandon a bunch of this junk out here. It just becomes visual noise after a while. Okay. Alright, that's probably good. So with this, we're going to want to fast forward up to this stage, where we get caught in the moon's gravity well. And then what'll happen is we'll get a updated thing here where instead of showing that line, it'll give me like where I am relative to my periapsis of the moon. We won't have an apoapsis because I'm not orbiting, I'm just going to fly by. And at that stage, as we approach the periapsis, I want to retrograde until we drop into moon orbit, which shouldn't be too bad. And that'll be a matter of getting ourselves sorted out to meet up with our lost people. Alright, so we should get this path updating here in just a moment. Okay. So, and as you can see, what we can do here is I've got a little while before we're near the periapsis here. The closer I am to that, the faster I'll be able to yank the other side in. Okay. So with this, we need to go retrograde. You're start gonna bring this in. Okay. I'm kind of doing like a minimum speed burn here right now. This will gradually bring this around and go a bit higher. Actually, let's just send it. Because you notice more and more as this starts to close in. Okay. And we've almost got that sorted. Definitely burning too much fuel. Okay, so we've got an orbit going on. Okay, so let's change our target to that. So, we've got the... Actually, we're going to have that down to there. So, let's go to this spot. Because I'm going to have that node there. And we want to go here. One second. Get you labeled there. Add a maneuver here. So we want to get it so we're on the same plane. I'm so confused by what happened there. Oh, I'm getting so close to... No, I'm too far away for that to matter. So I could bring this in a bunch. Let's not go to the point that we're crossing their orbit yet. So we're going to go there. We're going to try and get it equaled out to... close so we can get to 0. There. Cool. So I got our next maneuver planned. Let's get over there. That'll collapse orbit in and have us on the same plane as the ship. Alright. And it's only a tiny little 11-second burn on this one. So now we're getting down to the point where the amount we're burning is getting smaller and smaller. Now granted, this is still not a small one. It is almost 80 ms. And I'm not working with a lot of fuel still. But with this, I should be able to break back out. As long as I got like 600 or 700 ms when we're done, I should be able to break out of Moon's orbit and get us deorbited on Kerbin, even if it's slow and not exactly the best process. Okay, so we've got ourselves about right. And stop. Okay, so we're just about on target there. So you're going to intercept at... change to our target. You're going to be off by 200 kilometers. Let's plan at around your periapsis. We start bringing this in a little bit. And actually probably just... this might be a mistake in my part, but we might be able to do here. I don't know exactly where I should have the intercept time on these. Let's get to that and start retrograding a little bit to... we don't want to bring the periapsis in too much. This is behind me, so I do want my orbit to be higher. They should get around faster. I don't want it to be too much faster. So let's go over here. It is burning off a lot of the difference. Okay. Which is good, because that's almost opposite sides we're looking at right now. Okay. Yeah, so we're slowly closing in our periapsis and apoapsis so that this catches up to me a little bit better. Okay, relative speed. Alright, so that's I think the best we're going to do on this pass. Let's go once around. We can get it down to the point where we're going to get within 16 kilometers of each other with a relatively low relative speed. So that ship was in a really good position, so on one of the next passes we could bring it in closer. What I'm curious about is this thing should be hand over fist just catching up. Yeah, so it's just catching up the whole way, and that's what should happen, because as being on the outer orbit, it takes me longer to just get around. So we're going to get to this stage, and I'm going to try and keep burning down that relative speed. They're probably not going to be perfect, that's pretty snug. But that should get us very, very close to where we want to be. I just got to keep bringing it down, bring it down, bring it down to we're almost on top of each other at the 0 meters. Yeah, and so you can see it has expected that we're going to be way farther apart in the next one. That's not super unexpected. You think it's just warp lies? Could be. Alright, so let's get there. Yep. Okay, so that separation's getting higher. That one's getting lower. Let's start working our way over there. They're still on the wider orbit. They can only fudge it so much before we become one with the moon. Yeah, because we're off a little bit on the rotation there. Okay, meanwhile, let's retrograde a little bit more. And try and keep this thing vaguely at, like, target 10 ms. Okay, so that puts us at 28.6 kilometers. And a slowly decreasing relative speed. Alright. And to fast forward a little bit more. Let's keep tweaking and adjusting to bring this in as best we can. Because what should happen is over time, hey, you're increasing my relative distance and all that. Yeah, so there's definitely stuff I don't understand about this. Because that's not what we want. Because we're getting farther away from it and that. And I think it's because I'm alongside it. And I need to not be making mistakes like that because we don't have the fuel to spare. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to retrograde ourselves in on the orbital plane to get our AP to be about the same. Let's flag those. Okay. As soon as one of those gets to be narrow, because now we're overtaking it. Or now it's overtaking us, I should say, not the other way around. So I'm basically waiting for one of these two sides to start getting on the inside loop. One kilometer with 9 ms difference, and we're almost there, so that's perfect. Let's get over there and then try and slow down to maintain that, because it's almost merged on that part of the line. So we can manage to pull that off. We should be able to go then and slow ourselves up to get evened out, and probably still have a good 900 or so ms to spare, which should be plenty to get us home. So we're good here. First intersection is fine. We go slightly on the inside loop, which is where we start to overtake. And then we get right around here. We're going to start trying our best to adjust everything in. Because we're right on top of each other now. Okay. So let's go here and try and see what we can do to get this handled. Yeah, because I need to get that narrower in. This could be a weird burn. Okay. All right, 1.7 on that one. So that means we're just about on top of each other. But see, at that point where it says 9-kilometer gap, burn retro to get your target speed to 0 ms, and then burn directly at the target at 10 ms max. Gotcha, we're at 0 here. That should close the gap. Alright, so we're right here. Get our adjustment back there. We can just do a really minor burn there. Okay, so we've got this mark. It's Aramis like you're both exactly in sync, just different positions. Thus, when you point to the target and burn, the small amount you're moving directly towards it. Yeah, no, I got what you're saying. So we can get it back down to 0. So it'd be retrograde till we're at 0 to each other. And then instead of retrograde and whatever, I'd want to point straight at it. Just give it a very, very light, slow burn. They're definitely getting really close to being exactly where I need to be. Okay, so you're at 1.3 kilometers. So let's get you in position here. Yeah, the thing is I need to bring all the science with me. So I don't know if I gotta make trips back and forth or how that works. Okay. So in theory, we're moving 0. And it is getting closer to me. Interestingly enough, that's telling me my next intersection will be 16 kilometers off. Despite this looking like we're almost on top of each other. Let's see, to give you an idea, in real-life craft, don't burn higher than 1 ms inside of 10 kilometers of each other? Yeah. So I'm thinking is we watch that distance as it keeps coming down. I'll adjust my throttle to keep us there. Because once we start seeing it starting to climb, we just adjust the target distance again. At some point, you're going to need to switch out of map mode so you can see how close you are. Just start doing the stop, burn, toward. Stop, burn, toward. Can I see you, though? Because I know one of the dangers I got to worry about with the burning toward stuff, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble with that, where you start changing your orbit, and so you're moving towards the thing, but you're pulling your orbit down the other side. So you're saying what you would do at this stage is to bring yourself around, to point straight at it. I mean, right now it's catching up to me on its own. Well, it was. I'm assuming the pink is aiming at it. Okay, let's cool off that. Let's get ready to retrograde. Because we're looking pretty good for that closing in. Then we'll need to change our relative momentum, which should be the retrograde. Are you trying to dock? We're trying to rescue people who are coming off of the moon. Yep, so we're going to let them gradually overtake us. Let's double check to make sure we didn't goof on our orbit. Yeah, so we brought this in quite a bit there. Okay. So it's very closely catching up to us. Now, before I forget, let's open the service bay. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. That's the thing of kind of like trying to keep your orbits really close to each other till you're right in the thing, and then as you slow relative to each other, you should eventually, like, you bring your orbits together kind of thing. But yeah, you're not wrong that I have to adjust my orbit. That's the thing where it's like jetting towards them, though. That's not a small change to our orbit, so we gotta be careful. So I'm expecting pretty soon we're gonna see that start having its target speed change. The big thing is I want to wait to start doing our retrograde until it's to a point where we see that number starting to like slow down to a point it's going to start going up. Now we're going to start separating again. Part of my concern is not being able to see anything. Okay. So we've got our orbits pretty much matched as best we can. So let's try to go here and get it to like almost 0. Okay. Just the side of the ship rotating is throwing things off. Let's try doing this again. So let's give ourselves a little bit of a boost. Relative to your position. We're going much too fast. Let's get turned around for the retrograde again. But I see what you're saying about targeting towards it, giving a little love nudge, little tweak, and then retrograding to slow down once you're about where you want to be. Orbital mechanics is always so bizarre to deal with. Separation 0 kilometers. Yeah, we don't want a 0 kilometer separation. That sounds unhealthy. Okay, so we're pulling up as close as we can without bumping. Doesn't need to be exact, but I want it to be something where it should be relatively easy for me to grab. We're still sitting at 900 and a half, so 950,000 or 950 ms worth of Delta V. Not a ton, but probably more enough for us to get out of here. Okay. All right, so let's not dilly-dally. I've already forgotten how to switch targets. That's fine. Okay, so we got ourselves here. Let's check our orbits. Our orbits look solid. It looks like it'll stay almost on top of each other. And I always keep forgetting how I switch between... Okay, so it was square bracket. So, the thing I'm not 100% sure on is let's open the service bay. Container transfer data. Select part to transfer data to. Transfer. I don't know how to do this. I want to move... So I'm not sure how we move the data to our pilots to get stuff over, unless I can container transfer data. Can't imagine we could do this, right? Nope. You think you'd have a Kerbal interact with taking it? Alright. Oh, you know what I just realized? We have a major problem. We ditched our EVA suits. We don't have our EVA suits because we ditched them because I needed to get rid of as much weight as possible. This is gonna be really tricky to do anything with. Okay. So, where I wanted to get relatively close is about to get a whole lot more closer. And weirdly enough... There we go. Well, it's not holding the breath. Yeah, that's, No, you're right. I could have one of our... Okay, yeah, that's not a bad idea. We can do that. Alright, so Bob, we're gonna go ahead and have you real fast just go boom. Don't worry about this pack. Go grab your EVA. Grab your EVA. I cannot carry 2 EVA suits. It's too much tonnage. Okay. I'm going to try something that is probably a terrible idea. we are going to physically get both ships close enough that I'm hoping I can literally have them go from one ship to the other, grabbing from one to the other. I have not high hopes for this, by the way. You need to be turning. Oh, you are way too late to turn. Try to turn, try to turn, try to turn. Not that way so you don't smash into it. Turn, 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 turn. Okay. So, I might have another idea. And it's probably a bad idea. I am going to need to get this absolutely stationary first. So what I think I might be able to do is have one of my Kerbals from the big ship who have their RCS in place. Have one of them step outside with their RCS backpack and then place the RCS backpack down on the ground kind of thing. Where is my retrograde angle? Because I can't rotate very far right now. Okay. I have an idea that might work. The issue is I can't see where my retrograde angle is so I can stop things. Where? Like, we're drifting slightly apart. You see small fuel tanks there? Do you have an engineer? Can you transfer fuel? I can transfer fuel. I need to be able to see where I have to get to 0 movement relative for this idea to work. Can't see crap. Transferring the fuel might be safer. The problem with the transferring the fuel is both of these need to get out of here, and I'm already going to be pushing my luck. Yeah, no, Jeb and those didn't have their the packs because they dropped everything on the moon just to get to orbit. We barely got to orbit at all. Okay, so here is the plan. Bob, EVA. Oh, we don't get the build menu here. Boo. I was going to go and do the build menu with the pack to try and drop it over on their thing just using shenanigans, but we don't get the build menu in space. Or maybe it has to be the engineer, which is the problem because the engineer's on this one. Yeah, no, I know we're drifting apart. I made the comment as I'm trying to get to where I can see with the retrograde. Part of it is I can't see because we're in the dark, which has been my perpetual problem. Okay, they're far enough now I can rotate without having to worry too badly about smacking into each other. Where is your retrograde angle? Keep spinning that marble, I keep not seeing it. It assumed to be relatively opposite. You think the retros don't show up at this kind of speed? That's honestly frustrating. Okay. So. I need to figure stuff out. So you're slowly drifting apart. Yeah, this is where RCS would be nice because I could just put like a little spritz back. Well, I feel like we've reached the point that we're solidly just drifting away. So I'm gonna try to do. Can you just transfer fuel? So the problem with transferring the fuel is I do not believe I can get both craft back, splitting the fuel between the craft. That's the reason I'm not transferring the fuel right now. And I think we've hit the point that my solar panels are out of power. Yeah. So until we hit back into the sunlight, I don't really have control of this ship anymore. You don't have a second fuel thingy. I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by a second fuel thingy? I may have goofed by trying to do that. Rocket? No, the problem is it's not enough fuel, Luxray. It's insufficient fuel for both of these to go. It's not a matter of having not enough rocket power or whatever. It's it's a lot of fuel to get back to where I want to go. And I don't have enough to make it work, is the concern. Like, this is honestly doable, but... Well, that's not what you wanted. Hey, don't mind, Jeb. I'm gonna have to just fast forward until we get out from behind here, because I can't control the rocket. So we're gonna have that get distant to us because I did give it a nudge, but I can't control the rocket until we get back into sunlight for the solar panels to recharge our stuff for controlling it. So unfortunately, we are slowly watching it drift away until we get from behind here. Okay. I wish I could make that stat. Oh, do we have the resources here? Yeah, so... Alright. So with that, let's get ourselves back into position. Okay, so let's go here real quick. And then bring it back around. Okay. Yeah, no, 2 of our people have jetpacks. The 2 on here do, the 2 on there don't. And I can't put 2, like, if I could put 2 jetpacks on one person, like have them carry the other one, I could ferry one over, bring that person over, and like do the back and forth thing. Unfortunately, we did try to put both of them on one person. It's like, no. Why can't you? It said it was too heavy. We exceeded the tonnage we were allowed to carry. I can try doing it anyways and just see what happens. Like, it didn't try to actually get out, it gave me a red bar basically being like, hey, maybe not. As you can float it in space in front of you, but it's likely to result in losing it, so not recommended as a first resort. They try both in after. Yeah, so what we're gonna try doing is let's go here. And hey, Bob. So now you're okay with it. Literally 2 seconds ago I did that, turned red and went over here. Hey, you know what? If that works, you don't have your stuff. That's not okay. Alright, so Bob does have it. It is going to let you do this. Alright, so RCS on. It's Kerbal Space Program. Don't worry about it. Okay, pin you. There you go, little buddies. So we'll drop this off. We're getting everyone home. And the data is recovered. And where is the crew hatch? Crew hatch is down below us. Alright, cool. So meanwhile, what we need to do is transfer crew. And you are going in the passengers. Switch vehicles. Okay, so Jebediah at this point should have that. So Jebediah, hop on out, friend. I have found the inventory system in this seems to be pretty glitchy. Okay, so we did manage to make it work, even though weirdly it was like, this is too heavy, and it's like, okay, well what if I did it anyways? Like, oh no, that's fine. Alright, cool. So with this, I'm gonna need to go into our stuff here. Let's go check our cabin here. Sure, we can pretend that makes sense. So let's go to transfer crew, grab Bob, climb in the back, check our inventory. We do actually have both of these. So we're going to need to hop off, RCS. Yeah, no, I noticed the inventory stuff seems to be a little glitchy. So pin you, get back in range. There you go, little buddy. No Kerbal left behind. Okay, you're in. Switch ships. Double check to make sure we actually have our thing. We do. EVA out. Popping off. RCS. We invented infinite thrust? Yeah. Well, that's just it. Like, we had on the surface, we actually had 2 or 3 of the, research things, even though I only brought 1, because I kept taking them out and they kept reappearing. So yeah, no, it's just something with the inventory is glitchy. And I'm not running any mods or anything either, so it's not like a mod problem or something. Keep hitting spacebar. Okay. Finally, everyone's back. Close this up. We gotta save it. Alright. So now, we've got ourselves in our orbit. Now the big question is getting home. So where are we relative to this? I think this is a good stage for doing this. I always forget. No, I think it's hard for me to tell. Not slingshotting. We want to go the other way. Yeah, so I think we want to be on this side, so we're leaving behind the moon. So we don't have a chance to slingshot ourselves. I'm not super worried collision at this point. We, Gonna add a maneuver. Okay, that seems to be the sweet spot right there. And honestly, that's good enough. Okay, so that's going to take us a good while. Yeah, no, we're not too tight in fuel. The big thing is I don't want to slingshot myself way out here and then realize I goofed and just put myself way too far out. So how long till the maneuver? Node in 4 days. I don't want to wait that long. That's probably fine there. So let's maneuver to there. Okay. So we're just about on target. We just gotta wait a little bit longer till it's time to burn. Okay, that should have us about on target. At which point then we'll pop out here. It's gonna grab us, so we're gonna pull this in. This won't be the most efficient, but I don't feel like waiting an extra 2 days. We got plenty of fuel for this maneuver. It's fine. Because what we'll do is we'll pull in the periapsis to like 55k, and then we'll use whatever fuel we got left to pull in the apoapsis as much as possible. So still erring on the side of caution, but not to the degree we did last time. Alright, so we're good there. So we still got 744 Delta V. Cool, that's fine. Really, really wide orbit here. Okay, retrograde. Okay. And all sorts of weird moon interactions as we're bringing the periapsis in. Okay. So I'm gonna bring that in close without smashing into the planet. Even with this fuel to spare, it kind of hurts to make you do it expensive way. Yeah, no, it was those things. If I waited, I think it was 2 more orbits, so 2 more in-game days, it would have been like perfect to drop me out almost exactly where we need to go. But it's kind of one of those things that I'm not super worried about it. We only are burning about half of the fuel we had to do this maneuver. Okay, and stop there because we can hit that atmosphere hard. First, I had watching some of this, knowing it will work, and that's too complicated. Type out the easier way. Yeah, no, like I said, we did check that doing this over here. It'd be like 2 more days in game over here that I would have my loop and it just drop me in very close all thing. You losing resources? Yes, because I'm using them. That's intentional. That's how this works. I can't bring the rocket fuel where we're going. Okay, let's switch out of this view. Let it go retrograde. And as we start dropping to like 54,000 or whatever, we're just gonna full burn on this rocket engine. Get lined up and burn some fuel. It's vision that you make the burn in your moon orbit that matters. Gotcha. And this time I won't need to do a billion passes to bring this down. Like we had at the end of last night, which was entirely too many passes, because we're going to be going by pretty close to 50 kilometers right from the get-go. And then the apoapsis is already getting sorted. It's going to burn off the last of this fuel. Throttle it down. Kick that off. Add a dozen of these, so I don't accidentally stage in a way that'll curse us. Cool. And then we've got our heat shield. This is still the stupid... I keep forgetting this one rocket. I have both of these from one contract forever ago. And it's just this one that I had saved at one point. And I never did get back to it. Oh, it's a small landing gear. That's not the one we have on here. That's fine. Okay, so all we gotta do is get back here, and that'll be another contract done. Basically, the exit line points directly back along the orbit of the moon. Right, so that you're leaving the moon... Right, so you want to launch yourself ahead of the moon so the moon pulls you back towards it, thereby slowing down your movement relative to Kerbal. Right. Check orbit? Yeah, no, we're good. Like, it's still an oblong one, but it's coming in fast. Like, we're probably not going to go down this pass. But I'm feeling pretty good that the next pass will probably be enough. So we're going to do 2 passes in the atmosphere, most likely. Man, I get what you're saying, that what I should be doing is when I left the moon, instead of leaving... What is that? Oh, wow. When they said there was the satellite to repair, I didn't realize it was out there. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so with the moon... So the moon's going around this way. When I leave here, I want to leave in this direction. That way, the moon's gravity behind me is robbing me of my speed going around Kerbal. The opposite? Not quite. It has very little to do with the moon pulling you. It has much more to do with you moving in the slowdown rudder. You leap backwards. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right, so relative to me moving the moon, if I'm moving 1,000 kilometers per, 1,000 km this direction, I am moving 1,000 km in the direction of the orbit versus leaving 1,000 km there. Thereby, if this is 10,000 kilometers per second this way, I'm taking 1,000 off, or whatever the math ends up being. I'm taking the speed I'm leaving orbit at this, subtract by that. Gotcha, because I was thinking about the moon's gravity slowing you down, but I guess that wouldn't matter, because the moon's gravity, it's still pulling this way. The slowest you could ever get is slightly slower than the moon's orbit, because otherwise you'd hit the moon. Gotcha. Okay, we can go ahead and fast forward our way around. Yeah, the delta V is maybe 100 ms or so to exit the moon to get Kerbal. Yeah, and I'm assuming that's once you've already orbited. Because we actually had quite a bit more delta V than that when we left the moon's surface. We had, I think it was like 300-400 or something like that, but it wasn't enough to get us to high enough orbit. And I was leaving the surface. That wasn't from orbit. Okay. And the good news is, this actually has solar panels on it now, and it has the whole little ring thing, so I don't have to sit here and shut off the SAS every single pass just to have the power for them to line things up again. Let's see, you return to the moon, you burn while in orbit of the moon, then don't use the engine again at all. Yeah, no, I definitely remember way back when I used to play, leaving the moon and having it so my actual path would take me into like the orbit. I'd still need to burn to slow down once I got closer to Kerbal. But that's also because I was always paranoid about slapping into the atmosphere at like, several thousand meters a second into like 50 km atmosphere, and I always worried about the ship just getting ripped apart. Let's see, from low moon orbit, 25k circular, it's 300-ish. You think the Delta V map shows it's like 290? Whatever the orbital capture is, breaking orbit is dead on the same. Yeah. Yeah, no, everyone's saying they come in like really low orbit. It's like, but that's probably just the way I design my ships. I probably have to be a little thing. Let's see, before the ablator actually ablate, you could do a direct return and from an interplanetary object and slam to the atmosphere at Mach bajillion and survive just fine. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that was, like, with the original design of this ship, the problem was we'd have it and we'd lose maneuverability before we changed that capsule, and it would roll and it'd rip apart from the wind resistant. Yeah, no, these are fine. Keep in mind, the last time we did, like, a dozen passes around the atmosphere with these exact same ones, we did perfectly okay. We might actually do one more pass. We're gonna bleed off a lot, but yeah. Let's see, direct return from Minmus can be a little trickier on heat. Slamming in with 15-kilometer periapsis gets really hot, yeah. But your return Kerbal periapsis is like 35 clear, but you recommend 40 when you're chatting. Are you sure you're not orbiting? Yes. Anytime you see this go below 50 or below 70 kilometers, you are going to hit atmosphere. Eventually, you will deorbit. Granted, if I'm at like 69.5, I'm just gonna barely slow down each pass. It's gonna take a long time to deorbit. but we're coming in pretty low. Like, we're actually getting into this part of the atmosphere, so air resistance is going to bring us down. As you can see right now, the periapsis and the apoapsis are both coming down fast. Basically, I need to be a little bit braver on the rate I'm deorbiting. I'm leaning on the side of caution, perhaps to a very like way beyond necessary level. I'm talking number that say high goes smaller, number that say low goes smaller. Oh, you're still a long craft, you'd be cautious too. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. I'm like, I want to go ahead and ditch as much speed as I can going down. The way to think of it is, even if you don't know what these numbers mean, they're the distance to relative where I'm going, they're going down. If those numbers are going down and my orbital speed's going down, we will be meeting the ground. Maybe not today, but soon. The ground and me shall be united. The biggest question is at what speed? And what change of acceleration at the very end of that? Because that's the keyest part, is when you reach the lithosphere, what is the rate of acceleration change when you meet the lithosphere? Yeah, right, the how long can vary a lot. But we shaved off over 150 kilometers on that last pass, and we are getting to below 50 kilometers a pass. So there's a pretty good chance we're going to go ahead and get that sorted. And for anyone who doesn't get the I break for the lithosphere meme, quote, whatever you want to go with it, is that still a thing in Kerbal? I know that was like way back in the day. That was a whole meme. And the lithosphere is the ground. That's all you need to know, is the lithosphere is the ground. So when you say you're in a rocket and you brake for the lithosphere, you're saying you stop when you hit the ground. The question is, what speed you're going when you get there. That's, every time I do the plane and you get a design that doesn't want to leave the ground, like you're holding back the whole time and it's just going across the bottom, you're like, pull up. Pull up. From all the times playing, like, your various flight sims. Or you get the ones that have the buzzer when you start getting close to the ground. Alright, this might be the last pass. Lithos braking is still a thing. Crash shielding are still a thing. Physics is physics. Well, that's the thing. In real life rocketry, now granted, the one probe going to Mars that failed, but they've actually landed craft that the entire design was basically a javelin. You just had the important bits and a big metal spike they were attached to, and you just pointed the spike at the ground. You don't need a bunch of retro thrusters or parachutes or anything like that. You just need enough friction along that to just shove it into the ground. I assume you played KSP2. If so, is it really that bad? Yes and yes. Genuinely, just imagine for a moment you've gone back to Kerbal Space Program 1 on its day of release. But it's worse than that. Slightly prettier, but worse than that. And then development got abandoned. Slightly prettier. And they did, and to their credit, they did take a couple of the quality of life things that got added by mods to bring him into Kerbal Space Program 2. But, like, were you able to land on the moon? I can't remember. It was Kerbal Space Program 2, like, there was only, like, one or two things you could land on, and half of the stuff wasn't even working on it. But yeah, no, I'm definitely of the mindset that I do personally believe that it should be, like, Kerbal Space Program 2, like, when it was first in early access being just buggy mess or whatever, fine, that's whatever. You know, that whole thing. But since they pulled the entire dev team off, so it's effectively abandoned, and all that, like, it's never gonna get finished, I do think that should be a thing where Steam just refunds everybody on it. Like, I don't feel like you should be able to cash out $45 or whatever it was, $55 or whatever it was per person, and then immediately abandon the game completely, like having that early access promise, and then completely going back on it, like 2 seconds later. And he understands, like, oh, but business will go under. It's like, well, right. But as a consumer, we do need some level of protections against that kind of stuff. No, it's not gonna be one more pass. We're still going down. And our apoapsis, which is the high point of our orbit, is right about to be an atmosphere as well. So we're going to be having air drag the whole way around. So we are going down on this pass. Let's see, every planet moon that is in KSP is available and working in KSP 2. It's just everything else in the game is in a horrible state. Missing parts that are basic parts, game-breaking bugs. Yeah, no, I know, like, the strut spam wiggle came back. Like, don't get me wrong, we still have wiggle in KSP1, but, like, KSP1 back in the day, pre-science mode and everything, like, you just had to put struts between every imaginable part, because it would genuinely just, out of nowhere, just start rocking hard back and forth and rip itself apart. Or you do the thing where it slowly spins and it rips in all directions as the spin just picks up speed more and more going up. But your brother's a fail. My brother and Gaben. That's the cost of failure. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Kerbal Space Program 2, it's a lot of people use the term dead game to just talk about something that isn't immediately popular, like people aren't looking for it. Which is pretty unfair. Like, you can go back and buy Chrono Trigger. Well, actually, you can't. No, yes you can, because they put it on Steam. You can go back and play Chrono Trigger. Nobody's looking for it right now, but people will call it a dead game because no one's seeking it. But Kerbal Space Program 2 is a dead game. Like, a legitimate dead game. Like, it's not people's, like, opinion kind of dead game. It is a game that has no farther development happening to it. It is dead, never to be completed. Yeah, and for those who didn't catch, there's KSA, which is Kitten Space Agency, which I know people corrected me. It's the dev group behind Kerbal Space Program, so it's not the initial devs, but like the dev group behind it. Rocketworks, that's the one. But yeah, so basically, it's Rocketworks. I actually don't know Rocketworks, which one are which. Regardless, there is actually, from what I recall, 2 different games trying to be spiritual successors to Kerbal Space Program. And the one I've heard more about is the Kitten Space Agency. I don't remember much about the other one. It was one of those ones that kind of got announced and then disappeared. Did you ever play Helion, another dead game that will never be get out of alpha? No, I haven't. Generally speaking, it's one of the reasons I don't play nearly... Let's see, a small handful of devs from the Intercept games have joined Rocketworks. Gotcha. There's a bunch of KSP and KSP2 devs and modders working on KSA with Rocketworks. Gotcha. Yeah, because I remember there was talk about that not the whole original devs, but some of the devs were involved in KSA. That kind of, they were a little bit salty what happened with KSP2, to say the least. You know, to understate things significantly. And so generally they wanted to make a spiritual successor, because there's still a lot of demand for a game like Kerbal Space Program. Like, it is an excellent game that there's so much more they could do with. Because, like, KSP... The heat shield is going down? Yeah, but no, we're fine. We're about to hit the point where we're going to slow down enough that this isn't burning up anymore. I'm feeling very comfortable about where we're at right now. The biggest danger is right here. If we hit that area and the ship catches wind and rolls, it could rip apart. Let's see, Dean Hall was involved in the original DayZ mod for Arma, is the head of Rocketworks. Gotcha. Okay, and we're going to stop having anything burn, so I can take those off. And now we're no longer burning the atmosphere. So now, as soon as the parachutes are able, those will pop out. And everyone gets to go home alive and safe with a lot of science and a lot of done contracts. Alright, so you can turn off the SAS. I got all these parachutes. We can go ahead, and that is not what I meant to do, but it is what I did. Close that, please. We can extend our landing gear, which is going to be pretty useless, but that's fine. The important thing is that this service thing doesn't get damaged. Everything else, I'm pretty indifferent about. I mean, I guess I'd be pretty upset if we lost the Kerbins, but, you know, that's a lot of science. But yeah, it's one of those things when you look at Kerbal Space Program, like, it's edutainment. There's not many good edutainment games. They exist. Like, the Oregon Trail back in the day was a really good edutainment game. You know, in games like Number Muncher and that were fine. But Number Muncher, you did that in class a lot of times because what else were you going to do? Or if your parents had it, it would let, you know, they'd let you play a computer game, but that would be kind of it and whatever. Oxygen Not Included does a bit. Yeah. Ooh, would I consider Oxygen Not Included edutainment? Because, like, I would argue edutainment, the main thing needs to be education. I do feel Oxygen Not Included is very much like, at least in that general ballpark, I do agree with that. Because you are learning, like, some basic chemistry and that. I would say, though, it does enough fictional change stuff, I don't think I would consider it edutainment. I haven't played Stationeers yet, to be fair. Let's see, you used to stream Stationeers from time to time. You had issues getting multiplayer to work. One stream, Dean popped up in chat to help troubleshoot. Had one of his devs also watch this stream, and they were able to roll out a hot fix to get the problem solved. That's cool. Flight Simulator could be. Yeah, so a lot of the simulator games, like the proper, like simulators trying to like properly simulate those, definitely a lot of those get at least on the edutainment fence, if not there. I would also agree, like city builders, like SimCity, City Skylines, a lot of those I would definitely say you could argue fit into the edutainment umbrella. Because, you know, you learn about all sorts of, dealing with traffic patterns. Please stop nosing down. Hey, Jeb. You might not actually be out of the woods yet, friend. So, you know. I hope you're landing gently. Detach the rear chute. I think I'd rather have the speed reduction. Can we turn this? We might be able to flip it. Let's see. What do you think about something like KCD2 that teaches you? You're gonna have to say what that acronym is. I don't recognize it off the top of my head. Do not recommend streaming Stationeers without a lot of research yourself first. As watching guides in some form of content creators, because the learning curve is steep. Steeper than KSP, yeah. Why is it doing that? Not logical? There was more weight on this side of the ship than that side. Heavy side go down. And then I've got bigger parachutes on the back here, and only one bigger parachute on the top. These are just drag chutes. So the combination thereof causing problems. Could imagine playing Stationeers without wikis? Can you move the Kerbals to the back? I could, I don't think it matters. Honestly, 4.4 meters a second in this game is pretty trivial. Like, this is about as slow as you're gonna get. Even, like, doing a rocket-based landing, that's pretty slow. Yeah, no, that's, Kerbals don't have mass. Well, I think, Ravik, I think the idea was to put the people in the back, so that if the pod smashed the top, you know, if we moved the Kerbals back here and this part broke, who cares? The Kerbals are back here. So a little, you know, shock things. They have parachutes that have mass? Yeah, no, I was gonna say 5 meters per second. I know is about as slow as you get most of the time. Because this is an obnoxious number of parachutes for what we're doing. And we are good. Recover the vessel. Okay, that was a whole big thing. But we landed on the moon, we planted flags on the moon, we put research stuff on the moon that I didn't have everything I needed, so, you know, that's cool, I guess. But we did do that. We got ourselves almost 400 research, so that's pretty awesome. On top of that, we got a lot of parts back and everything. Valentina was the only one who gained a level actually, the only one who gained a level, but we got a lot of XP. So that's all good. Got some solid reputation. So we could check here. Rescue cat-free from orbit of the moon. It's basically literally what we just did. And test this thing in space. Alright. So, we do got some heckin' money. I could have... Oh, I don't think we had the fuel to do both, so even if we had both at the same time, it wouldn't have gotten very far. Yeah, so that's just unlimited active Kerbals. I don't care about that. Yeah, so that's fully upgraded. We're gonna wait on the money there. Okay, so now it's decision time. So we go for advanced electronics. This gives me the fold-up solar panels. Precision engineering. That gives us a weather analyzer. That gives us the ED monitor. What were we missing for doing the research on the ground there? Mobile processing lab. We've got our different style command modules and all that. We have our advanced flight control. This would be our monopropellant, so that's definitely one to consider. Because the monopropellant can be really good for just being able to kind of like take our little craft and jet about in space for fine-tuning maneuvers without burning lots of fuel. We've got our stuff to try and help a little bit with our flying. This all looks like cargo stuff. I don't even know if we would do that. We've got our supersonic stuff, which would be moving towards being able to do our very high altitude scans and all that. This is our docking stuff, which will be usually, I remember using the docking stuff when it came to going for like the really far out locations. So if we were to go to our map here. So what I'd do for like, if we had a mission to get, you know, out to something like Elo or whatever, what I would usually do is put like a station around Kerbin and then have a rocket I could take up using a bunch of fuel and all that to get there. And then once I got it up there, I could top it off again. So I have basically almost like a full-size rocket for going from one place to the other. And then using the much more low power engines to just kind of nudge it along. Okay. Yeah, you're fully upgraded. Okay. So what do we even have for contracts? So right now, what major contracts do we have? We have testing the landing gear while flying, the skipper. I guess it didn't count, me returning from the moon, because it was a different craft who actually did the returning. So that's kind of annoying, but also probably fair. The The ship is still there? Yeah, that ship's not coming back. Like, it might be a thing I could top off its fuel if I could connect to it somehow, which I don't think we can. And go from there. Okay. So we still have conducting a bunch of stuff here. We do have this thing, which I guess we have to bring the communicatron over there. So we've got meeting up with the satellite to fix it. We've got a bunch of stuff. I've got tons of money. Like, money we're doing really good with. But the big thing I gotta decide is what we're doing so far as our science. Now, don't get me wrong, all of these heavy rockets, they can give you a lot more up for your fuel. Was it nuclear propulsion? There was one of these rockets that was just really, really kind of a gradual, like, slow burn. I think it's like the ion engine. If you take an engineer out there with a docking port and storage, edit the ship to have a docking port, then dock it. Yeah, that's fair. We can get the bigger fuel containers. So I'm feeling like the definite one we want here is we want to get the monopropellant. That feels like a give me. So that's 90 research right there. I'm less super worried. I mean, we can get the large reaction wheel, which is nice. We've got the better command modules. Let's see, advanced exploration, container, fuel cylinders, cargo storage. We have a scanning arm. We got the miniaturization. This gives us the monitor for stuff on the ground, EVA experiments. And that would be a docking port. Okay. So the big thing is I can get one of these higher cost ones. I get the miniaturization to get more research. Yeah, the EVA kit is good science, the ground stuff is horrible. Yeah, no, it seems like... I don't know what we actually get for these, but it seems like you have to bring all stuff, dump it on the ground, wait for it to process, then lift it back up. Like, to get this stuff out of there. Horrible as an extremely fiddly. Yeah, I mean, the rockets aren't a bad investment either. And non-intuitive. Yeah, so let's... I'm also tempted here to get our... I'm going to go with the jets. I know it's probably going to be not as optimal, but that's fine. Because with the jets, I'm hoping we can get higher. And these will be the high altitude ones. And that's where we start getting to stuff like ramjets and all that. But I'm hoping that'll get us high enough we can do more stuff. I'm going to get the rockets, and I am going to get this thing. So I basically got all the lower tech except the landing things, which we'll figure out. Okay, so I got a bunch of stuff. So, if we're looking at what we got, I got 2 things to scan here. I've got some stuff to scan on the surface of Kerbal. And yeah, I've got a lot of stuff to do on Kerbal surface. So, let's see what we can do so far as getting a thing that I can do all those remaining scans. I'm hoping with the bigger engine we just unlocked, we can go higher. So there's the MK2. And we can go to our fuel tanks. So the MK2 fuel fuselage here. Yeah, so that's if we wanted to have a rocket engine. I'm going to try to do without the rocket engine. Okay. We're definitely going to need air intakes and all that. We'll worry about that in a minute. So actually, we've had pretty good success with the plane so far as just having planes that can fly and all that. The challenge we've been running into with the planes is being able to get the elevation we need. We have been able to get it with rocket assists to get up there, but, you know, I'm going to need a little bit more than that. Okay, so we've got those two big engines. We can go to here. What we care about is surface area here. It's a lot more weight in the back. Okay, and that's too wide. You know what? I actually wonder, if we just put these, will it make any difference versus like an actual proper wing? I know it's gonna look hideous, but you know. It's probably fine. Okay, so we got that. Probably need to angle them a bit. I have no idea how you can get that fine of tuning. The big problem here is I'm going to have to put them way back here to have the lift behind that, but we'll worry about that in a minute. So you're saying angle them a bit like that? I forgot I could turn off snap. Yeah, we'll worry about that in a minute. So we've got this kind of thing. We can grab our wheels. So we've got nicer wheels. That we can now bring into the plane. Alright, so we still got more stuff we need to do. So let's grab you. See how that goes. Alright, so we also need air intake. That's a big thing we're missing right now. So the radial air intake, unfortunately, doesn't actually work nearly as well. So I'm not sure how we want to go about this. Yes, I don't know if that's going to be enough for our engines. How much? Because I feel like we need for this. What we could always do is grab these. Oh, is that a tonnage issue? It's a tonnage issue. Alright. So what I'm trying to do is, let's see if we have a structure thing I can do for this instead. So I'm thinking here, we can get it to connect to the front of the wing. Guess it's a no-go. I was gonna put it where I had the intake here and then like the big cone thing coming off the back. But doesn't seem like it really wants to cooperate. And I feel like that's gonna be kind of overkill. Alright, so with that, let's go ahead and go aerodynamics. So these intakes I found to be pretty good. And then we can go back here. We got our tail connectors. Okay, now the big problem I have right now is my lift is too far forward. I need to bring that way back, which is a little alarming how far back I'm bringing this. A whole lot of alarming because it's practically on the back. I don't know how this is going to work. Flat plane? I don't know. And is there something I can do? Did we get air brakes yet? Okay, and for what we need to do is I am going to need the thermometer and the barometer. The big question here is, did I get air brakes? An engine nacelle is a self-contained solution for powering air-breathing engines. It includes some fuel... Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Yeah, what I would like to see... Yeah, it doesn't look like we have air brakes. Oh yeah, so we could add cargo in the back if we wanted. Search bar. We can. Nope. Yeah, I know it's a thing we can unlock, but we don't have it yet. Alright, I mean, we're gonna go ahead and try this. I made it a bit on the heavy side, with all that stuff we've got there. But we've got our one pair of engines. We actually don't have as much delta V as I'd expect. But I think that's the idea, is these engines are a lot less efficient on the fuel, but, you know, more go. The only reason I was hoping for potentially for the, for everything else. Please uppy. Please uppy. Please uppy. Pull up. Pull up. There we go. Alright, well that's one contract done. So let's see how high we can get this thing before we get too worried about our stuff. Okay. Meanwhile, let's go pin you. And pin you. Yeah, no, it's definitely a plane. But the question is, will I be able to get this plane to... It'd be a lot easier path. Yeah, the downside is, with a lot of these, where it wants me to get these readings on the surface, landing and taking off is not a thing that's going to happen. Yeah, no, the flow will drop fast. That's what we're seeing is... will we have enough air intake and all that to keep it going? Because we would need to get to pretty close to 20,000 feet to be able to do all these things. You'll probably need afterburners to go high enough. You can engage that with the toggle mode button. Yeah, no, we did that yesterday, and it was enough to get high enough for a couple of the contracts. But honestly, with that point, it was just easier to put a rocket in orbit and then just keep tweaking it to, like, change the orbit a little bit and just get the things on the flyby. Just do an orbit at, like, 80,000 feet or whatever, or 80,000 meters. Off topic, are you excited for the RimWorld update? Yes, very much so. Okay. Yeah, so we're hitting the point that our thrust is getting to a degree. It's not really able to keep us going up. We're just losing speed. So we're definitely going to fall short of what I was hoping for. Is there anything I could do in the meantime? Oh, I could have added the Juno engine for the splashdown. And all the rest of those are way too high. Yeah, I don't know what dry and wet mode means there. Yep, so we are officially... Dry equals no afterburner. Oh. And I can't seem to... Gotcha, okay. Yeah, so that means we can definitely make this work. Okay, I think we can do this. I totally missed that. We can change that to be a stage, but we'll go ahead and deal with that in a moment. Let's get these two out of the way for right now. That's not what I needed. So let's go. That's on the surface. Let's work on getting those sorted out. You are not turning at all. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna need to revert that. I can't steer it. Literally no steering functionality, really. Which surprised me a bit. So I've got the little fins on there. Okay, so we got ourselves a couple extra sets of fins. I don't know if this is still gonna steer well or not, but yeah, so I do feel like we can actually get this going with this. But yeah, so I missed that afterburners were a thing. But that's good, because it seems like all afterburners do is they burn more fuel much faster to allow us to get everything going. So let's go ahead and we will chart that spot as our first destination. So you get up to the height we can handle without using the afterburners, and then go from there. And then once we get off the ground and we're starting to get on course, I'll take the time to quickly create a group for both of those to switch their mode. Okay, so let's go here. Edit action groups. Grab you. You will be... Let's put in the RCS group. And we will say... switch mode. And leave. There we go. Now I actually have some steering. Still not the most elegant flyer, but you know. You get the target activated, right? Okay. It's fighting me every step of the way. There we go. Real messy. But we got the rough heading. Okay, so we're going to try and get up here, and then I've got it set up so I can just hit RCS, and the afterburners come on. Good looking plane? Yeah, it's mostly the idea of just having a solid amount of fuel and afterburners, some steering, and then just a lot of surface area for lift. So not a whole lot of science there, just being like, what if lift? Okay, we can get that off our screen. Okay, so this first destination is at 2NF. And then 2NF, if we go onto our list of objectives here, 2NF is going to be a crew report. So it's going to take us a hot minute to get over there, but that's A-okay. We're still genuinely picking up speed in an upward trajectory, gaining altitude, all that good stuff. The big question is going to be how early do I need to afterburner to get up to the altitude I need? We're going to try and snag as many of these ones as possible. Oh, get those pulled in. Run our test. So that's a contract done by running our test. And then later on we will need to test the splashdown there. Alright. So what we might do next is I might try and do both this satellite orbit thing as well as rescue... Oh wait, one's the moon... No, those should be separate trips. Rescuing this person from the moon. Because rescuing this one from the moon and then return from the surface of the moon probably should be two separate trips. The downside with that is, outside of getting like the ground research stuff, not a lot of that's going to be particularly good. Alright, so we're going to fast forward a little bit. I kind of wish I could pin to see how far away we were. Because for that one I need to get to, was it 17,000? Yeah, 17,000 meters. Unfortunately, it does just take the plane time to get there. It'd be pretty hard to gauge how early I need to burn up. That's not telling me my distance. Right. Yeah, so I need to get closer. Before I consider afterburning up. Yeah, so we hit about an equilibrium. Careful, because you often lose altitude in warp. Yeah, no, we're right here. I've been watching this to see when we go up and down with altitude. The big thing is I got a lot of distance to cover. So it'd be really nice if we could get to, like, an extreme high altitude. Because we get to a much higher altitude, we'll be in way better shape for stuff. Yeah, so maybe around here we start afterburnering really hard. Because I definitely need to get up high enough. Even if I waste a little bit of fuel. Then we're going to lose a bunch of altitude when we turn around to go for that one. Yeah, because we're going to keep dipping above and beyond. So we're right at around 11k, just shy of it. Thing is, I definitely don't want to kick on my afterburner until we are actually ready to do our climb. I don't know how much more the afterburner consumes on fuel. ECS. Yes, it's not terrible. But still, it'll eat a lot of fuel real quickly. That's kind of the reason why we end up using the rocket on the last time. Like, even though it's a lot more of a pain to line everything up. But I keep kind of hoping we can get some, like, really super high orbit stuff, but it looks like that's way late game tech. Okay, so I could definitely have waited a while to use that. Ooh, is that going to be an... I mean, we could probably get to the point where we're getting over there, but... No, actually, the afterburners might not be enough. Like, we're about to start losing elevation again. So unfortunately, it does look like, even with the afterburners, just can't quite get high enough. Like I said, what we did before is I put, like, my engines over here for the jet. I had a rocket engine in the middle, but it was one of those ones that could only go up and, like, grab one or two and then come back down. Yep, so we're not going to get high enough. That was an aggressive dip. Yep, so the answer is we can't make that happen. So that really means about the only other thing we got to worry about is just land this thing. We did get one objective done. Pull out our landing gear. And as always, we always do everything at all times at night. So I never can see what's happening. Crew report, nothing worth reporting. Barometer. Hey, the thermometer's actually got something. So we're doing right now. Budget crew still have stuff in inventory? They always do. By default, they always have the RCS and the parachute. They just haven't bothered to remove it. So I need to get past these mountains. Okay, I think if we turned south more, we should find water. Okay. And I do see that we're losing altitude. Alright, yeah, so we get down this way. I know there's water down there. It is a thing I wish there was a setting that just was be like, hey, I know nighttime is dark, but also, you know what I'm kind of tired of? Kind of tired of staring at a dark screen with UI on it. I understand that's realistic, but also, hear me out. I like seeing the games I'm playing sometimes. Can't tell if that's water. I see that might be a shore, that might be like a valley, I'm not quite sure. Oh, we're still fast forwarding. Don't maneuver while fast forwarding, please. All right. Okay, I think we're over water now. So what we're going to do is we're going to start toning down the engine. And bring it on down. Let's see. You've allowed your RimWorld mod list to creep up to almost 350. Going to take forever for it to load. Unless you get 1.6. You found KSB and Star Citizen have the same kind of thing in common. Missions are always on thing. You're over land. I can't see anything, man. That's land back there. I think we're over water now. Because we're coming up alongside this. But yeah, no, it's actually, that costs you another day or so picking up mods, just disable them all. Blue is water, green is land. You're getting colors, I'm getting blackness and slight tanness. That's what I can see. Because this doesn't mean anything down here relative to what's on the ground. You slowly keep declining. Well, if it is ground, we'll try and land on it. If we fail, then I'll just, like I said, we did figure out the jet thing we made is not able to get up to the elevations or the altitudes I need, so we're just going to not worry about it. And I know we are still nose down, getting towards the ground. Yes, that's... Yeah, and I'm pretty sure this is the shore along here. I could be wrong. Now, I might, if I keep going this way, I might eventually hit the next shore. You're over land, water to your right. I don't know how any of you see that. I can see, like, nothing. Like, I feel like I'm just pulling into the abyss. No, but I'm saying I don't see color. I see black. I see darkness. Like, it's not a matter of, like, blue versus green. I'm seeing, like, I can make out that this is elevation here. Yeah, no, I knew I was pulling down. It was deliberate to pull down. I'm just gonna try and land on whatever's below me, because I can't see. He's getting low. Yep, that's deliberate. There's a mountain over there. We are landing. So the goal here is to keep going back and forth to lower elevation and bleed off speed. And at the last minute we tilt up real high to try and kill off any speed that's left. Can't make out the ground or water or anything at all. Yeah. No, I do actually have... Oh, I can see a little bit on the OBS preview that's a little bit more visible. It's weird that that's so much more visible. Here, this is like black sky and deep dark gray. Like there I could kind of make out a little bit of green. Like it's almost like an olive color. Like a deep olive. I pulled up way too soon, so we're gonna nose into this. It's fine. It's still fine. See? It's fine. We didn't need those rear engines and cones or whatever they were. Yeah. You only the expensive parts blow. Oh, I'm not worried about that. We're doing really well on money. Okay, so we got a little bit of science. We got a little bit of our money back. We got no XP, but that's okay. We did get some contracts done. 2 tourists want to land on the moon. That's a bad idea. Alright. Hey, we still got the mission. We still got the mission to land on the moon and bring a ship back. Why not bring friends? Hey, and we could pick up the next person while we're up in space. Alright, so this is going to be a net new rocket from scratch. We're not going to be using our existing one. Because this is not going to be a reasonable thing. So, looking at our command module, so we have a capacity of 3. Wait, they want to go back too? I'm pretty sure they did. So you want to fly by the moon and land on the moon. You don't want to fly by the moon, you just want to land on the moon. No flying, just landing. We've got that. We also need to rescue this person from low... Oh, you're on Kerbal. I thought, didn't we have someone we need to rescue from around the moon as well? That's way out in deep space. So we gotta land on the moon for these. All of these are on Kerbal. All these are on Kerbal. We need to get back from the moon on a craft. Okay. So, for our 2 tourists and our main person, we can bring this thing that's got a crew capacity of 3. And I'd really like to... Oh wait, isn't there variants? Maybe that's what I gotta do, is I gotta take... Because I want to disable the decoupler. That's what I want. I like these pods. I don't want their decoupler. I want to turn off the decoupler. And people mentioned that, and then we went to where we'd be able to do that. Get this off my screen. There you go. But like when you right click on it, there's nothing. I can change the force percentage and all that, but I can't mess with the decoupler. And I would like to turn that off. Anyways, that's gonna be our 3 people, our actual pilot and our 2 tourists. We are going to want to bring along with us Science Junior, the goo thing, grab all our little sciencey doodads. Alright. So the next thing we can add on to the list down here is we will want a payload thing. We can grab you, pop you open, go to our science, smash that right there. So we've got a place to keep our science, and then just like before, the batteries ended up being very useful. We just smash some batteries in there. How heavy are you? Very light. Not important levels of that. We can also go ahead and put our solar panels here so we can recharge our batteries. So we've got all this stuff going on. From here, I need my parachute. This is probably our overkill. Let's, we did end up landing the last time and only needing those. So we're gonna go ahead and have just those parachutes. That should be good. So we can get ourselves back out of there. The ladder ended up being useless. We're not gonna bother putting the ladder on there. What else do we need? We can go to our cargo. Let's open those. Okay. So we can go here. Put down our 2 cargo pods again. Close that. Okay, so we already put down the experiment thing. We did not put down the goo monitor. So we can get the goo monitor, drop you in there. We can grab the EVA experiments kit. I'm gonna go ahead and grab all stuff just so I don't have to worry about landing exactly the same spot. So this is a bunch of stuff we're doing on the ground there. Put 2 of those kits in there. So we got solar, we got the goo monitor. Then you can go over here and grab the thing there. The sturdy unit keeps expensive and delicate equipment our astronauts need to bring with them safely stored. More effective than a picnic cooler. Yeah, so we got all that stuff. That should be fine. So you require a power supply unit. You have a power unit. Alright. Okay, it's too heavy. Needs to be deployed central station to operate. Bring a trained engineer or this part will only produce enough energy for 1 other unit. Gotcha. Okay, well that means... There. So we got 2 of those. But that does mean... Okay. So... we want to bring 2 passengers... But if I want to put down the science stuff, I'm going to want the engineer, and I would want a whole crew. But the thing is, we're not getting a whole crew. So we're just going to go ahead and just not worry about that. So from here, we're going to need our heat plate for the return trip. So there's that. We can grab our decoupler. Alright, so this is the part that gets home to Kerbal. This section here is what gets home to Kerbal. Actually, I don't even need to bring that much. That's what comes home to Kerbal. This segment, when I do all my science... Actually, you need to move up here. See how that goes. Alright. Yeah, so this we can ditch behind. That can get left behind on the surface of the moon. Because we got to put all the research in the cabinet in there. These, honestly, probably going to get left behind. I don't know if there's anything I need to store with these. I'm going to take my chances. And put those down here as well. Did you retain your stuff I put in you? Sort of. So we've got the 1 power and this thing. So we will need to go back to our science rule. Sorry, not your science. Where were those at? Can you? Yeah, so we got the goo and the light. So we'll grab you, and you're done. Okay, so this goes back to Kerbal. We don't need to worry about anything from there. I can leave that behind on the surface of the moon. Which weirdly means that could even be farther down the column. So what we could do here is we can get our fuel tanks. Oh no, we'll do this. We just need a relatively small fuel tank for this. So a little bit bigger than we did the last time. We can grab our engine. We get the spark engine. That should be enough for what I need here. And then we can go on here as well and grab you. Okay. So basically, this is the stage that's just for getting us home. Because we gave ourselves way more fuel on that stage than last time. And all that. So go ahead and add a decoupler here. That's not the right decoupler. Add a decoupler here. Connect you, because that gets left on the planet surface, or on the moon surface. We will go out of our way to add struts to here, because that's going to be a potential spot where we'll have wobble. There we go. Okay, so just to kind of evaluate what we got here, we got the pod up here. We've got this area here. We got the heat shield. Then we've got, like, basically it's just a glorified engine to shove us towards Kerbin. That will ditch all that once we start getting close. Down here is just a bunch of science stuff that we will bring this down onto the moon, but it gets left behind on the moon. So we're going to need our landing gear stuff here. Coming to the realization that... I'm gonna need fuel down here as well for a landing engine. So I could ditch this on the planet's surface. What I'm trying to figure out is I do need to be... I want to ditch this on the planet's surface because I don't actually need it. How much do you weigh? Do you weigh a significant amount? Do we need to talk about this? I imagine it's got to weigh a decent amount because it's all that storage, all of this science stuff together. But I need the engine down here. Unless I swap this engine out for a different one, but I don't really want to bleed that. I'm going to take my chances of making this thing too tall, which is a bad idea. So what I'm going to actually do is add another stage here. That's going to have another one of these engines. And this is going to probably be a mistake. And we will go and get our landing gear here. Gonna overkill that a little bit. That's for landing on Kerbin. Okay, so we've got this as our lunar lander, and then this is the part that does all the other stuff. So we got all our science junk down here, so we could do all our science, whatnot, load it all up, and then this would blast off and go up to space. You know, if there's more fuel in here, we can use it. I actually don't care. So yeah. So that's our actual landing and getting back up. This is probably going to be a big mess. The good news is I only really need one of my Kerbals to get down. I'm not sure how we do this without depending... I mean, we could probably use the RCS to get up here. I think we'll be fine. Speaking of RCS, before I forget... Why is watching this so addicting? It's just a really good game. So... you have two different variants. What are you two different variants? This one is much lighter. What are your stats? Stacking capacity 4. I don't know what that means. Was there a power difference? No. It seems to have the same amount. Oh! Almost made a big ol' mistake. Big ol' mistake. Let's put the ring on top of here. That lets us maneuver it. Look at the RCX FX. RCX FX. Look at the RCSFX. I don't know what you're talking about. 1 versus 0. Where are you seeing this? I'm clearly overlooking it. Oh, I see. Yes, I see it. The thrust power. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and plan this time to actually use RCS. We've got it. So we can go ahead and put it there. We can go to fuel containers. Sure, that looks cursed. But yeah, so you got a bunch of that. How heavy were those that are putting in? Yeah, so these are only 0.1 tons, so that's actually not very heavy. But where do we want to actually put the RCX? Or not the RCS? Because it is the thing you can run into where if you have all of them on one side, it doesn't steer right. I'm going to go ahead and just put it back there, and we'll just use that for maneuvering a little bit. Okay, so we've got all that. Right now our tonnage is at 8 tons. Most that's probably this fuel. Yeah, mostly it's going to be these fuel tanks here. But this gets left behind on the surface of the moon. This is the only thing leaving the moon. So that's good news. So let's go down here. We got a decoupler on this. So now I've got the thing just trying to get down to the moon's surface. Like all that. Like this is the actual lander, but the thing getting me to the moon and landed, all that garbage. So I've got this tank that's pretty big. So we're gonna go ahead and do one of these. We're gonna overdo this whole rocket, by the way. It is also gonna be a very wibbly-wobbly rocket. So we can grab the Terrier. That is my really efficient in thing. Oh, I guess we could probably go for... Alright, let's see here. So you give me... Drains evenly respecting crossfeed per priority. I do wish some of these would give me the, maybe they have it, the, like, ratio of thrust to fuel just in general. So we've got the skipper. So it's 650 kilonewtons of thrust. And it consumes 18.6 fuel per second. Meanwhile, you'll give me 64. That actually gives me thrust that's almost the same in and out of atmosphere. So 3 times that would be 600 or whatever. Yeah, so the Poodle actually looks not too shabby for outside of atmosphere. And you're at 11. Yeah, these all seem pretty comparable to each other. As opposed to these. Yeah, I wish they would give us a better idea, like, I could just glance at it and be like, this is the ratio of roughly how much fuel I'm gonna burn for how much go. Because it's hard to kind of tell... Yeah, because this one sucks in atmosphere, but does really decently in vacuum. So it's 250 in vacuum at 6 fuel a second. So you use 1.5 fuel for 60. You use 6 fuel for 250. So we take this. So this will be about 4 times the throttle of the Terrier. Is it the ISP ratio you're looking for? Engine ISP? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I think you might be right. This one doesn't have the ISP listed for some reason. No, yeah, it does. It's way down there. So that's 350. So slightly better than that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's see. So you are 280 on the ground. You are 90 on the ground. You are 290 on the ground. You are 250 on the ground. You're 265 on the ground. It's actually looking like this one's giving me the best ratio on the ground. So we might go out our way to try and use that. The skipper's right around that range. Yeah, so it looks like the Bobcat's going to give me the best on the ground thrust. And then when we get into space, you are 345, 350, $345. Yeah, so it looks like what we're probably going to be doing is the Poodle is going to be our new we're in space thing. So that's our space stage, so it's going to be a bigger rocket now. But let's take advantage. So let's grab our fuel tanks. We're going to get the adapter here. So we got the fuel tank adapter. Now I got to figure out, there's the big fuel tanks. Okay. So we've got this one. That's the liquid. Yes, I think that's what we're looking at, is that one up there, unless these ones. That's even bigger. Those things are gargantuan. Okay. Let's actually make sure this is the right size. Nope, it is not the right size. Okay, so we need bigger. Nope. I see what's happening here. There we go. There we go. Okay. Well, this is gonna be horrible. Just the one. Okay, so that is gonna be a tremendous amount of fuel there. That's overkill. That's what that is. That is overkill. So that 18's not big enough, 12's not big enough, 16's not big enough. 25. Alright. And now we're going for the real big engines. So 1, 2, 3. Big old double engines. That's not that big. Okay. That's an interesting concern. Structure. Do we have a splitter that would make sense with that? Because we have that one, but I don't think that's the size of not the poodles, the bobcats. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Alright. This is gonna get not good. That's what this is gonna get. This is gonna get not good. Alright. For those who don't know, Azrael, absolutely fantastic. Playing some Farm Sim 25, but plays a lot of simulation games and all that over there. Definitely recommend. Okay, you know what's not gonna make sense? This stage. This stage here does not make sense. My confidence level in this rocket, not great. Just gonna put it out there, not especially amazing. Let's go make sure our stages are separate. So we got our stage up here for popping the top. We're not going to use that. This one we are going to use. There's no engine after that. You get popped at the same time. You get popped at the same time. Wow, you do not have much Delta V on that. Alright, you get popped at the same time. Only 2,000 Delta V. Only 2,000 Delta V on that stage, because it is pushing just a big old gas tank. So one thing we can actually do to make this a little less cursed, that's kind of a curiosity, is I can go here, and we could just slap the engines on the side, get extra air resistance, but then when they pop the fuel, kick them all off and all that weight's gone. I'm not going to do that, though. I'm going to be lazy. Because I also don't think that's going to work in this particular case, because they're these big honking tanks that are going to slap up against everything. Okay, so we've got all this. You've got that set up. And that's going to be our main get-off-the-ground engine. So, next up, we are going to need to have some couplers. Because this is not going to work well on its own. So we can also go here and go to wings. Get our things for helping with the aerodynamics. How's it going, Leafy Pew? It's good to have you. Let's see here. So we can grab our smaller ones. We'll adjust those in a minute. And we're gonna go over here. We're gonna get the Bobcats. The Bobcats are too big. Alright, so you have 250 on the ground. Oh, wait a sec. Alright, so yeah, so these ones were 290 on the ground. We have another one that's relatively good. Yeah, those are 250 on the ground. I was like, no, just no. Yep. Let's see, what you can do is just put the engines on radial decouplers with fuel lines, so when you get higher up, you can ditch the extra weight. Yeah, so that was, I remember doing stuff like that in the past. You would either have one big engine, a bunch of fuel canisters that as you didn't need them, you kick them off, if you had enough lift to make it worthwhile. It does like need, look, I need a bit larger of a tank. So that's a liquid fuel. Got this one. Do we have something that's like in between these sizes? It's just tiny little tanks. And that's the big tanks. Yeah, so I guess it's just these tanks, unfortunately, for that size. Have you used the fuel lines? Yeah, no, fuel lines are great. Alright. So engines. Put those ones on because they're very efficient so far as what we need here. So we got all that. We will need to go up to the aerodynamics. Too big. Okay, so we need them. Cool. So with all that, we can go to our fuel lines. We will connect our fuel lines from the outside pointing in. So that way when we run out of fuel on this one, we just kick them off, they're gone. This does not feel like the way to go. I have a feeling we are just being inefficient, and that is okay. Sometimes you just lean towards inefficient. So we got the Pollux, which seems to be... I can't see what's even happening with that. Alright. Okay, and we are definitely going to want these. Alright, so we've got a whole rocket set up here. I don't know if this thing's going to be able to steer with what we got. Delta V-wise, we've got a mess here. So you're going to pop at the same time. So let's see here. Why would you make this? Excellent, that's the name of our ship. Okay, so all rockets kick in right at the beginning. We'll keep these tapered down while the solid rocket booster's going. Where's it going? The galactic core? The moon, and landing and coming back. Oh, you need to be down there with that first group. Yeah, so supposedly this stage only has 1,650 Delta V. And that stage that doesn't have a thruster has 842. So, not sure how it's figuring all that. I don't actually have great confidence in that. Use a efficient and expensive, rush a cheaper brute force. Alright, well, I think we've got everything we need. Hey, Paul Harvey, thank you so much for the 500 biddies. That's so generous of you. So here is how I feel about this going, chat. My prediction is this is going to be horrifically inefficient on fuel. We will reach the moon, but we're going to waste an unreasonable amount of fuel getting there. Like, it's strictly going to be inefficient. We are definitely leaning into the curse of for every... Oh, wait. We got a problem. 1 second, revert the flight. I got the wrong people. I'm bringing tourists, not my actual people. So let's go in here to crew. So scientist who's probably got the justification for being here, absolutely. Bill, you know, the one who could actually do important things. Yeah, you're getting out of here too. Tourists who paid me cash, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. It's okay. Your good old buddy Jebediah is gonna be leading this whole thing. You know how to run a ship though, right? Right? Maybe? Let's see, some of the engines will run out and get decoupled, and if you decouple right away, that delta V on the decoupler is what's left of the engines. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Alright, so we're going to ramp this up.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Earthrush Tony. Earthrush Tony, you got yourself some nice advertisement for previewing, whether you want it or not, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. One of these is not staged right. Let me go up here.
Love you, husband.
I love you, wifey. Do you think this rocket makes any sense?
It looks like a castle.
It's probably not going to work great.
Let's see what happens. Are your Kerbals gonna die?
Maybe.
Oh.
The tourist pays for the round trip on this one? Yeah, they had their itinerary of landing on the moon and then, you know, getting back.
Hi, Randall Thor. Hi, Infinity Simplex.
Alright.
I like it, Lux Ray. But your Kerbals, they looked so happy when they took off. You wouldn't allow them to die, would you? Jebediah looks so happy.
Jebediah is always happy.
Oh, he doesn't look so happy now.
They're tourists.
No, it's gonna be like the Titan submarine. Those poor Kerbals. Oh no, are they father and son?
Probably.
No. Why would you do this to those Kerbals? Why would you do this to those Kerbals, Huppy?
Because they paid money.
They're gonna die.
Probably.
We would let them die if it was entertaining. Here.
Alright. So, we're doing pretty good on our altitude.
Uh-huh.
We can go ahead and check. So our apoapsis is only at about 45 kilometers now, so let's keep that throttle cranked up.
One of them is staying on the moon? What? What?
No, none of them are planning to stay on the moon this
That's
time.
what Luxray said.
Yeah, but you know, it is what it is. Alright. So pretty soon we're going to hit 70 kilometers.
Jebediah, stop clapping and keep your hands on the controls.
So we need to start tilting this sucker over. Oh, don't RCS. That's bad.
Don't believe chat.
All right. I can't find the crew thing. That's fine. Okay. So we are now jetting hard to the right. So we can go from going uppies to going orbit.
Have you used this design before?
Nope.
And you took tourists?
Yes. Again, they paid me.
Yeah. Good luck, Dilmy and CC. Or CS. Yeah, how do you say that? CC?
This many vectoring engines is actually making this hard to steer, because it's like all of them just like twitch and the whole rocket jiggles a bunch.
I think your tourists made bad decisions by booking passage on your spaceship. But
Okay.
you know, you had to make money, so I get it. I love you.
I love you more.
Have a good night.
You have a better night and sleep well.
Thanks. Good luck, Jebediah and Dilmy and CC. I don't have much faith that you'll make it back, but
Not with that attitude. We are actually having problems getting into orbit because that is it's a lot of weight we're trying to push up there. And I'm going absolute full tilt. And you know, we've got the fuel, but we don't actually have that much delta V. All things considered, we're actually not great in the delta V department on this thing. It is just way too heavy for what rockets I've got onto it. So we're headed south. Are we heading south? Oh yeah, no, we had it wiggle. Yeah, that's actually, we're gonna have to revert that. There's no way I'm rotating the entire thing. Yeah, when I went to adjust, the whole thing wobbled and I lost track of which way we were going. Okay, so one thing I did notice, small criteria problem. Let's go ahead and just slap those on up there. And slap these on up here. And then you across there. And that's probably fine. Because it was getting a lot of wibbly wobbly up there. I would vector in all the engines, you'd see them undulate a little. I'm like, oh yeah, we're losing a lot of that potential force just jiggling all over the place. But this time, it won't take 2 trips to get our Kerbals back from the moon. Okay, so again, SAS on. This time, don't turn on the RCS. Alright, I'm gonna throttle that down a little and let the solid rocket boosters do most of the effort here. And when the solid rocket boosters give, we're going to try and just tilt a little bit to the east. Hopefully that'll be around 10,000 feet or so. But we want to just nudge it over. We don't want to like massively turn it sideways. We still need lots of up. Yeah, so just the solid rocket boosters with me only at a third power, or quarter power actually, on our other rockets, is kind of pushing us into the range that where wind resistance is going to start being a problem. Yeah, this will be good. Okay, we should be fine relatively soon to do the switch over. Crank it up. Okay, we want to inch it on over. Let's go about 45 degrees, I think. which is so we can see our apoapsis. When our apoapsis starts getting to be like 80 kilometers or so, we're going to slam it all the way over. Actually... yeah, that seems fine. I'm trying to keep an eye on how long it is till we reach the apoapsis. It kind of determine what I'm doing based on that. Show of hands, how many know why we turn east? It has to do with the rotation of the world. The world is rotating, which means while you are sitting stationary on the surface of the Earth, you're going real fast that way. Because our Earth is moving hella fast when you look at that. Oh, sorry. I spoiled your fun. I used to, way back when I worked at the Space Center, I used to be able to tell people, like, how it was, I think it was the Saturn V rocket. I used to be able to tell people how many Olympic-sized swimming pool worth of rocket fuel it could empty per second or whatever. It's like, it was some, like, obnoxiously a reasonable number. Which, you know, that was what the requirement was for the task. But it was just the fact of being like, yep, I'm trying to stage, it's not doing it. We had that earlier when if I don't go out of this screen, it doesn't stage right. Alright, that means I just need to ramp that up. So you're saying Earth is not flat. Yeah, no, flat earthers around the world meet up all the time. Oh man, I can't remember. That was like a Facebook flat earthers group that they had that thing. It was like, you know, bringing flat earthers around the world together, and the people were just like, I need you to repeat what you just said really slowly. Don't want to exit stage left. So, this is still going to be not a great one. I think, honestly, this stage, I have way too much weight on it. That's what's kind of holding us back, is I'm just not getting much Delta V out of a stage for just how ridiculous much fuel... Wait, actually. Yeah, for how much ridiculous fuel I got in this stage, it's just a whole lot of fuel that's not getting much done. Used to work for you at GSC? You had a friend who worked in that area in the 70s. I used to work out at Cape Canaveral. For the record, I was not, like, in the aerospace side of things. I was more on the tourism side of things, so while kinda cool, not as cool as it sounds. So I did get to do a lot of stuff there, which, I mean, I got to meet a lot of people. Like, I actually got to meet John Glenn. I got to, you know, go out there. There was a couple of times we had 2 shuttles on the pad at the same time, and, like, that, a lot of that was cool. But, you know, I always said if something happened while I was working there, it'd be bad for me, because half the places you go out there, it's playing like this mission, like, not Mission Impossible, like this, like, very grand music and all that. It's like something's gonna happen, you're gonna be like in hero headspace or something like that because of all of this music about overcoming the impossible and everything. Not that that ever did happen, but it was a conscious thing. It's like, man, everywhere I go is like this big dramatic mission music or whatever. It was an interesting place to work. It was, you know, just like a general labor kind of crappy job. But you got to learn a lot of interesting factoids, there's a lot of fun space, and you got to meet people. Yeah, no, I see that the apoapsis is coming down. We're trying to get the parapsis up. This is not efficient. Once you pass the apoapsis, and you're still trying to get into orbit, you just are losing efficiency. But I think it's genuinely that middle column with just the one engine with like 3 of those giant tanks. I'm just trying to lift too much mass with not enough engine. How are we doing on our altitude? Not great. Not great is how we're doing. I'm bringing the Parapsis up, but we're getting pretty close to rubbing atmosphere. And yes, the name of the rocket is Why Would You Make This? Okay. Working for or near NASA, even just as a janitor, still working for or near NASA. Oh yeah. Well, it's also funny, like while I was in high school, I was part of a robotics program, and our robotics program actually got to operate out of the headquarters building for a while because our team was a partnership between like NASA, Boeing, and a couple of local high schools and all that, which was really kind of cool getting to actually go down on the floor where they're working on parts of the International Space Station. Like that, because what they would do is like get the part of the International Space Station, it'd get built in China or wherever, you know, whatever country was contributing that piece, and then they'd bring the piece to the headquarters. They'd make sure everything's working. They'd run it through a bajillion tests, and then, you know, launch it into space. Even generating those clear. Yeah, no, that's Oh, what level of clearance they had? It wasn't top secret. It was nothing that high, but it wasn't the bottom rung either. Which I needed because of working for a government contractor out there at one point, and then, you know, a couple other things. So it's kind of cool to see a lot of the stuff. All right, so I'm feeling pretty good about this. We're probably gonna want to go around here, maybe, and see if we can't get ourselves out to the moon. So let's start going over here. That's too much. Now you can keep on shifting it over till we see some interaction. All right. Yeah, somewhere around here should be good. I find it interesting it's not actually telling me how much Delta V I need for that maneuver. Oh, it's because I have my wheel closed. 800, so that's actually a pretty respectable amount. So we are going to want to change our heading for the maneuver. Change our heading for the maneuver. Oh, it's just you're big and heavy. Janitors have some of the highest clearance. They go many places unsupervised. You trust them? Yeah, that's the reason why a lot of places who work with, like, janitors who work in very, very, very high security places actually get paid relatively well. And the reason for it is quite simple. They got access to all sorts of very, very valuable secrets. If you're not paying them well, and someone says, yo, how would you like to be rich? It's not to say that janitors are untrustworthy or anything. It's just the matter of, if you're getting paid like pennies to the dollar, and someone goes, what if I would make you rich and all you gotta do is tell me something? You know. People do worse. Lugging that massive dump truck to the moon. Yeah, this here, these 4 tanks, honestly, I would probably actually get better, like if I just removed a tank, it would probably have a better outcome than just keeping what we got. Are we talking about Congress? No, not really. We were talking about like having security clearance in the Space Center and whatnot. But I mean, it would still be applicable with Congress as well. If you're a janitor in that place, you got access to lots of stuff. You pay enough for them to disappear, they don't really have an option. Yeah, no, it's a big thing about making sure you pay your people right. There's just a billion reasons to pay people right, and that's just another one on the pile. Alright, so we have an estimated 2-minute burn. And we are right about on course. Up, come on, vector just a little bit. Okay, so we're good there. So in theory, with that maneuver, we should potentially get to this point. We get to that point, then we hit the like once again to the moon's like gravitational field. We retrograde thrust at the periapsis until we pull it into an orbit, and then we know we start our slow descent. This keeps teleporting all over the place, and I don't like it. But yeah, and that's another reason why a lot of times IT will get paid really well in places that require security clearance. It's the same kind of thing. IT, we end up having to look at all the servers and the systems and all the information. Whether or not we want to see it, we end up seeing so much stuff that honestly we go a long, happy life without seeing. But it does mean we have all that information and all that. Not that it's like you write it down and all that, but it's the same thing. If you have underpaid IT, they have a lot of opportunity for a great deal of harm. Again, not saying that there's a trust issue with IT, just that they have access to all the things as a necessity of just what they do. It's a whole big thing. And I can tell you from just working on people's computer, there's definitely times without wanting to find stuff, I found all sorts of stuff. One, that I'm sure they didn't want me to see, and also two, that was definitely like, hey, you really needed to let me know that I had to watch out for this kind of thing. Because very, very genuinely. Alright, and that'll be good enough. That'll pass. Okay. So let's go ahead and set you for the target. Because we'll get here, and then right around this point, we start retrograding to pull us into orbit around the moon. I still have a decent amount. We're basically going to have an entire stage I'm probably just going to dump on the surface of the moon. Like, I've got an entire stage that literally I'm probably not going to hardly need. Because these three back here is one stage, and then I got one here that's another stage. This is still supposed to be a stage going up. But your philosophy has always been, who is more important to the company, the CEO or the janitor? If they couldn't do their job for a month, what would happen? The CEO might lose the company a lot of money. The janitor, everyone could sick, maybe even die. Who is more important now? Well, it's also one of those things that when you look at the different jobs, people try to underprice stuff and everything, and you go, you know, hey, this person does this job. Oh, well, that's not a skilled job. Or I'm like, well, are you going to do it? Well, no. Well, someone's got to do it, so that job's important. And very genuinely, you go to the gas station who hasn't had a janitor hit that bathroom in like a month, and what you think is a month is probably literally just a week. And you're like, you know what? I could really go for a janitor right now. Where you look in that and you're like, okay, how bad do I have to go? Like, I'm here, the bathroom's here, but no, really, how badly do I actually have to go? Do I think I can make it to the next location? Because I am not walking out of this bathroom with something that's going to require an antibiotic and or surgery or something. Like, I'm getting some kind of parasite or something using this bathroom. Hovering is a skill most people have. Also, counter-argument, hovering is how a lot of those bathrooms get to be that disgusting. Like, it gets just a little disgusting, and then people start hovering, and it gets so much worse. Yeah, is it worth the hospital bills to use these facilities? All our different debris we're leaving behind. Yep, so what's going to happen is right around this point, we will be in the point where the moon's gravity is going to properly influence us. And that's when we turn this thing around, we start retrograde burning. It's actually closer to the periapsis, but I want to make sure we can slow down in time, so we're going to go a little bit ahead of the periapsis. Because it can be a thing, if I'm going fast enough around this that we start to slingshot, I might just not have enough time to retrograde burn to slow myself down. And honestly, with the mass we've been dealing with, that's a genuine concern. It's funny. This engine's designed to get off the ground. My engine for space travel's here. Like, if we had Bill with us, I honestly feel like I have enough fuel, I could potentially hit this satellite that's going around here, grab that, and then get back to the moon. It would be pushing my luck, and we're not going to do it. But, you know. Okay. Yeah, and that's where we have all of our other stuff. Ideally, if I could land in the same spot, great. I don't need to, though. Yeah, so you can see, here's how we're moving relative to the moon. So let's go and switch ourselves to the retrograde. Okay, it's just, we've got power, it's just that one reactive wheel trying to move this giant monstrosity of a rocket. It's trying its best. It's underappreciated, it's understaffed. It's that, you know, company of 200-300 people, and they've got that one IT person, and they don't really get to sleep very much, and they get phone calls pretty much every evening and weekend, and they swear to their spouse that they're going to quit this job any day, but, you know, they still do end up in work somehow. This is why it should be called what I said. Alright. Still slowly working our way into the proper orientation. And throttle up. I should dump that stage, even with the fuel, while you're suborbital. Yeah, no, genuinely, it's like, I think honestly, just getting to the stage that's supposed to be my efficient space stage. But I'm kind of like, but it's still fuel. Like, it literally can't hurt me on that regard. Okay, so we're going to bring this down. For some reason, it's not letting me stage. Cool. So there's that thing. And now here's our actual space stage. We're getting us to the moon's surface, at which point then we dump it off, and this little piece here is it actually gets us, you know, down on the ground. It's one little fuel tank, one little engine, and then this is to get us back up and home. So for here, we're gonna go ahead and fast forward to our closest to the periapsis, because now we should actually have better mobility than we had before. Interplanetary missions can matter a lot. Yeah, I mean, so it's one of those things, you've got the fuel there, and you burn it for Delta V. Now, I could certainly see when you're doing, like, slingshots and all that, having that extra mass, all those things can cause all sorts of weird interactions. Right, because if you line up the slingshot and you just have the mass there, it's like, well, I don't need the fuel for anything right now, but that extra mass is going to potentially hurt me in my maneuver or whatever. Because, you know, you'll have, like, an engine that's going to be much better suited for a thing. Is power still good? Yeah, no, I got solar panels. So we're good. We're good on the power front. Okay, so we stop, let it spin to retrograde. It's still not very fast, but plenty faster than it was. Okay, and we're bringing that around. Okay. Yeah, we landed on the moon already, but I've got another contract to land on the moon, and because technically I didn't recover the thing. That's the whole thing. Alright, meanwhile, what was the thing we were seeing here? Oh. I thought for a fact there was another one. Well, that's not what you want to see. Hang on. Turn that around. So, it's fine. I'll end up having to come back to the moon again. Because we've got cat-free Kerman on there, but I already got full up on my people who could be on the ship. So let's go here to try and get ourselves a couple kilometers over there. Oh, throttle is still open? Is that what's going on? That's fine. Okay, so retrograde again. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring this around. So we're going to bring it in low. And what's going to end up happening is we're going to just open up as hard as we can when we get down here. That we are going to be trying to just kill as much of our speed as possible. Yep, contract wasn't land and abandoned like it's KSP2. Contract was land and return. Yeah, which I think is fair. Well, and that's the thing. We actually did get the people back and all that. It was just the issue we ran into was I had to send a rescue craft. And so technically, it was the rescue craft that returned. Okay, so this will be good. Periapsis is right there. And we are going to be trying to just deorbit and land. I'm not going to worry about meeting up with my previous location. As you can see, we just dumped a ton of parts on the ground because I had to literally give up everything to get us into the air. Alright, so we are on final approach. Extend the landing gear. Hit F5. Moon hopping is doable. Doesn't use a lot of fuel. Alright, so the point here is we're going to just try and slow ourselves down. The goal here is to change our horizontal velocity first to as low as possible. And then, you know, as we lower. I have no illusions that this rocket here is probably not going to be... Well, no, it'll definitely be able to keep this thing where we need it, so far as oriented and everything. But it's big and heavy. And we're not going to be able to land on it, so we're going to want to land on this. And like I said, this fuel tank down here, this is just to lift all that lower area up. Actually, this is to land us. And if it has fuel, we'll take it up as much as we can before we ditch. And then we got all of our science stuff down here. I've got a cabinet to keep the science experiments in, so we don't have to drag that with us. We do have a bunch of monopropellant on this one as well. We're in a pinch. Alright, kill the fuel. Okay. Now we are ditching this bottom piece, by the way. We're not set up to land on it. That'll just tip over. Honestly, what we've got is already very likely to tip over. Okay. So let's see what we got here. We need to get both of them to land on the moon. Which is interesting, because I'm assuming with land on the moon, they don't actually have to get out, which feels like such a tease if that is the case. Because, like, we land on the moon. We're getting out. Oh, no, that's not part of the deal, man. It's a pretty cool looking moon lander. To be fair, this whole stage was just meant to get us to the moon, not really to land us on it. That's what this stage down here is for, but I've got 2/3 of gas tank here, because we definitely overcompensated. The one thing I'm gonna have to watch is when I go to stage, I'm gonna have to throttle up that next stage way higher than this one, just to fight the gravity and everything. And there's gonna be that switch off that's gonna be messy. I don't know what that is. Some over there, too. Okay, what got destroyed? Unfortunately, the engine got destroyed. Alright, 1 second. We did do a quick save for a reason. So, we can slow down, but I gotta do it way earlier. Like, we landed it. Like, it did land fine. We survived, and honestly, I may have been able to get off the planet that way. That may have actually worked. And the problem was basically I didn't throttle up fast enough. Oh yeah, no, with Kerbal I do tend to save scum. There's just so many things that can go wrong that, one, it can just bug out and weird things happen. Oh, retrograde, please. Please line that up right. Have I played before? Yes, a very, very long time ago, and a lot changed. Like, literally, career mode was this brand new thing that just come out, and was, like, only partially implemented when I last played. Suicide burns are really only valid for computer-controlled landing? Hard to do by eye? Yeah. Well, that's the same thing. Like, in Kerbal Space Program, a lot of this doesn't work like it works in real life at all, which is fine. You made it to Duna, but no expert. Way, way back in the day I got to almost all planets, but like there was a lot of stuff you used to be able to abuse back then. Okay. The fun in Kerbal seems to be mostly about the awesomely dramatic mistakes. Yeah, it's just one of those things because of how long some stuff takes in Kerbal. It can be really unsatisfying to sit there and just, you know, you have like your missions where you're going all the way out to the far out planets that you put in like hours and hours and hours setting that whole thing up and getting all set up, that, you know, you go to the landing phase and just something like you bump spacebar too much and you accidentally stage early, completely biffing the whole thing. And it's not fun to lose all those hours, so it's a thing. I definitely have no problem save scumming this game. It's the same thing like Kenshi is another game I have no problem save scumming. Whereas RimWorld I always play in commitment mode, even though it can be cruel. A lot of times your loss isn't as significant in RimWorld. Or like Project Zomboid is another game I play in commitment mode because very genuinely, if you let your character be able to survive everything, the game gets boring real fast. Because you just get stronger and stronger, the game gets easier and easier. It's like literally at its hardest at the start and all that. But Kerbal, especially back when I used to play the most, it was a very janky game. And same with Kenshi, it's a very janky game that you just straight up get screwed by the jank sometimes. Now granted, it feels way better now than it did so far as the jank front. I think we're on flat terrain. You don't want to build a simulation to see if KSP simulation will do what you want. Okay. So we're going to start taking that down a bit more. Okay. We're getting lots of tearing. Your personal rule of Kerbal is that you quick save constantly, but only reload the game if it glitches. If it's your own mistake, you live with it. Yeah, now if I played Kerbal a lot more, I would probably do the same. But like, this is the first time I've played Kerbal in like 5-6 years. I don't play it nearly enough to get to that level of proficiency. I'm trying to wait till we start seeing the shadow appear. Okay. The stage. Immediately throttle up to max. Yeah, no, rescue missions I don't mind, but what's like your thing just explodes. It's a very different thing. Nope, nope. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Are you gonna behave? No, I can't keep that up. Alright, with the monopropellant, though, I could probably make that work anyways. Alright, so, let's check first. Did it give credit? They have landed on the moon. That's fine. So what I'll probably need to do is use the monopropellant to lean it up and then use the rocket to get off the ground. I got plenty of fuel left there. So let's turn that off for right now. So, with this, let's start all of our science. Got ourselves some science here. Grab a barometer. Grab this. And open that. We will do a crew report. We will EVA you. I'll have you pop over here. EVA report. Take sample. Plant flag. Lander got sleepy. Excellent. Okay, we can go over here to our storage containers. So go here. Pin you. Pin you. And we can go to you. Pin you. Here, you can have the bag. So grab and that. Grab this. Grab that. Grab this. Grab this. Grab both of those. So he took the surface sample, performed EVA science. Okay, we played golf. Keep that. I'm assuming we won't get more for doing more. Okay, let's pop into you. And these were things I hadn't figured out. Because it's connected, it's running and all that. Now I did see some stuff on the land on our way in. There's one over there. So let's go do a wander over here. Well, actually, first... let's see. Store we got. Please don't smash Jeb. Okay. Cool. Alright, so let's go over here. And see what we can find at that crater thing. Bonk. Because I don't know if that's anything we care about or not, and I'm curious. Because then we could also check to see if those things I left on the planet are going to give me any science. Oh. I guess we can get more. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna check out what that is. And then we'll run back and check to see if those other research things actually do their research. Hey, Daka, how's it going? Eh. Eh. Are we on the moon? Yes. And it's just taking us a hot minute because I want to check that out. Gonna take a quick peek at that. And then we're gonna run back to our ship and probably do a quick save and see if we can't recover it, because I think we will be able to. I have RCS and I have a bunch of monopropellant, so I'm assuming I could kind of tip the whole thing up with monopropellant and kick the engine on, get us off the ground, and we should be in good shape to get out of here. And then we should have more than enough to get ourselves back home. But I see these, like, a couple little pieces of debris on the ground, and I don't know if we can interact with those or if they'll give us something else. Now what I will do is, if I only have the choice of getting the sample, I'll do an EVA report and all that over here, just in case my report gives me something for being at this. It could also be that I need equipment to interact with this that I just am unaware of. We're almost there. Yeah, that was always the same problem I ran into from Dwarf Fortress. It wasn't the pixel art graphics, that's all fine. It's, for me personally, I found the UI was just, like, very obtuse. Like, it's one I find frustrating, because it seems like such an excellent game kind of held hostage by its UI. Okay. So I can't right-click on it itself. I'm going to go ahead and perform a new EVA test on top of this thing and see if it makes any difference. And we will go ahead and do an EVA report from here. And it'll take a sample from here. Okay. So let's get back home to our ship. Yeah, and I figured there was a chance we would need extra science stuff. But I was like, I'm here. Might as well check it out. Alright, so plan is pretty simple. We're going to check these machines that I hooked up. I don't know if they're going to be able to get anything done. Because we put down ones before and it didn't seem to do anything. Alright. And then we can go and get our tourists and Jebediah back with all their science. That'll let me unlock some more goodies. Might take a few moments to collect. Yeah, and that's the reason I'm like, alright, well, we're running over here, we're grabbing it. If it looks like it's going to take a long, long time, then I'm probably not going to bother. Because what I'd probably do then is I'd wait till we have all the ground things, and I'd just make an area with a bunch of the ground things as like a temporary base. And so while I work on some other projects, just have my scientists and engineer down there or whatever. No flag on it? I got a flag. The flag's right there. And I did put down the flag first. Does a jetpack worth distance? But I might need my jetpack. Just like I'm going to need those high potions. Trust us. Oh, flag crater? Ah, yeah. I mean, I'm not running back to the crater to put the flag down. Because I'm also kind of low-key expecting these to take a minute, so I want to be like, yeah, we took our time to get over here. They refill when you get back in. Oh, I took off your pack. No, I mean, you have the pack on. It's fine. We're right here. Okay, so let's see how we go with this. Experiments connected. Let's see. Experiments connected. Com signal 0.98. Com first hop distance. Total power needed 2. Total power available 2. Power units required 1. Module enabled true. Module deployed true. Cool. That's all hooked up and ready. That's all hooked up and ready. Science completed 0.01%. 0.05625 science per hour. Oh, okay, so literally I could just leave this here and it will trickle feed me science? Okay, well, just gonna leave that laying there for the rest of its existence. As it was meant to be. Before I forget, close that. Where is your entrance at? Okay, so here is going to be the tricky part. So we're going to go SAS, we're going to do this. What I'm going to need to do that's why we quick save. That is exactly specifically why we quick save. That I instinctively like, I want to go up. Space. Separate. Immediately ruin everything. So it's looking like the RCS is not going to be sufficient to lift this thing. So we should be able to do that. Put down the landing gear. All right, let's try that again. So yeah, all I need to do is just nudge it up, and it should have more than enough thrust to get us off the ground. The problem is I'm really having difficulty telling... Yeah, so I'll tip you up. That's W. Yeah, because I want... Nope. What I want to do is try and get all the RCS shooting down to see if I can't tip the whole thing up, because we managed to do that a little bit earlier. I just want to try and get up this hill a little bit. Yeah, so that's my equivalent to D. What's spinning us that way. Then W is rotating this way. Alright. So I think the top of this hill, we're going to try and go for it. Alright. Trying to think if there's good ways I could tip it up. I could potentially tip it up by turning it onto my experiments and just, like, you know, lunging, like, leaning it up a little bit. That might be another option, so let's go here, do that. Again... retract those. So W there. Yeah, and the problem is they kind of sit flat again. Yeah, because it kind of mushes it back down. I'm hoping this will work. Alright. I do not have an engineer on us. Can you retract your landing gear on the nose to prop it up? I did try to do that. Like I said, my thought is if I can get it to a crater somewhere I can sit it up. If I can just tip it up, we'll be in good shape. If I could make out which way was up and down, that might also help us. It seems like the RCS isn't really giving me a good way to tip down. This might just destroy it, but... sometimes you can spin stuff fast enough to work out physics. I was trying to get it to roll as it did it. Yeah, I actually have a lot of Delta V available here. I've got 1500. Okay, so let's not get going too fast. What I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try and go to that crater. I'm gonna slowly approach the crater. My hope is just scrape it up the side of the crater just enough to start standing us up. Because I don't need much. Just a little bit of vertical. I have a reactive wheel. It's up here. Reactive wheel right there. It's just not sufficient. Okay. So let's revert the flight and not bother with the monopropellant. It's not doing anything. I'm guessing the hills are just decorations. Let's also try this. Let's temporarily turn this off. Shut down the engine. Yes, that rolls you. Which might actually work out for me. So we can roll it up like this. Get to tip back. Lower doors open? Yeah, that probably won't make a difference. We can close that. Okay. So I'm going to turn off the RCS because I could potentially use that as propulsion in space. It's not great. So activate engine. Okay. Gonna burn RCS to try and maintain. That's why I can turn off the monopropellant. Yeah, so the problem is we're beached on our side. Oh, here's another thing we can do. Okay, so again, turn this off for a moment. Not nearly enough to do anything. Alright, turn that back off. That's just a waste. Because the hope was I could sit there and set this up. Try detaching and retaching and just reattaching the upper stage. Try detaching and just launching the upper stage. That might be worth it if I can angle it up. If I can angle it up at all, I've got options. Right now, if I launch it just smashing into the ground instantly. So that's what I gotta get sorted out, is I gotta somehow get any type of upward angle. That's the reason I was trying to roll over these, just in the off chance I could get that to happen. I think they mean it'll light up. It'll be light enough to use RCS to get up front. Oh, I see what you're saying. We can try it. So pop that. Let's pop our gear here. It's trying. Almost. It was starting to lean up, but at that point it was moving too fast along the ground. Yeah, no, I turned the engine on. And, like, as soon as we got... Like, it started to angle up, but it picked up too much speed. What I need is literally anything I can push it up against. If I had anything here... Did we see where the actual big engine went down? Is that nearby? So if I can get over here, that's a pretty steep angle. Yeah, so I can't go over 5 meters. That's what I'm thinking, is we creep up to the edge of one of those craters, we get up against the side, and then we just launch. But I'm gonna have to keep it under 5 meters, and as you can imagine, it doesn't want to stay straight. The good news is, got a crater right in front of me. Yeah, keep it under 5. Well, the gear down probably gonna give me some friction. Because I'm more concerned about going too fast and exploding. Yeah, I know I've done this before long ago, but it's been a hot minute. Slowly dragging ourselves across to this, and like I said, that'll probably be our best bet there, is just get against all these walls. Yeah, I have like a whole extra stage with 1200 Delta V. The problem is, it does me no good when it's gonna take me directly into the ground. And they got tons of RCS, but yeah. What exploded? Okay, so we lost the one tank on the side there. I can live with that. I'd probably live with that too. It actually looks like it didn't need these. I cut the power a little bit ago. Yeah, no, I saw too late there getting out of speed. It's just so easy to go over that little bit of speed there. Honestly, it might be worth it just shooting off this. Because we should go airborne here. It's gonna be a lot of trying to swing the bottom beneath us and just full throttle to the sky. Want to turn on RCS when we get there. The Science Junior should already be moved up. I stored it all earlier. Come on. Okay. No, I don't want a quick save right yet, just in case. Because I find out I've goofed and I've rolled it or whatever. Okay, we need to start actually getting ourselves into a proper orbit. Meanwhile, let's check on... Let me stage. Let me stage. Let me stage. It's fine. Okay, so we're doing our best here. We're not at a good angle for getting around, but that's okay. Speaking of the capsule being in the wrong stage, get you up here. Add a bunch of these. Yeah, because I was pretty sure I said to store the stuff in here. Surface sample. Gotcha. Man. That does mean we left our barometer, thermometer, and our Science Junior all got there. It's still a good chunk? Yeah, no, it's fine. I am noticing we've got the thing that's like now passively giving us research. So I don't need to worry about too much. Okay, so this is a really bad angle we're doing this at. It is fine. But I'm going to go ahead and let's get closer to the apoapsis. Then we're going to balance out our orbit. Okay, get ourselves lined up with the prograde. And I still got 500 Delta V to go. Because we did destroy 2 of our external tanks getting ourselves off the ground. But yeah, no, I definitely agree. Getting what science we did get and our contracts done, I'm content with that. Because Jebediah is also carrying, like, the EVA report, samples, and a whole bunch of good stuff as well. Need a little bit more. Okay, so with that, what we could try and do is we got a really, really bad orbit here. So I do want to try to adjust this, so we'll go over to here, add a maneuver. How hard would it be for us to correct this? That is a lot of fuel. Okay, so let's see here. So generally, let's plan to try to catapult herself off. So we go that way. So we go from this side of the arc over here. Will it be enough to... Why are you popping off that side? Should you not be going off the other side? Oh, I see what I'm doing. Never mind, I'm being dumb. Well, no. Yeah, I'm being dumb. Okay, so this is just not even the right place at all. So we can go here. I'm trying... Okay, we'll delete this spot. Go up here. Add this. Again, we're popping up on this side, because I'm trying to get off the back. Because that was my expectation, is that it would go like this. Yeah, it's still moving kind of forward. Let's go ahead and just get it to where it would get us to exit. Okay. Let's use this thing. And just basically keep rotating it until we find the sweet spot. I'm hitting all wrong buttons. What we could do here. So that would put me into a ridiculously wide orbit. Way higher than we want. So to keep staging it and staging it and staging it. To be farther and farther along. Staging it forward, staging it forward. Not quite enough. Go. Staging it forward. Alright, that's starting to bring it back out. So it's looking like right around there is probably the sweet spot. Okay, so that'd take 200 Delta V. That'd put us in the orbit, and we can just probably go to the apoapsis and bring that in. I think that'll be fine. So with this, let's go ahead and move up to our maneuver. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, is we don't weigh very much now. We're basically just the command pod and then some weight. Alright, get you here. So this is going to be a 45-second burn, starting in 1 minute and 12 seconds. Well, I mean, that's the goal. So when those both hit about 45 seconds, we slam on the gas. A big part of why it's probably not good is we're at a really steep diagonal. So we're not leaving at a clean angle, but that's because we didn't have a clean takeoff because circumstances. So at 50, should start burn at 22.5. Oh, you're saying so split the difference between? I guess it makes sense. I'll start it just a couple seconds early, since it takes a second or two for you to get the throttle all the way open. But yeah, I could split it. Yeah, so just plan for 3 or 4 seconds for it to take to ramp it up. Okay. Cool. We can do that. So yep, so now what we'll want to do is go to the apoapsis and bring it down to the periapsis. Bring down the periapsis. Alright. And I have to come back for that rescue mission, but that's okay. They can wait there for a while. Honestly, they'll be not even close to the apoapsis. Okay, so let's get around to the apoapsis. I probably don't need to, but I'm going to. Because it would stink to be a little inefficient right at the end, and then realize you just done goofed. Alright. So we're here. Retrograde. Choose this. Why am I not seeing what I'm expecting here? So I actually want to see... my periapsis. Oh, that's what it does. I accidentally tabbed. Thank you. Ooh, it's gonna be close. Are we gonna short it by just a little bit? We're right on this fence. Oh, that is spicy. Okay, that might be a little too spicy. We're just gonna give a little baby tap. That's fine. Okay. I was just a little scary about slamming it at 40. Alright. So with that, let's go ahead and bring it around. I'm gonna quick save. You like about 55? Yeah, the 55-60 felt pretty good to me. This is a little tighter than I really feel great about, but I think it'll be fine. Okay, so let's get to our ship view. Set it to retrograde. Burn off the last of that fuel. Alright. And we're down to just the bare necessities. Hey, could you not hit me? That'd be great. Those monopropulsion... Oh, those... Oh, it's the landing gear. That's fine. The landing gear is probably not actually necessary. Little concerned about the monopropellant. Now, granted, monopropellant, if I remember correctly, is literally just compressed air. It's just fancy compressed air. Something's gonna break. Those are getting right up to their limit. They're managing to just barely stay in the acceptable range. Yeah, no, I did notice that as like I started catching up, I was like, don't run into me. It would probably be fine as long as we didn't hit it hard. But yeah. Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna need a second pass. Which is totally fine. Honestly, we shaved off almost 3 million meters off the apoapsis. Okay. Minor prop means a single component fuel. Hydrogen peroxide is a common option. You can generate lift with aerobraking. Yeah, that's the whole bouncing off the atmosphere thing. When you hit the atmosphere at such an angle, your wind resistance against your aerobraking kind of bounces you off. Mileage just doesn't mean it needs to be mixed with oxidizer? Gotcha. Alright, got our position reset. Round 2. And I'm really hoping we deorbit on this one, because we did burn about 1/4 of our heat shield on that pass. But we should be deorbiting pretty hard on this pass. We're sub 50 kilometers, and you're bringing that down fast, and this is coming down fast. I think we'll be fine if it takes 3 passes. I think if we hit 4 passes, we're gonna get to see how well we do without the heat shield for a good chunk of the journey. We'll see if we can manage to keep it. Next should be less heat. Yeah, because we are going slower, one would assume. That heat shield. Okay, there's the landing gear starting to heat up again. You find you either use about 1/3 of the heat shield or all of it. Now, we're still not quite coming up, but our apoapsis is coming down fast. Alright, so we are starting to go up. I don't know if our apoapsis is going to come down fast enough to prevent us having to do our pass. It's coming down quick. Like, really, really quick compared to the rate we're going up, though. I think we might be in for one more pass. This is the catch, I gotta get all the way up to 70, so I've got a little over 20 kilometers to climb. At the rate we're climbing, this might come back down enough that we don't end up fully escaping. Considering we still haven't hit where it's at the 20 kilometers. Now this might be it. As fast as the apoapsis is coming down, I think we're gonna be coming down on this one. As long as it's slowing down as we're getting to upper atmosphere. Okay, it's looking like one more go around. But we got pretty close to coming down for that one. If we would have been on the faster drop a little longer, I do think we would have gotten our gotten deorbited. It's gonna look like we're gonna probably drop to about 250 kilometers from almost the million or whatever we were at. And then this will be the final pass. When we go in this one, because I have a ton of monopropellant left, I'm gonna go ahead and turn the RCS on. Just in the off chance things got a whack. This should be plenty fine. Like, we've had much bigger ones than on this. And this thing is pretty well designed to want to put that shield first on its own. Okay. You could plank it and drop some more? Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's probably too little too late, but yeah. Either way, we're coming down the next one. Yeah, if I could remember the controls, I also have the RCS that I could just full throttle, like... I remember... Oh, you know what I remember? That was right. These 4-banger RCSs, they make it really hard to just put RCS in just one direction. That's right, when you get the ones that are like the single holes, if I put like 4 of them there, I could use as like a weak booster, or just the same as I could put on the other side. I could sit there and, you know, just retrograde with the RCS. It's not a lot of force, RNT. That turned on and off my stuff. Because the thing is, my RCS is these four ones, and so like what I do, like a rotation and all that, but up and down and all that doesn't give me the angle I'm looking for. It's fine. Because I remember I used to have to put like the single directional ones if I wanted to have it like, you know, when you put like a lander on the moon, you kind of want to push that. Press H. All right, I'll mess with that in a moment. Let's drop the speed for just a second. RCS on, so my equivalent to H be here. Gotcha, that's good to know. So turn this way. I got tons of monopropellant left, so I feel like being as wasteful. You can also switch to translation mode. These are all the things that the game is really bad about teaching you. So you just have to like know that all these modes exist and all that. I definitely remember dealing with that from the game before as well. It is very much a game where you either need to find a wiki or a guide or just luck into something because so much stuff is buried. A lot of trial and error in the game. But yeah, so we are managing to successfully make landings on the moon. And generally, we had a lot of Delta V left for that moon landing. We could potentially take that same rocket and get it farther. It'd just be a matter of we'd have to slingshot the moon. Or, you know, do the thing where you slingshot the moon, then slingshot the Earth to, like, throw yourself out to where you're trying to reach. But that can always be a tricky one to line all that up. That's where you want, like, the super duper efficient, like the ion engine. I remember that was the one that did, like, absolutely pathetic amount of thrust, but it was so fuel efficient, you'd just get a big canister and just ever so slowly push your rocket to wherever it needed to go. I bet you could do a Minmus orbit with this? Probably. At least the other kind of trial isn't a thing in KSP, where every other player would be in trouble. Ion Engine or Xeon? Yeah, that was the whole point. You got those into space, and if you had a decent fuel canister, you could get about as far as you want. It wasn't going to get you in and out of orbit in and out of gravity wells or anything. Minmus is far easier than the moon? Gotcha, I don't genuinely remember. Alright. And just look at that heat shield burn. I think we're fine. Oh, let's snooze that way if anything goes wrong. People don't get caught by ads. If you went to jail for unsafe practices, it would end pretty quick. Yeah, you violate the OSHA stuff and it's just... that's that. We're just properly testing that heat shield the whole way down. Okay, so you want me to start testing a bunch of these engines and all that. We'll get the return. We still need to test a couple pieces of equipment. I need to rescue this person. Alright. Yeah, so people are going to be right on the money where people say they're expecting to be about 60 left in the heat shield. Because they're about to drop out on here, so yeah. Solid estimate there. Okay, and with that... there's the drag chutes. Extend the landing gear. And we got all that, so RCS off. SAS off. And we should be perfectly good with all that. Alright, so I got a bunch of these other contracts to do. It's kind of nice that with the contracts, the career mode, it does sort of, you know, like, you're not sure, like, oh, do I have enough science to get to Minmus? Do I have enough science to do this or whatever? And it does feel like the career kind of naturally shoves you in the direction of being like, oh, you just finished that one, you better go to the next one. So it does seem to have like a relatively good, you know, pacing for what you're probably going to have tech capabilities. Now granted, the only one I would say is the exception is these survey ones, but since you can take a rocket in orbit and just adjust, you can do those fairly easy. It's honestly the surface ones that I'm most thinking about, because with the gravity, I wouldn't want to take like a little lander to like go to each spot. I could see taking a rover, but I think that'd be a heck of a drive. And you go at your own pace. Yeah, and it doesn't, like, the career mode doesn't feel like, oh man, this is gonna be sweaty, like, you're barely gonna make it. Maybe if you're blowing up a bunch of your rockets, it's pretty rough. I could actually definitely see that. Have you farmed KSC yet? I don't know what you mean by farmed it. He turned into the albatross planes across Kerbal. Well, that's what I think, is I'd have to get to like the high altitude planes And the planes I've seen have generally been very fuel efficient. Farmed data collection. Oh, I mean, when I played the first time, Sandbox is basically it. I kind of stopped playing like right around the time career mode was very first introduced. Going around collecting all the science around the Space Center. Each building is a different biome and counts as fresh science. Gotcha. Yeah, and I haven't done that. Yeah. No, I thought, I haven't done too much of that. We're also getting, like, really good science, though, from going to the moon and all that. I'm getting lots of science pretty fast, as is. That feels kind of like in stuff like Kenshi, where you can, you know, put a skeleton in a skeleton bed next to someone hostile and just speedrun toughness. Because they just keep beating up on you and keep healing. Speed of 6 is not great. Yeah. The thing is, if you fast forward and you get to the ground, sometimes physics gets mad. There's her shadow. Alright. And we are safely down. I mean, we're safely. Nobody died. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in, hanging out, and doing the mod stuff and all that. You making good progress for day 3? Yeah. In our 332 science, we could have had a lot more, but we left it on the ground and exploded. It's fine. Whatever contracts we did, we're over $1 million. So, heck yeah. Explore Minmus. Cool. So we just need to probably do a flyby on Minmus? Yes, this is a flyby on Minmus. Test a stack separator while you're sitting on the ground. Sure. Bury 2... You just want to orbit... Oh, so you want to land on the moon. And somebody in this contract would like, do it in the next 10 years. It's like, sure, whatever. Because I do wish this was organized by how much longer we have left. Because I can kind of just take the contract and then ignore it. And then if I ever run up short, I can be like, oh, let's go ahead and do that. Because some of these I'm just going to do by sheer chance. Yeah, so this one eventually, the skipper one is the one I've got the lowest time left. Which is 283 days. Alright, so with that, we can close here and go to research and development. So we got 400. Now, I could go for the high altitude planes. That's not what I think I need to actually do the high. So that's the RAM intake. Let's see, divertless supersonic intake. Yeah, we don't have the engine that goes with it. I think that's going to be the thing, is I think it's going to be the ramjet is going to be necessary for all that. Okay. So we got our bigger engines. So... That one's not particularly better on the engine ISP. That one's got a really solid engine ISP for that part. You're fine. Yeah, none of those are particularly better on the engine ISPs. They're just probably just bigger overall. We've got this for maneuvering and all that stuff. Planes are a mystery. They're finicky. Large volume containment. Okay, what else do we have here? So we have the advanced electronics. That's for the fold-out solar panels. We got a bunch of structure pieces and a weather analyzer. So that'll be another thing for when we land on planets to potentially give us more research. We have the advanced exploration. Right, and then we got the processing lab. You're no longer limited to the research. Yeah, so it's a place we can research back at the station. Right, we got the scanning arm. Capable of scanning independent work, distant planets, analyzing the geological composition of rocks and other surface features with 2 different instruments. So, it looks like this is going to give me more research, and that's going to give me more research. But that cost us 320. The mobile processing lab is overpowered? Yeah, my guess is you land it there, and then I guess you just leave a scientist there to just work it. We've got more monopropellant. This will give us the active wheel. And get the better lander as well, so the sturdier struts. Okay, so the specialized control, I do feel like that advanced reaction wheel, the bigger one here, that's starting to probably become more necessity than optional. I'm not as worried about the other stuff here, but that would help us with our turning. The command modules would be nice. Let's see, crew capacity 1, 3, 2. That's service bay 2. All right, let's plan for research first. So we grab you, and we grab you. You were the other one I need research for? Yeah, the scanning thing. All right, and that leaves me with not enough for anything else. So we went with the research, so it's not going to actually help our capabilities of reaching other objects, but it will give us more research. Now, before we do anything else, I have got to use the restroom in a big way. So I'm going to go ahead and use the restroom, and I'll be right back. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt compelled to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the... Hang on. I thought this was just some, like, inappropriate, you know, like, just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she was trying to, like, talk up the science because she knows, like, we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. Real slowly. I keep watching the wheels just scooch a little bit every so often. Very slowly. Okay, go down. Please. Please tell me we're not gonna have to, like, move this whole thing though. Okay. Alright. Alright, the correct way to do this mission. It's El Pastor in a tortilla shell. And if I let it sit here for too long, it's going to be mush in a tortilla shell. Whoa, look at those parts fly. Okay. Those parts had a place they wanted to be that wasn't that trailer. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. Okay. So, what happens if instead of going from the tree to lumber mill, we take the lumber mill to the tree? It works. It does work. If I just walk through it, does it work it? Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, Helen, so let's get all of this out of the way. I don't know why I'm staring at hooves underneath the surface of the world. What? We don't have any animals with hooves. Why are we staring at hooves? Okay. Certainly that's a thing. Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town in this side of Gem Sea. Vote for Mayor Lewis, my jokes are terrible. And now, the winner of this year's egg hunt is... Give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent. Wait, hang on. Hold on. All right. So we're back, and I forgot to run the ad before I left, so I do apologize about, like, the double ad thing. Oh yeah, so what does that do? So that'll give it so I can make bigger planes. It's also cheap, so I'm gonna do it. So I got a bunch of money. Oh man, you are... Yeah, you are a lot of money for that. I don't care about this. I don't care about the admin building. The space hangar has promise. I think we save our money though, because I think what we're ultimately going to do here is probably get this next. Alright, so let's... We don't have new contracts, that's fine. Ferry two tourists safely to their destinations. It doesn't have the destinations there? Okay. Alright, so... Oh! You want me to test the Bobcat near Minmus. You didn't want to test it here. You wanted me to test this near Minmus. Weirdly enough, I seem to have the itinerary twice. So Dinley and Cecil's or whatever. Huh. Okay, let's yeah, it's let's check you. So activate. You believe the tourists are finished. Yeah, what I don't understand is why that contract is still showing up there. Yeah, so you need to do those two. I guess it just hasn't disappeared from the list. That's fine. Alright, so what we've got here is I could take the contract to just drop off 2 more people on the moon. I'm not going to do that. We just did the moon. I don't want to test this in the moon's orbit right now. We could obviously test this, you know, the separator in 2 seconds. I'd like to just aim for the flyby on Minmus. I do need to rescue this person as well. Now, do I think I can get a Bobcat to Minmus's escape trajectory? I feel like we could. If I literally took the rocket I just did, got rid of all the lander parts of it, just got rid of the lander, skipped that whole part, and just made it a rocket by itself. Oh, well. So we can open that. Why would you make this? Excellent. So let's go here. So all this crap on the top, go away. So far we've only done manned missions, and I've kind of been deliberately doing that. Oh wait, open this up again. Grab you this, grab this. Alright, so let's adjust what we got here. So grab this part, that's fine. Okay, that's our landing pod thing. You put you here. And that fuel tank doesn't need to be there. Alright. So with this, I won't need those. And get them out of here. Okay. So we've got this thing up here. That's just a return. That's fine. We've got all our science stuff here. I got a cabinet thing for putting it in. I don't think we need that, but that's fine. I'm not going to make adjustments. We had this monstrosity, and the one thing I'm kind of... So you want me to test the other thing on the exit. So I might try and just use this thing as it is again. So that disconnects you. That's fine, whatever. I don't really need this one, but that's fine. I think that'll be fine. Alright. Yeah, because we're also going to bring it so we can bring scientists and a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so we got our whole team, so we can keep them leveling up. Yep, so we're just going to try and take our other rocket that, you know, wasn't made for this mission at all, and we're just going to be like, yeah, it's fine. Let's do a mission. So then what I'm going to need to do is, first, we get around, or orbit around Kerbin. After the orbit around Kerbin, the big thing I just got to check... is we just got to check our stuff here. And we don't care about any of this other stuff right now, so we're trying to do a flyby on Minmus. So meanwhile, that's going to take a moment to do its thing. So Minmus is our target. Okay. Let's see, did you know that if you are allergic to chocolate, you are more likely to be allergic to cockroaches? I did not know that. It is not a thing that I've ever put any thought in my life about. Okay. Was any of the things I unlocked important for this? No. All the stuff I unlocked it was primarily for landing on the ground and doing stuff. So we're okay. This PZ level darkness? Yeah, I need to remember between missions to see if I can adjust the brightness, because it does feel like in this game... did we hit anything? Are we good? All engines intact? I think we're fine. Grab you. Okay, so we are starting to tip the rocket as best we can. That's fine. I forgot this thing really needs more oomph for its weight. Now, granted, we did ditch a bunch of weight, so it should help at least a bit. Okay. We're just gonna keep on sending it. We're just keeping on our prograde to just keep trying to expand out the distance to hopefully give me all the time I need to get the periapsis sorted out. And then it's going to be a matter of, again, trying to figure out what point I need to line up to try and slingshot ourselves over to Minmus and then back. I missed some stuff going on there. Okay. So this is still like our rocket launch stage. This isn't our space stage. We'll see if we have enough Delta V to pull all the rest of this off. We're doing free association chat? Excellent. Carry on. Okay. What I should actually probably be doing is I should have worked on other contracts until such time that I noticed things were aligned for me to make a pass on Minmus. I don't know, we might actually be at a good situation for it. I didn't look at all, I just like... the Dr. Robotnik, it's like... Why plan? I have a big button on my desk. I'ma push it. This setup is not good. It takes so much to get this thing into orbit. It's just too heavy. To be fair, though, that next stage having 4,300 Delta V is not too shabby. Which is why it's such a problem, is we're using all of this to lift one stage that's got tons of Delta V. But it's a big, heavy thing to lift. It means I need a ridiculous amount of stuff to lift it. Ah, man, now if you think American football's the best, like, I'm sorry. American football's terrible to watch. Where's the big red button? If you enjoy football, it's fine. Just to me, it is among the least entertaining things to watch. I'd much rather watch, like, soccer or lacrosse or something like that. Because at least things keep happening. Granted, I understand both baseball and American football they've been going out of their way to start changing the rules to just keep the game moving more, especially baseball. That it was a whole big thing, that they kind of recognized that the game was just a bit on the slow side, and that it was kind of really hurting everyone's enjoyment of it. American football is the only team turn-based team sport. I haven't heard it phrased that way before. I enjoy it. Okay, so let's take a look. So obviously this is not looking like the time to make a move to min-miss. So the way it looks to me. Oh, is that actually centered around it? It looks. This is the. I'm not sure when's the right time you do min-miss. It's been so long. Because if we try to slingshot the moon is not in a good position for it. So we added a maneuver here. And we brought that out to try and slingshot off the moon. Like, we can definitely get the distance out there. The angle's a bit wrong. Closest approach. Wouldn't that be in its gravity well? Or closest approach separation 4,000? How is that not practically slapping into min-miss? Am I missing something? That looks like it's almost practically on top of it. We're turning at the wrong place to get the angle we need. Okay. So, the thing I'm running into is we might be able to correct this. So I got a good slingshot off of the moon over here. Just in one burn, we're going to get all the way out to there. The thing I can't tell is where min-miss is going to be relative to this. That is way more gusto than I need for this. I'm assuming if I adjust this at all, the whole thing goes to hell. Yep, exactly. Yeah, because that is a pretty good... Yeah, and that's the thing. Might say before the burn. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. So I think what's going to happen is I know I need to adjust the pink things, but where I'm at is not a good spot for leveling that out. Where I'm doing the burn, so I do think it's a thing I'm gonna have to try to, That much moon encounter is a problem? I mean, we're still almost 400,000 above it. I'm trying to use the moon to get the extra speed, because you'll notice I'm only getting to the moon, then it's flipping me over this way. Because if I go and I fudge it this way, we just yeet ourselves out into into the abyss. And if I do it here, where we don't hit the moon at all, that same amount of delta V only gets me barely out that far. So that's the reason I'm interacting with the moon, is I'm slingshotting myself out to this distance. We're getting down to about 4,000. Yeah, so I think I'd have to adjust either here or here to try and get that angle right. So that might be part of it. So I'm going to try to do is I'm going to start this interaction with the moon, because I think that might actually work out for me. So I'm going to start the interaction with the moon, and then once we get here, I'm going to try to tweak it just a little bit. So you try to adjust to miss the moon. Slingshots need a lot of experience to do right. Yeah, but that's the thing. I've got this right here. So what would it let's check what it would take to get this without the moon interaction. All right. So without the moon interaction. It's actually not that much more fuel than I thought. Yeah, so that's a very, very short situation. Almost catching on the other side. Yeah, short as that far out. Yeah. Oop, that was... I didn't realize I could click and hold it. Okay, because I could start to burn back when we get out here, so we start catching up to this spot, and then like somewhere around here adjust our angle to bring us down. Can I bring us down more than this? Yeah, it's not... Yeah, we'll try this. Because what I can do is once we start getting close, we can just full retrograde and see how it goes. I'm a little leery we're just going to be going too fast at it. But I'm also down to give it a shot. So I got a 2-minute 30-second burn, so it's going to be a pretty long burn. Oh, right, you know what we did? We got the reaction wheel. I got the bigger one, I mean. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing where we split it in top. Yeah, no, it's definitely, I could have used more RCS. Alright, so we'll see how this goes. Because we're going to be trying to meet up with Minmus, just doing a flyby. Yeah, we're a full burn, and it's just going to take us a while to get out there. And our angle's not going to be quite right, so I might need to tweak it a little bit. Okay. Now, if we're lucky and this stage lasts me long enough... Oh wait, never mind, it's the wrong engine for my test velocity. Some of the debris we've left behind, like, how did you get out there? Which the answer is it slungshot off something and got thrown, but... it's a whole big thing. Alright. Getting pretty close to time to start cutting back on the engine. Okay, relatively okay. Except, I think we might have a... Okay, no, we're going over for a month. Yeah, nuts whole thing. Yeah, no, I'm aware we can do that. All right, so that's gonna be our orbit 2 here. Now I could add a maneuver back here. Now for right now, let's just get ourselves closer. But I do think somewhere along here, we're gonna start wanting to retrograde burn and try to adjust this course down a little bit. More towards Minmus. Honestly, what I should have done is turned right there, but it's too late. Yeah, because this orbit's relatively okay. The second pass is going to be way off kilter. All right, let's slow our roll just a little bit. If I were to try and make an adjustment here, can I adjust to bring this down? Such that we can pull ourselves into an extended time near Minmus. Even if the angle is completely wrong for in the future. And let's just keep it going. A normal, anti-normal burn? Yeah, because we're only near Minmus for a little while. Okay, so I see. That's all the longer we're going to be there. Yeah, so that's going to slow down, or that's going to reduce the timer near Minmus. Yeah, because it looks like I'm catching just on the tail end. So I need to try and see if we can't get there. Yeah, so that makes it worse. Doesn't really help. Okay, so that's where we have the longest interaction. If you double click on int Minmus, it'll visualize. Oh, I see. How can I add a maneuver to you? First, let's remove our existing maneuver. And maneuver to there. So we were to retrograde at this part. How much retrograde would I need to do? Oh, that's too much. That is, we have smashed into the surface and died. Honestly, that's not that big of a burn. It's only 290. All things considered, that's 290. That's really not that big of a burn. So it'd only be a 33-second burn. And that'd probably be near the peak of our things. It'd be moving about as slow as we can. Trying to reset myself back to my ship. There we go. Yeah, so that's about where we'll be doing this. A flyby doesn't need to orbit the object. You're not wrong. This is true. I could very well just get near Minmus, run all my science in the few seconds we're here, and just not do the maneuver at all. That's a very fair point, actually. I'm putting way more effort into it because it's like, you know, your boss is like, hey, I just need you to check to see what the numbers are on that. It's like, well, I re-engineered the entire thing to get better numbers. And the boss like, I mean, cool, that's not what I really asked you to do, though. Like, I'm glad it's resolved, but also not at all what we needed. Okay. So we've got Flyby Minmus is here somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it's showing the new path. Let's toggle the map. This counts as a flyby on Minmus. Conduct studies experiment. Keep that. Log pressure. Keep that. Close this thing. Observe the GUE. Cool. Log the temperature. Cool. Crew report. Cool. EVA. Cool. Get back at board. Alright, so we've run our entire gambit of tests we can do right now. For Minmus. And can we get an actual eye on Minmus? Well, there's Minmus down there. Because we are way far away from Minmus. Yeah, because my next one's the Poodle. So it's not the one I need to test near Minmus. Honestly, if I knew we were going to arrive here in such fuel efficiency, I would... Actually, one second. Let's test, because I'm pretty sure we can't test this like this. That counts. Cool. Alright, so we actually did get to run the test. Heck yeah. Alright, so now let's just continue to let this run. Now, Minmus will leave us alone. Okay. Apparently our periapsis is already at 85. Like literally with our orbit, we are almost perfectly ready to... Okay, so let's go here. SAS, retrograde. Okay, let's not go lower than that. We are coming in here real hard. So what we'll do is try and get to our periapsis, and I'm just going to full retrograde burn the entire time. Just bring this in as much as possible, because I got 2 whole stages of fuel. We definitely brought way more rocket than we really needed for the mission involved. I also need to watch, because this is burning 29 days, so we're gonna have to, keep in mind for our next contract. I was a little late to the burning up that I used the RCS to try and do this. I should have already been doing those things. Start bringing around, bring it around, bring it around. We definitely needed more monopropellant than that. Okay, so not meaningfully reducing our periapsis, but we're bringing the apoapsis down hard and fast. It's best to burn the fuel. Oh yeah, no, we definitely want to get rid of the fuel. But I mean, it could be we just stage twice and just ditch the extra stuff. But at this stage, we could definitely go lower on the periapsis, and if we're just deorbiting ourselves, I mean, I'm not going to complain about it. Genuinely, what I could do if I want to be very productive, which I'm not going to do, is I very genuinely could have gone through and tried to swing by some of these scan points I've been missing. Alright. Okay, so let's tone that down for a minute. Come back around. We are coming down on this pass. At this stage, the periapsis is irrelevant. The apoapsis is affected by speed. Well, I mean, I just don't want to bring the periapsis down so much that we just, you know, burn up on the way in. Okay. RCS to maneuver. But in this case, to heck with it. I got fuel. I could probably slow us down enough for our descent that we won't even have to hardly hurt our heat shield. We're just bringing it on down. Okay, we are already deorbiting. Continue to just burn off speed. Okay, which one of these is the wrong stage? You go up here. Get in here. Oh, also, transfer data. That's not my favorite. Because I didn't move my Science Junior. Oh, open the door, transfer the data. Ah, boo. It's fine. Close the door. Honestly, as much as we're decelerating between the rocket and the friction, we might actually not even need to stage. Because we're not really going that fast. Usually you come in going like 2,000 something meters. This is really not that fast. Which is good, because I forgot to store stuff. And so now I'm going to have to try and land and spare the science I all collected down there. Because the heat shield wouldn't have protected it, because the heat shield's up higher. I was going to move all of it up into my storage up here, and I just forgot to do it. Okay. Weirdly, I cannot seem to stage the parachutes. My staging is not staging. Well, I guess we get to find out if we'll slow down enough. You don't have the option there either. It might be because I'm running the throttle. Oh, I see. So the problem was I was still considered locked in that menu. I had to escape. Do you have a catching platform? We should. Yes, I can't get into that container, but that's fine. We might be sparing the whole gigantic engine setup. Which still has a bunch of fuel in it. I don't think it'll settle flat, but you know, maybe with the RCS we can make it happen. I should still have some monopropellant left. Yeah, I got plenty. That shows you just how much extra fuel we had that we got to Min-Miss, did the flyby, and I had an entire stage I could have just burned the whole time here. Alright, so I'm gonna try to reduce the speed as we get here. Recovery of disposable parts. Achievement get. Yep. That's gonna be not... This is got a big slant down it from the looks of it. Where's my shadow? Okay, what broke? Everyone appears to be fine. The science is intact. So I don't know what exploded. The monopropellant is fine. Check the log. I actually don't know where the log is. Yeah, it's all contracts complete, so it's not those. Landing leg? No, all 4 landing legs are here. I mean, the important thing is nobody's dead. Ah, it was the big parachute on this side. So we lost a parachute, is what we lost. Okay. So we got ourselves another 185 science. We recovered a tiny little bit of parts. We got ourselves level 2 on Jebediah and Bill. In recognition for the space program's world first, we gave you like 13,000 bucks for reaching Min-Miss. Cool, man. Explore Kerbin. Dock 2 vessels on or around Kerbin. Rescue Stally from the surface of the moon. So, the reason I'm chuckling a little, if we look at our contracts right now, so we have down here, we have to get these 2 to the surface of the moon. We have this person to save from the moon, and we have this person to save from the moon. I got 4 people who need to go to the moon, not counting my crew. Docking fun. I didn't used to have a problem with docking. Like, I hadn't done it in forever, but usually it was just, used to use the RCS and just kind of nudged all that. Save from moon is easier to me, yeah. Like, it was, like, the big thing was just getting both of your craft so you're, like, together the same way when we're trying to rescue people. But for me, it was just the difference is I remember you just had to, like, nudge yourself in the direction, and once you got the 2 docking clamps close to each other, I can't remember, there was like a button to like latch them or something like that, or they like magneted into place. I'm not sure between the 2, because I remember that one in Space Engineers, and Space Engineers with those things locked. They, how many crashes so far? None, it's fine. Definitely nothing bad happened at any point in time. But thank you, Sim, so much for the raid and all that stuff. Welcome in, everybody. Can we go? Well, I mean, I'll go ahead and do it right now. I'm gonna get time to... Let me go ahead and do a shout out for SimCop. Never mind, there it is. Playing some GeoGuessr. So how did it go? For the record, we absolutely did explode a couple things. But thank you so much, Sim, for that raid. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you had fun playing GeoGuessr today and all that. And welcome in, everybody. For those who don't know SimCopter1, absolutely a fantastic content creator, friend of the channel, all that good stuff. Plays a whole lot of simulation and strategy games, as well as stuff like GeoGuessr, and has done like a lot of good fun stuff. So with all that said, definitely go check out Sim. Fantastic. We also have about like 8 other really good good content creators came through there. I couldn't even keep up with them. Like we got Ultra, we got Drongo, we got how many other people? Yeah, we got Crafton, we got Helicopter. We got a ton of people there, so we're just gonna start working our way through those shoutouts. But yeah, so yeah, you just missed it. We just did a flyby on Minmus. And we are definitely not leaving space debris everywhere. We are definitely not perpetually save scumming our way through victory. With that said, it has been a long time since I've... Let's see, thanks for being your favorite afternoon lurk chat. Well, thank you, Drongo. I really appreciate that. And all that. But yeah, so if one of my mods could, like, as able, because I know there's a cooldown on it, as able, just work through the list of, like, Drongo, Ultra, Helicopter, Crafton, everybody else. Just work through the whole list. But for everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play Friday games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zombie, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed and all that. Which I'll get to the rest of that in just a moment, because you should check out Bloody Drongo, who plays a lot of really excellent games similar to us, including RimWorld, which we play a heck of a lot. So definitely go check out Drongo. Been playing some 500% sweaty try-hard goodness over there. And just watching Drongo sit there and have like 6 or 7 pawns and being like, here's a mech queen, and like 8 centipedes, and the sentinels, and everything else. And you're just like, how are you gonna do that? That's a lot of bad stuff. And makes it work. Makes it work surprisingly well. So definitely go check out Drongo as well. All good stuff. But with all that said, getting back to us saying, I'm a variety streamer. I do play a lot of simulation games, settlement builders, city builders, all that kind of good stuff. And it's absolutely fantastic, whatever. Yeah, there's a cooldown on how fast you can do the shoutouts to get the thing on the top. So I actually have the command shoutout should be about right for that. Check out Helicopter, playing some Stardew Valley recently. So, Stardew Valley is amazing. We played that plenty on the channel in the past, as well as, like, similar ones and all that. Definitely check them out. We also had Crafton Ustream as well, right? Am I misremembering that? If I am, just be like, I do not. I believe... Oh, did Spoopy come over? I didn't see. Produces content of some sort. Gotcha. Yeah, so we'll do a shout out for Crafton as well. Hallie is a great big watch. Yeah, I don't get to catch very many Hallie streams, but Hallie does have some solid streams. It's usually right, like, when I'm getting into stuff that I'm like, oh, I gotta go to bed or whatever. But yeah. Ultra's so mean to you. It happens. Sometimes she just has to be short with you. It does happen. For the record, Ultra forgot to shout out Ultra. If you want me to mod here, no more short jokes. Oh, come on. If short jokes were a deal breaker, you wouldn't be a mod anywhere. I'm teasing. For the record, Ultra's fantastic, and since Ultra is not shouting out Ultra, I'm going to go ahead and shout out Ultra. Because Ultra deserves a shout out. Because Ultra is fantastic, playing some Parcel Simulator and all that stuff. Really good times over there with Ultrasaurus. We have a lot of shared content. We probably have shared comments as well, but I haven't looked into that nearly at the same level. We have lots of shared content. We've done lots of collabs. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Again, pretty much all of these names, if you enjoy the content here, you're going to want to check out all of their content. They're all great. Which of course that means the inverse is assumed to be true. If you like their content and it's similar content, you'll probably like what we got going on. Meanwhile, as far as today is, for the last couple days, I've been playing some Kerbal Space Program. My brain was saying RimWorld. I'm like, this is definitely not RimWorld. They're very different games. But we're playing Kerbal Space Program just because the other day I was having one of those days. I'm like, you know what? I'm just not in the headspace for any of my challenge stuff I normally do, because I do a lot of challenge stuff. I'm like, you know what? I want a game that I can't just lose. I don't want to deal with this. Like, I'm just not in the mood. And so we put up to vote and Kerbal Space Program won. And now I've been playing this. Full-time Kerbal Space Program streamer, by the way. Not really. Not at all. But we've been enjoying it. We did just do Minmus. And for those who don't know what Kerbal Space Program is, this is actually a pretty old game at this point. I don't want to remind myself how old it is, because I know I hadn't played for like 5-6 years, and it had been out a while before then. But with that said, it's basically you're playing as NASA. Oh yeah, and check out Crafton. Been playing some Farming Simulator 25 and all that good stuff. Definitely, you know, we play lots of that here, so definitely getting that on. Oh, I meant to give out keys today. It's fine, I'll do it tomorrow. But yeah, so with Kerbal Space Program, yeah, but that's the official release. It was in early access for years before the thing. But with Kerbal Space Program, you're basically playing as NASA. Like, you're a fictional version of NASA in, like, the beginning thing. And everyone who's ever seen, like, the early footage of NASA, it was bad. It was real bad. The number of rockets we blew up on the pad and just corkscrewed in the sky and smashed into walls, and, you know, the guts of the rocket would launch up in the air while the rest of it just sat on the ground. It was very much in the early days of space exploration. The US was getting its butt kicked on pretty much every measurable metric when it came to the space program. We were not doing too hot. But we landed on the moon first, so we won, because that's apparently how that works. Just everyone's like, they landed on the moon. Forget the other 90 milestones that we got beat to and all that. We landed on the moon. But yeah. So with that said, so, you know what we can do for our next mission? And I know I'm going to be going long and all that because I'm having fun and we just had a raid. So I was just mentioning, we actually have ignore this clear attempt to compensate for things. That actually worked really well. Let's see, Rual has Canadian, Australia, and Netherlands. Ever been to the moon? Just checking, yep. The early days NASA taught them the importance of tolerances. They thought they knew already. Yeah. So this is definitely a rocket compensating for some. So looking at our contracts, but yeah, so we're a little ways in. All of the names of the things in this game are fictional. So instead of Earth, we've got Kerbal, or Kerbin. Instead of the moon, we have the moon spelled with a U. And I think Mars is the equivalent, sort of ish. It's like sort of a moon, sort of Mars. I want to say was Minmus. But the point is, there's a whole bunch of different celestial objects you land on. So I get all these contracts that I grab, and these are how you get paid in career mode. There's a sandbox mode where you can ignore all this. Yeah, Mars is Duna. That's right. But I've got some pretty interesting ones that I'm gonna try to do. That is not. I shouldn't do them all at the same time. So we're definitely going to be dealing with stuff, but that's because I've got 2 tourists that want to land on the moon. I've got a person I need to rescue who is near the moon, and I've got another person I need to rescue who is on the surface of the moon. Needless to say, we're going to have a bus full of people going to or from the moon. So I got 1, 2, let's see here. 3, 4 people I'm gonna have to ferry, not counting my actual crew. I am going to have an interesting time making a lander for this. So let's go ahead and take our giant monstrosity of all that. This is going to be a not science trip. Because we are going to be bringing entirely too much weight. Let's go ahead and pull off this plate, pull off our heat shield. We're not going to worry about the container here. Let's just rip everything off the lander part. Okay, so we're going to need to make our rocket. Pretty straightforward. I got a bunch of parachutes up here. We got some solar panels. Cool stuff. That's going to be good enough right now. I am going to go ahead and... Oh, right, we got our bigger disc. So let's get that out of here. So I've got a what's it called? An advanced inline stability wheel. So it's basically just a big weight they spin around real fast to, you know, help move all these things going on. Let's see, by the way, let's see, you're blocked, so you can't see your spawn. Just curious. Okay. So we're going to have our RCS. And I'm going to try... How do I want to put this on here? We'll put that there, and that's just for maneuvering. Okay, so I got stuff for maneuvering, and this is where this is going to get cursed. I'm going to try and bring everyone back in one trip. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, if we have... I have a triple split. I was hoping I had a double split here. Because... Ooh, how badly would it unbalance our weight? We can put our weight balance, so that's our center of gravity on here. I'm curious if we can do something utterly cursed. I don't think we can, but I'm going to try it anyways. So I've got one, I don't want 3 pods. We're going to do something deliberately unbalanced. So that's 1 pair of passengers. That's a 2nd pair of passengers. And a fuel tank. Which is weirdly not snapping into place. So that does take our center of gravity slightly off center, which is really bad. Really, really bad. Especially considering as that empties out, it's going to throw off our center of gravity. But this would give me a wider platform for trying to land on. It'd give me my room, and it'd give me a little bit of fuel here. Because I don't... Otherwise, what I would have done is I would have done a half split where it goes out into 2, put the passengers, and then gone back in. I think this might actually not be that bad. Just because of what we're going to try and do here. So what I'm going to try and do from here is we're going to go to structure. And you're going to put another thing on the other side. Now, what I'm going to need to do here... Oh, wait, I've got some research. 1 second. Before we get too far in that, ignore the ship name of why would you make this. It's fine. I'm just going to snap it in there so it doesn't forget. We will change this to the tour bus. So I'm going to save that real fast because I did have some spare research. Yeah, no, Kerbal Space Program 2, I am 100% an ultra size. As much as I love this game, don't. Like, there's a lot of people who will trash games just because, but very genuinely, Kerbal Space Program 2 is like a special level of just really bad. Unfortunately, and it's been abandoned, which is the bigger deal. Alright, so what can I do here to help my cause? I've got 289 research to unlock some stuff. Oh, right. We can grab the better landing gear. That'll probably be a good one. And even better landing gear. That's what we'll do. So we're going all in on the landing gear. Yeah, KSP2 was abandoned. Unfortunately. There is a bunch of people who are involved in KSP who are making a spiritual successor. Which is a game called KSA, so Kitten Space Agency. It is a bunch of the people involved in the program are on that. Okay, so get this all there. Did the studio shut down? I believe the parent company shut it down. Basically, they weren't happy with the results. Ooh, the problem with this for our lander is how am I going to make it not catch fire? Okay, we're gonna do some pretty weird designs here. Oh, we can do like the giant heat shield. That actually might be the answer right there. Yeah, that'll work. That actually works. Okay, so let's go here. We want the structure. We're gonna do the thing where I can split into 3. Snap that in there. I need a heat shield so that when we go re-entry to Kerbin, we don't burn up in a raging fire. That's cursed. Ah, yeah, nice and aerodynamic on that side. Okay, So with this, I am feeling like we're gonna want a little bit more parachute or literally anything going on for it. Let's grab our landing gear. So we've got our landing struts T1. So I can go here. Oh, you're not gonna like... Okay, so we're gonna have to do something a little cursed with this. Because these don't match, I'm gonna have to put these on one by one. I have not made a rocket like this in a long time. So this is so we have our actual lander for getting back on Kerbin. I am paranoid that thing's gonna come down like a sack of bricks. So we're gonna go ahead and put some more parachutes on it. Which is probably overkill. And let's switch you out for 4. So that's gonna be probably overkill. So the entire tension with this is that we will have all of that for trying to land on Kerbin. So you'll notice it doesn't have a whole lot going for it. There's no rockets on it, nothing like that. Literally, we just dump this in the atmosphere and we hope for the best. From here, we'll have a coupler. Okay, so this coupler, get it out of the way. We don't want it. We don't want that to pop off because everyone dies if that happens. So we've got this. So, this whole rocket here is able to get to the moon by itself, not counting a ridiculously oversized whatever this is. Now, the next thing that needs to happen is I do need to land this on the moon. And that's what this phase is going to be for, is making sure I have enough go up and go down to drop onto the moon and get back up. Thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. So I'm going to put a really big fuel canister here. So that's how much? 440? We're not doing science on the moon. We're literally just going to put it down on the moon being like, cool, you like it? We're out. Now my concern here is making sure I have enough propulsion to get back off the ground, because we are looking at bringing a lot of weight down compared to what I've done the past ones. We're going to put some more landing gear here. Retract that. And we can't use the parachutes on the moon because it's the moon and there's no atmosphere. So we gotta get ourselves an engine. So the Terrier has 60 kilonewtons of force and burns the fuel at 1.5 per second when we're on full bore, which is probably way overkill. I wonder if we get the thuds. I haven't used the thuds yet, but they do feel like this might be the place to use the thuds. What are you? Oh, those are the solid ones. Okay. The rocket sounds like Kerbal Space Program 2 record from actual rockets. It's a shame. Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff they did well. Alright. So that should be good. Let's double check the numbers. So we actually have a really efficient engine there. And we should be in vacuum, so that should be up to 120 kilonewtons each. This might actually be hard for me to land, because it might be too powerful that we're just going to throw ourselves everywhere. But I'm concerned I'm bringing a lot more weight than the last couple times. How much fuel can you burn per second? So you can burn 3.6 per second. There's 4 of those, so it'll be about 15-ish fuel per second. Which means I'd only be able to run for about 20 solid seconds on this. Let's think about this. 20 seconds is not enough time to burn. Now this thing has next to no... So you're 345. And you're only 1.56. And that's 60 kilonewtons of power. I think that's plenty to get this going. I'm hoping. Because if not, that's going to be a problem. Yeah, so you burn... Yeah, you burn 1. You basically burn 1.6 if I'm burning full. So that's gonna give me like minutes worth of fuel. I am gonna be slightly paranoid and say, what if we just slam on some extra fuel tanks? How much do you have in each of you? Oh, you only have like 20. That's not much. Okay. So with that, let's also add some more RCS on this, because that kind of helps you steer. I'm gonna put it back here, and we will go to this, and we're gonna grab some more monopropellant, which is the fuel for RCS. We'll tuck it underneath there, so it's a little bit out of the way. Oh, you need to be 3. There you go. That's why it's all weird. Okay. So I've got this is the part that lands on the moon. This is the part that leaves the moon. Sorry, this is the part that lands on Kerbin. This is the part that lands on the moon. Actually, should I put those down there or should I put them up here? Probably up here, right? Yeah, that way they can help for re-entry and all that. Okay. You never intentionally use RCS. RCS is really good for maneuvering, bad for most everything else, but that's the whole thing, is you're supposed to be able to like rotate really fast. So I have another decoupler here. I always forget that you do that. Let's grab the 12 decoupler. Alright, now we can grab the rest of the ship. Oh good, the struts just were already lined up. Okay, so I'm gonna actually change some of these struts, because I do really need this to have struts on it, as far up as we can. Because this ship is going to want a wibbly wobbly, like no one's business. Why won't you let me click? Okay. I guess we're just gonna connect here. Good enough. Alright, so let's check our stages, because it really sucks to get all the way there and then realize your staging's wrong. Stage 1. The middle booster goes off, these drop, the solid rocket boosters go off, and these boosters go off. Everything lights up. Big fire. Then the solid rocket boosters run out, we blow these decouplers, they go off into the abyss. Then next we blow these off, and they go into the abyss. What is this coupler here that I'm seeing? What do you belong to? You shouldn't be here. No, for the love of everything, do not do that. That's bad. Okay, so you've got you. Shift you up. Okay, so that blows. That engine kicks on. Okay, that blows. This engine kicks on. And then this blows, dumping the last little bit of the fuel part. And then we have the parachutes, and then we don't want to actually cycle that. So, let's go ahead and save this. I don't feel great about our journey on this one, but we're going to try our best. So we're going to bring our crew. So we got a scientist, an engineer, and a pilot. We are picking up 2 people while we're on our way, and we're bringing 2 tourists with us. So we're rescuing 2, and we are doing this here. We are not bringing the whole slew of research stuff with us this time, because I'm already concerned that we're moving a lot. So let's save this, launch this, and this is a really big rocket. For anyone who's new to the game is like, oh my god, I cannot understand at all what is happening right now. You start with a rocket that is literally just a cockpit, a parachute, and an engine. You have no steering, you just hit the go button, and it just adds one thing and one thing kind of stuff. So don't sweat when you jump in and everything looks like it's really a big mess. So when you actually go to launch, you control your throttle, you control this. Ooh.
What's the worst that could happen?
We got our new stuff because Jebediah gained levels, so he's got better autopiloting skills. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to hit space to kick everything off, and I'm going to immediately start down throttling my liquid fuel thrusters, because I want to primarily use these solid rocket boosters to gain part of this first phase. I want just a little bit on here, because these, they can vector, so they can adjust and move around to help me steer, whereas these ones can't. So I'm getting just enough here, so if I gotta tweak a little bit, we can do that. Hey, your local guru, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good one. Can we get a shout out for your local guru, another fantastic content creator on the platform? I do hope you had fun with what you're playing tonight, if I can get that shout out. Playing some Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus, a classic. I think it's a classic. I know Wolfenstein's a classic. Look, man, I know my games as well. But yeah. Yeah, doing the DLC? Gotcha. That means it's the newer one. Yeah. Cool, cool. Well, I'm hoping you're having fun. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and our solid rocket boosters are going to run out. So when I hit spacebar, we're going to stage, and these 4 decouplers there that are glowing green, those are going to pop. That'll send that all flying off the back. I'm going to throttle up my liquid boosters for when that happens. And there they go. Now we're getting close to 20,000 feet. What we want to do is I switch down here. We can see that right now my apoapsis, which is like the farthest out we're going to be in orbit, is only at about 38 kilometers. Once it starts getting close to like 60 or 80 kilometers, we're going to start tipping the rocket over. So that way you can start pushing towards orbit instead of just up and down. It's definitely worth leaning over a little bit earlier, but this is a very, very heavy rocket, and I'm very worried that we're going to start tipping it and it's just going to keep tipping. So let's go ahead and vector all these and start adjusting. Yep, space is 70K. Okay, so we're going to take it at about a 40-degree angle. 45-degree angle. It's fighting me just a little bit. You can see like the thrusters just like wiggle a little bit as I'm swiveling them. Now, this rocket actually does have difficulty getting into orbit. It is a very, very obnoxiously heavy rocket. But once it gets up there, it can travel pretty good distances. So it's like, it's literally a matter of, can I get enough thrust to get into orbit early and reliably? Okay, so we are going to tip over all the way to be basically horizontal, going eastward, because it's easier to get into orbit going east. I'm fighting a little bit with the stuff. Okay. We just popped off our side thrusters, so we have just the main 2. So this is where we run into problems, because I have a lot of rocket here in just one set of thrusters. So we are pushing a very large amount of weight with just one pair of thrusters. It's a shame it's like always night. I need to like find something that makes night not so dark so people can see what's happening. Or just to only ever launch during the day. But yeah, so we check out the orbital map. So here's our apoapsis, so that's the highest we're going to get. So you're slowly getting towards it, which is bad. But it's at about 100 kilometers up. So the problem is I need my periapsis, which is the lower part of the orbit. That's currently inside the planet. And there is a possibility that I've flown too close to the sun here. And all that. You know what I should have done? I should have been on the prograde the whole way. If we do end up not orbiting well, we can try it where the moment I tip, I switch to the prograde, and that way it'll be a very high orbit on one side. There's like way too many lights on a rocket so that the battery drained and have awkward times. Yeah. So we're very quickly getting to a highest point of elevation, at which point we're going to start coming back down. I do have a lot of delta V, which is your ability to change your acceleration. That's just kind of how you measure, like, that's in space terms being like measuring how much you can get done so far as changing where you are. So it's basically a consideration of like how much thrust do you have versus how much weight do you have, how long can you sustain it, yada yada. We want to be right around this horizon line as best we can. Okay. So we're going to keep trying to send it. Because the one thing this rocket has done for me is it has a very, very long range once I get into orbit. Because of how ridiculously long the fuel tanks go in all this. But it is a problem that it just doesn't have a whole lot of oomph when it's fighting the gravity at this stage. My next stage does way better. But as long as we can get into orbit before everything goes bad, then we'll be fine. Which is not looking very good, if I'm being honest. I think we put a little bit too much on the top of the rocket. Yeah, no, the thrusters are maxed out. Yeah, unfortunately, it's looking pretty bad. Because at 70,000, we're hitting atmosphere. And we're at about 86,000. And coming down fast. Yeah, no, we burned the whole time up. It's just didn't have enough. We might still pull this out, but it's not looking great. We can definitely make it work better the next time by just going up higher and then going wide. Yep, so we're going to officially be breaching into the atmosphere. Yeah, so this is going to be a failed launch. Alright. I didn't need to go back to the vehicle assembly building. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to try and just go up faster. More power. Yeah, it's not actually an issue of more power. It's this middle stage here is very heavy. Like, very genuinely, I should probably just take a whole fuel tank out, and it might actually just work better. More boosters. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're just going to relaunch. I'm going to go up much higher. And then when we start the tilt, it'll be a shallower tilt, and I'll set it to the apoapsis. Sorry, not the apoapsis, the prograde, which is the direction you're already moving. Don't waste that. Okay. Bring that up. And one of the reasons I'm cutting down the engines and not using them earlier is once you get to a certain speed, you're just getting ridiculous amounts of air resistance. So just shoving yourself into that air, you end up losing a lot of the benefit. Versus if you burn for a longer time with not quite as much air resistance, you can then, you know, keep burning that much longer to where you hit thinner atmosphere and go more. For the earlier atmosphere, it's somewhere around 300 meters a second that you start really getting the drag. These solid rocket boosters can almost do them by itself with this size of a rocket. Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing, is I turned too early, basically, for the size of the rocket. Alright, no problem, your local girl. You take it easy. Thank you again for the raid and hanging out and all that good stuff. I appreciate it. Okay, there we go. We got those. You want your TWR to be 1.3 and to 1.5 at most. Is that somewhere I can find in the UI here? Because I know all that stuff used to be mods kind of thing, that you just had to have the mods that had all those things. I'm going to wait till we're closer to 60k here before I start turning it all. I'm going to put just a little bit of a turn, not nearly as much as we did the last time. In the VAB engineering area, gotcha. That'll be something for me to watch out. Because that was one of the things that when I last played this, I remember 90% of that, if you wanted that information, you had to get mods. Like, the Delta V being right here, and all these areas here, that's such a huge thing. Okay, so prograde. So basically, we are accelerating in the direction that our rocket is actually moving acceleration-wise. Because that should just make the orbit as big as possible, as fast as possible. So we're trying to get the apoapsis as far out as possible. And that should help us get more time for the periapsis. It's not as fuel efficient as if you were to go just sideways and try and go for it. But we're not running into problems with the fuel efficiency there. We're running into problems of actually getting into orbit. And we've got enough fuel for days. Okay, Okay, so now we're down to our last thruster before we go to our... Like, all of these stages we have right now are basically to get me off the ground. And all that. And then I have a ridiculous stage for getting me through space. That's kind of way overboard from what I really need here. The Saturn V, an initial TWR of 1.15. That's, I like when you watch the really absurdly large rockets, where it seems like the rocket, all the things go up, and it just kind of slowly lifts off the pad, and, you know, as it, you know, gets some momentum and starts burning off that fuel, it just gets faster and faster. Okay. So we're just keeping full burn here. We're gonna get up to almost 200,000. Okay, never mind. We're fine. It's slowly tipping on its own. Okay, yeah, it's gonna put us up to 200. So we're gonna start actually adjusting this. And just trying to get ourselves into orbit. Because we're looking at getting over to 200 kilometers up. And that's pretty up there. Okay, so just a little bit more up to try and keep the apoapsis going up. Yeah, because we just need to get the periapsis to 0. Oh, you are fast losing it. That's fine. We'll stick on prograde. It's fine. I think I grossly underestimated how much more cabin I put on the top of the ship. I may have just realized something. I don't think we have a fuel line to the one capsule up here that's got fuel instead of passengers. So it's just dead weight. I should have had that fuel line going down here so it would drain. It's fine. Like, it's not gonna break things, it's just, it's a lot of weight that could be doing something. Because that was the reason I put it there, is to give me a lot more delta V on my final stage, which you've got 1,000 something, which is still perfectly acceptable for what I need to do. Because that's just leaving the moon and all that. Are you still gonna struggle with all of this? You believe you can enable crossfeed in flight? Yeah, the problem is I think it's got a coupler and the plate between it and everything. Or manually transfer the fuel? Yeah, no, I need to wire it in there. I have a lot more up there. Yeah, because I wanted to hook that up to this stage down here, because that's the little rocket to pick that thing up. It might just very well be that this is not sufficient for what I need, this one here. So it might even be I take one of these fuel containers and switch it over to the other rocket. Because once we're in vacuum, the rocket I've got designed for vacuum will work way better. That said, I'm actually feeling this one might be way better. Because we're still getting just up to here. But you can see how much farther we are at the arc, so I think we're set to get into orbit. It's just still not clean. So you need to open the tab for 2 or more tanks to transfer. Alright, so it's U, pin. There we go. Okay, so with that, I'm going to take you off because we don't want to keep you doing that. I'm going to keep you on this one. Yeah, so we're definitely going to get into orbit on this one. It's just not as clean. But yeah, that'll get that extra weight off of the lander. Now, I could have left that fuel in the lander and then transferred it down to the tank, but I don't feel like I want to do that while trying to take off from the surface. I'm not super worried. Honestly, with all this fuel, I feel pretty comfortable that we're going to get that lander sorted out. The tricky one is going to be landing where we had a person stranded on the planet, which wasn't me getting someone stranded. It's a mission type you have now, which I think is pretty cool that they added those. Alright. So we're right about to be in proper orbit, which has taken way, way more than it should have. I definitely need to redesign this thing to get the balance better. Okay, and that's why the camera's pivoting, is it's like you're in orbit now. Okay, so let's kill the thrust. Alright, so our next maneuver is we are trying to get to the moon. We got tourists who want to be there. Those tourists are on board, right? Right? Okay, the tourists are on board. Cool. I had a momentary being like, wait a second. Okay, so let's go here. Try add the maneuver. And what you can do here is, once you've unlocked it, you can make it so you don't have to have a lot of guesswork around all this. You can just kind of adjust things and go, okay, this would be accelerating the way I need to. It's not what I wanted. Give me that. Okay, so let's plan to go just about up here. Then we can go to this thing, and we go, when is the sweet spot that I should do this? Okay, do I need to have that much gas on it? So I can save fuel, let's save fuel. Alright, so that should give me a pretty good time there. So what I could do here is we'll fast forward time to when I need to do that maneuver. And as you can see from this, we're going to have a really steep arc in there. And that's fine. We're going to need to do a burn of 853 fuel, but that's fine. This second stage of the 2603, that's my space stage. We're still in the fuel from our launch stage. So that's going to work out great. Alright, so let's go ahead and get you all shuffled. Okay. Alright. We're gonna go about halfway across this. Actually, I'm going to start burning now and get the time about right. Yeah, so we're going full burn in the direction I said I was going to. This is telling me how much more of a burn I got to do to meet that line. So that's what we're doing right now. And this pink circle is basically saying if I jet towards that, I'm jetting straight at the moon. That doesn't work though. Be careful doing that. Orbital mechanics gets weird where you could fly straight at something and just get farther away because you're now moving yourself to a different orbit. There's a lot of finicking. All right. So we're staging to our space setup. So we ditched our big rocket. So now the rocket is significantly lighter. So the order of operations is going to be, we're going to rescue the one in space first, because that's probably going to be the easiest one to deal with. The one in space, I just got to get close enough to it, they can hop on board, and we get on our way. I will need to transfer one of the Kerbals from like the front area into one of the passenger areas in the back, but that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, so we're gonna be a little off, but that's usually okay. Because of this type of stuff, especially since we're gonna be catching the moon's gravity. If we're off by a couple of degrees, it's not that big a deal. You can just adjust in flight. But generally what we're going to do is we're going to get to the point that we are in the moon's gravity, and then we're going to do a retrograde, so we're going to basically boost the opposite direction. Yeah, let's go ahead and put it right there. Okay. So with that, let's take 2 seconds to shuffle people. So what we're going to go ahead and do now is, for the moment, you're going to notice that this window is just too tall. We're going to transfer crew. We're going to transfer Bob into the back. And then we're going to transfer crew. We're going to transfer Bill into the back. So now it's just Jebediah in the front, because we're going to be picking up the one person we need to rescue here on the top, and we're going to try to land to rescue the other one. So for now, we just fast forward time until we hit this maneuver. And there's not going to be a whole lot to do with that maneuver. It's literally just point the opposite direction of where it takes us into the planet. Yeah, so that's showing the direction we need to go. So let's slow down time, set it to retrograde. So Jebediah will go ahead and turn us around. Because there's the moon. Is that the moon? Yeah, there's the moon. And so right now, the apoapsis literally just leaves everything. We're just going to miss the planet. Or the moon, I guess. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and just start throttling up, so we get the orbit here to start going around the moon into an orbit. So let's see. So Catfree's heap. That's the one I need to rescue in space. Okay, let's go ahead and cut our thrust a bit and get closer to the parapsis. Or periapsis, because if we do it closer to there, we'll get a lot more bang for a buck on this. Okay. And what you're seeing, these lines freaking out here, it's because it's showing that when I would get to the escaping the moon vector, that orange line is the line I go on. And that it can catch the moon a second time. Okay, and bringing it on in, bringing it on in. Okay. So we got a nice, really tight orbit. So, we have arrived at the moon. And we need to meet with this vessel. So we're going to set that as our target. So we are really on a bad orbit for doing that. So let's go ahead and add a maneuver here. Because I need to get myself on the same plane. Let's go ahead and mark that spot so we can see when it hits 0. Okay, that'll put us at 0. For it relatively. Let's do that first. And then once we're on the same plane, we got to worry about getting close to it, slowing down, doing all that stuff. Alright, so I do not need... I do not need that. We only have a 10-second burn. It's not a long one. Okay. So then that'll get us on the same plane as the ship we're trying to intercept. It is really close there. It is at 11 kilometers above the surface of the moon. So we're gonna be coasted pretty steep over the surface there. And there we go. It's not quite perfect. We're still 0.4 off. But let's go over here. Because I need to do a significant retrograde maneuver. Try and bring us as close as I dare. So I'll bring us into 11K. Then go ahead and move there. That'd be a retrograde on that one. That'll be a short bird. So now I'm doing all these careful maneuvers. I'm only using a tiny little bit of fuel. I mean, this one's actually 169 Delta V, which is not insignificant. Okay, so this is a 19-second burn. Yeah, so as you can see, unfortunately, right now, my nearest intersection with it is going to be 361 kilometers away, which is terrible. But that's okay, because we're going to get ourselves onto the plane, and if I'm trying to catch up, we make our orbit slightly narrower than theirs, which is going to be pretty terrifying, because that means flying over the ground at only a couple of kilometers. Which can certainly end badly. Okay, so we got the full burn going. Need a little bit more. Okay. That's 9. That's pretty scary. I think 9 is fine, though. Alright, so with that, we've got you at 365 kilometers, you at 368. So pretty bad. What I'm trying to meet is the other ship, which is where? It's behind me a good ways. So very genuinely, I actually might want to prograde just a little bit to keep our orbit just a smidge over so that it actually passes me. And then once it passes me, you know, catch up to it really fast. Let's go ahead and go here. Let's make it about 15 kilometers. All right. So with this, let's do a pass. We'll switch this to be the target speed, so relative speed to the target. What should happen is as it passes, it'll update those to the distance they are from me. So the next pass will be at 307. So because I'm doing a wider orbit, it should catch up to me. The question is, how many passes is it going to take? So it's at 233. Now, one thing to watch is sometimes if you fast forward, it gets it all wrong. Yeah, so 233 kilometers, so it is catching up. And then once we get closer, we'll start adjusting our speed relative to the target, moving towards it, and yada yada. There'll be a lot of stuff to do. This is one of the hardest things in the game, is intersecting another object out there. Yeah, so it's 148 on this pass. And then it should go by. And now it'll be at 56. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to slow the speed here. We're going to set it to retrograde. And you got to watch really carefully that we don't actually get ourselves in too much trouble. Oh, you're still saying 148. Hang on. It's fast forward shenanigans. Okay, so you're at 56. So what we're going to do here is when I get to there, I'm going to start seeing where you see this target speed relative to our own. That's basically saying relative to us, how fast is the thing I'm trying to get to moving. So it is slowing down relative to us because we're getting closer. And what we want to do is start going and trying to push that to 0 as we're getting close. Right now we're too far away. But I am thinking... Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. I am thinking we're going to want to start correcting that here, because if you get too close, it overtakes, it becomes a whole thing. Okay, so that's 56k, so we're going to go ahead and adjust that. Watch very carefully on this. So we will see that the separation is going down, which is good. But I do have to watch that we don't get ourselves to the point where our orbits are getting too far off. Okay, you're starting to come back down. That's fine. Yeah, so separation there is getting down to 22 kilometers will be between us. 21. 20. Okay, now I got one that's going higher, so that's pretty good. Alright. Let's do a pass here. And again, once we start getting to these again, we'll just keep adjusting it. And so it's going to end up changing our orbit, but the idea here is we're going to slowly bring ourselves to be alongside that. And we will eventually hit the point where I'm going to point at that and start changing our speed. But that's not until we're really close and, you know, basically moving at roughly the same speed. So it's overtaking me a little here. That should be okay. Alright, so there's the 24 there. Alright, I don't want to burn that, because that's taking our periapsis too low. Bring it around more. So we stop here at our periapsis, and then do it. That should give us a little bit of wiggle. That was more than I want to do. Because I don't want to deorb... Like, I want to make it like a hard limit of, like, don't go under 8. Because that's getting too brave for my blood. Bringing that way down. Okay. So it's relative speed of 52 and 19 kilometers here. That's still going to take us down to the periapsis. Because now we're on the narrower orbit, so we should be gradually overtaking it. We're just coming right up underneath this. Now once we get close, we're going to... Because like now you'll notice we're not getting a huge distance, we're slowly closing in on them. So once we get pretty close to alongside each other, I should be able to just start throttling down to keep us relative to each other, and we can make this work. Yeah, so we're going to get within 6 kilometers on this pass. Okay, so let's see here. So we are moving towards it, so let's just let that slide for right now. Yeah, next pass we would overtake it a little. So we are adjusting. Our relative speed a little bit. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? I probably should be trying to time it so my periapsis is the same as theirs. You're up late? Yeah, I know we had a big raid at the end, and I kind of wanted to see this through. Alright, so we are very close to each other. So yeah, so we're down to only 5.3 meters from each other. So what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to change this, and instead of trying to slow down relative to it, we are going to try and just aim straight for it and try and close the gap a little. So I gotta watch, because this is, again, I can accidentally deorbit myself too much. The intercept tab. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so what we're doing here is we're just starting to close our range in. So as long as we're gradually making our way here, that's fine. Oh, we have a problem. Oh, never mind. I was looking at this being my height. Okay. I mean, we still aren't in a great place. Because 7.5 is much lower than I'd like to go. That's the periapsis there. Okay, that brings it down more. Bring it around this way. What I am going to do is I am going to go ahead and do a quick save here. That way if I accidentally beef us into the ground, you know. Okay, you're starting to get away from me. We'll go ahead and just give it a little touchy touch. At the apoapsis, we want to make sure we take a corrective action here. Are you going to start being a problem? Okay, so that'll correct where we're going to potentially smack into the ground. Okay. We on a rescue mission? Yep. I'm going to bleed off some of that movement relative to each other. Okay, supposedly we will literally collide there. So let's come around both times, and that should put us deliberately, like, directly on top of each other. So at that stage, if we're that close to each other, and I kill all momentum towards it, you might be close enough for EVA if you have the stones. Yeah, no, but it's, like, right now, where I'm going to be almost on top of each other, if I recorrect our movement right there, I should be able to take that and this one to make them just about even. We can just make the tiny little adjustment I need to bring them directly on top of each other. Okay, so before we actually collide, are you going to... Oh, right here. Because right now you are at 800 meters away and closing fast. Okay, here we are. And the airship we're trying to go with is right there. And it's coming for us, so we don't really need to adjust anything about our current movement. We'll just let it slowly close in. And then once we get close enough, we can switch over to the other person and have them just fly on over here. But we do want the two ships moving relatively stationary compared to each other. All right. Okay, so let's change this. We are going to rotate ourselves. So we can nudge ourselves right at it. So we can continue to close this gap. And turn ourselves back to retrograde so that we can stop that momentum before we slam into it. And then the real fun is once this is done, I've got to try to maneuver such that I land where I can have a Kerbal that is on the planet get on board. Yeah, so both of our interception points are within 1 kilometer of each other. I'm gonna let it get down to like 100 meters or so. And then we're gonna go ahead and do that. Like, and also quick save here. Because it'd be very easy to have the one go EVA and then watch the ship go just sail away in the distance. Alright, so you're making good time. Just gonna pull right up next to you. we're definitely close enough that we could board, but it helps out. Let's turn our lights on, just so we can see where the cabins are. Okay, let's try to get to stationary. Okay, so we're basically about as stationary as we're gonna get. So let's switch ships. So there's our target. Meanwhile, you are gonna go ahead and just hop on out. Let's slow you down, slow you down, slow you down, slow you down. Okay. You guys have problems telling which one's the actual cabinet. It's usually the one that has... It's that one. Alright, and we recovered the first one. Okay, so first one is rescued. Now we need to get our destination to where we have our person that needs rescued on the ground, who is down there. Oh man, you are way in a bad spot. Okay. Add maneuver. It was a mission. Like, it wasn't like I got them stranded. There was a mission to go rescue them. Yeah, this Kerbal is like on the polar ice cap. It's not doing what I want. Okay. Let's try taking it from a different angle. Alright, so that's going to be one maneuver, and I'm going to have to do a couple of maneuvers, because this person I got to rescue is, like, right on the bottom of everything. Meanwhile, I'm already basically in position to start this burn. Yeah, no, this is my first time playing in years, and yeah, no, it's the same thing that there just wasn't that many of them. Okay, so we're just gonna go ahead. Fast forward just a little bit more, because then I gotta bring it down here. We try and rescue Staley, who's like on, again, like on the bottom of the moon. It'd be interesting getting back out of here. Okay. It's like about 30 seconds. We still have about 1,500 Delta V on my main rocket, which isn't my one for landing on the planet. That's this one up here. So we're doing pretty good on our Delta V, all things considered. I'm a little worried on the departing that I may have underestimated how much fuel I need to get off the ground. If that happens, that'd be really bad. That's all I gotta say. Alright. So we're getting that rotated. Okay, there's that maneuver. Alright. Okay, so put the periapsis pretty close. What I need to do is get that path a little farther up. The odds of me getting this exactly right are not great. Okay. So I've got that right about on cue. So let's get to that spot. And that is, like, this is rotating, so we could have an issue. But that should put me right about where I need to be there. And then the next thing is going to be trying to deorbit on top of it. Which is the thing I'm the least confident in. Because I've never been good at estimating that. Like trying to deliberately drop on the exact spot I want to be on. The goal is to get our periapsis somewhere around here, where we're trying to get them rescued. Unfortunately, landing on the dark side, which I'm really not excited about. Okay. So that said, and throttle up. So in the future of private companies, the space tourism, you guess this could be a realistic scenario. I think the reality is if you got lost on a planet, yeah, no, I've definitely been going really long. We had a really big raid, and I wanted to just finish out the mission. But yeah, no, I'm definitely going much longer than I should be. Okay, so not quite exactly on target. But I think enough we can make it work. So if I were to do a maneuver here and just go full retrograde. Okay. Yeah, so I think right here, right after the AP, I'm gonna go full retrograde and just try and get this about where we need it. And my hope is I can get myself lowering. I've got enough delta V that if I gotta, you know, go one way or the other, I can get at least reasonably close to Stella's. Because I haven't done this mission before, this style. Alright. We're starting our burn. Okay, there's our target. 52 kilometers. Like I said, unfortunately, I do not have any meaningful vision here at all. Because we are on the dark side of the moon. Okay, need to keep closing the distance. Right now we're deorbiting, but not super fast. Now we got landing gear deployed. Oh, I need to change that to retrograde for the surface, not for the target. So we're going to be off by a good, like, 10 kilometers, maybe. That is not what you want. RCS now. That's fine. I can't see the ground at all, so I don't have any idea how close we are. I wish I need to get like landing lights. Like not even as a meme. I need landing lights so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Yeah, so we're 4 kilometers away. Which might be close enough that I can have that Kerbal just walk across the land over here. Starting to get nervous that we're about to smash into the ground at speed. The altimeter has a surface mode. How do you switch the ground mode at the top of the altimeter? Ah, okay. That's really nice. All right. That's fine. That's the part we don't care about. Nice, slow, probably safe landing. Very, very slow landing. Okay, we're stable. We are on the ground, and we are stable. They've got 1,000 something fuel. Oh, it's decided this night everything's at night. Alright, so. View and tracking station. Because our little friend here is going for an unreasonably long hike. Because I don't think I feel very confident trying to, like, just do a little leapfrogging over. Can I take over for you? I have to get closer. I'm not allowed to take them over. Okay. Let's go burn a lot of fuel. Because I gotta manage to tip it towards there and just spurts our way across where I can't see anything. So target. Yes, I'm trying to not gain much elevation. I'm just slowly shifting over. Okay, so there's a crater there. You're burning a lot of fuel trying to do this. Whatever that was, we'd had a whole lot of elevation coming at us at once. Oh man, we've already burnt almost 200 Delta V. We're not exactly on target either. It's too far, too far, too far. Okay, put too much into this. Alright, so this should be fine here. Let's set it back to the surface. Okay. Man, we have burnt almost 500 Delta V doing this. I really need that Delta V to get out of here. Okay. And I'm hoping this is close enough. If not, we can have one of our Kerbals walk that way. Okay, get RCS online. Well, let's load that, because we're not recovering from that. We bumped the ground. Like, it wouldn't be as bad if I could actually see what I was doing. Alright, so let's get our target set again. There's our target. Okay, so try and be just a bit just straight up faster about this. Need 900 Delta V to return. Wait for daylight. Nah. Okay. I'm gonna try to make that happen. Too much. So I'm just trying to lean over enough that we're sliding across the terrain. Not getting a ton of elevation. Making good speed towards the target. Way too much. Way too much. I don't think we're gonna recover. I didn't realize how fast we were moving relative to the ground. Alright, let's try that again. So, we don't need to keep it quite on that angle. Because we were like, basically went super sideways, and then we just overshot it by so much. So I probably, when we get around like 4 kilometers, if I do the exact same thing, around 4 kilometers, we back off. So I'm just kind of sending it real fast. That should be good there. And switch this to the surface. Retrograde. Still going up. Wait for it. Going too fast. Okay. So we're closer. Much closer. So it's 2.4 kilometers. I think 2 kilometers is where you can do that, so we can just walk over there. Yeah, normally I'm wrapped up by this time. Don't. Yeah, when it tips on its side, there's not going to be a chance for me to recover that. Oh, come on. Yeah, normally we wrap it up. We had like a very generous raid and all that, but I do need to be wrapping up soon. I would just really like to cap this off by doing this. It does suck that how much this has caused us grief. Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing. I could definitely, like, I figured that out. It's just one of those things I need to, I need to get close enough, and then I need to get the landing. And it seems like that whole area is slanted. And so because of that, and not being able to see, it's been pretty difficult to get the landings over here. I think VOD limits are 12 hours? Oh, I have no idea on that one. I know when it comes to uploading stuff on YouTube, if you physically upload it, it's limited to 12 hours, but when you do a live stream, I don't believe it has the same limitations. Alright, so we've got that. We can switch to surface, retrograde. Because I think we'll have it where that'll bounce up enough for us. Because all I need to do here is kind of do like what I'm doing, like kind of bump it up and then drop it back down. Yeah, and I haven't heard of it. It could be a thing, but it'd be news to me. Okay. So we're about to land. We still get about 700. We're not doing another bounce, like so far as going to try and jump over to it. Because I think if we try and do that, we're not getting off here. This is already feeling like kind of pushed it too far. Okay. So we're not close enough for that. We're going to have Jebediah EVA. It's going to take him a minute to get there. Yeah, the problem is we don't know if we're in a position that we can get that rocket back off the planet now. And home. We could certainly probably get it off of the ground and into orbit, but I would really hate to have to do like a whole second mission to move everyone over one by one. This is already bad enough. Because I also don't think there's a button to like keep your person walking. Okay. Just making sure we weren't close enough. You can probably get to Kerbal orbit, but just not deorbit. Yeah. That said, if I could skin the atmosphere enough, it could be like a 30 passer where we just keep hitting the atmosphere and slowing down more and more. We'll see. So my assumption is we got to get within 2K. Gotta slow down so we don't kill poor Jeb. It's okay. Minor sprained ankle. It's fine. Okay. Where are you? Okay, and with this, grab you. Just trying to slow. I got way too much forward momentum. Okay, you alright? You're fine. There you go. See? Go and take a surface sample and an EVA report while you're here. Okay, yeah, you'll be fine. Okay. So this time, maybe not so much gusto. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go here, plant flag. And I'm gonna go with Stally's Folly. Just need to climb up here. That's annoying. It'd be so bad if I could tell which one is actually the entrance. Okay. So which? Alright, so there's you. Alright. So get Jeb in place. And once Jeb's in place, we're gonna quick save, and I'm going to see it between what we've got left with the RCS and our rocket fuel if we can make it back to Kerbin. We actually do have a lot of monopropellant. While it's not great as an actual, like, thing for thrusting, I do have a lot of it. So it's not nothing. Oh, we're going the wrong way. Yeah, you're good. Okay. The good news, it looks like I actually should have just gone on foot the first place. I didn't realize how much distance we can cover how quickly. Like, I was worried we were just going to run out of the RCS if we tried to go anywhere, or like how long it'd take us to get around. It's actually not that bad, all things considered. Alright. Oh, you're going too fast. Please don't hit the ground. Okay. Alright. It's only really slow on planets where you can't Kerbal RCS your way and have to walk. Yeah. Okay. That's the actual cabin in. Alright, so everyone is officially on the planet and ready to go. So, the plan is, first step 1, get the hell off the ground. Step 2, get into orbit. Step 3, profit. Okay. Change you to this. Alright, so we're just slow burning. Get ourselves in orbit. This is going to be a weird angle to get us back to where we need to go. And get closer to here. This is not encouraging. You're burning a lot of Delta V. No, don't do that. Okay. Come on. May not be completely doomed yet. So kick that off. I have RCS on. That's not the right way. Oh no, that was right. Okay. We're wasting all our RCS for no reason. Alright, come on, buddies. RCS it to victory. I do have a lot of monopropellant. Okay, so we should be in the clear at least there. Alright, how much do I have left? Not a whole lot. Okay, so I have a strong sneaking suspicion, no matter where I do this, we do not have remotely enough anything to anything. That we will need a separate rescue craft for our rescue craft. In the meantime, I do think we should just get as much speed out of here as possible, so we're not in that low of an orbit. Okay. Now, the good news is I think... So I have 1, 2, 3... 4, 5... 6, 7. So I will need even more cabins for the rescue craft. Because we're full up, and we're not going anywhere. Probably should have lowered the inclination. Yeah. But, yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones I could have definitely fixed that. And that's just because we had to go onto the ground there to get it. That said, chat, unfortunately, I have already gone 2 hours over my normal time. So I do feel like it'll be comfortable for me to recover this next time. I think I'm literally going to take the same craft, but take another crew cabin instead of that fuel there. Because then we can just go into low carbon atmosphere and get it. And this mission we did, like, get one person in low atmosphere, get, like, the person, or get the 2 tourists there to their destination, and rescue someone on the ground. So there's a whole lot there. But yeah, we didn't have quite enough to get ourselves back out. It's going to be a whole thing about ferrying the people over. Anyways, that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is save our game. That's fine. And I am going to first say goodbye to YouTube. Don't forget to like and subscribe over there on YouTube, because they got to go away. Because I don't have a host ready. But for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're going to see who we can find to drop a raid on and all that good stuff. Yeah, no, today was a good day. We landed on